Marshall Peak, Chapter 5683, The Black Ink Clan's Good News. Indeed, we old fogies are still as sharp as ever, but those little brats still have much room to grow. We need to give them a chance to shine. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master knew well that Ouyang-Lai was a stubborn mule and wouldn't challenge him. Ouyang-Lai remained silent for a long time, then finally spoke with a harsh tone. When I return home someday, I'll twist Big Head Me's head off and use it as a chamber pot. He then thought of Yang Kai and added, and that young boy, he's not a good thing either. He dared to trick me like this. I'll give him a beating when I see him. Good. Us fellow brothers will help you. The Eighth Order Master responded with a big smile. With our combined strength, that brat won't stand a chance. Ouyang-Lai looked at him and sighed heavily, his face full of sadness. It had come to this, and there was nothing he could do about it. Soon, tens of thousands were dispersed by the Eighth Order Masters to explore the area nearby for resources. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already used the space beacons to return to the Blue Sky Theater, still feeling guilty. He could understand Ouyang-Lai's mood, but this was Mi Jingluan's arrangement, so he could not intervene. Moreover, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that veterans like Ouyang-Lai could retire from the battlefield. The number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was now significant, and many rising stars were active on various battlefields. It was no longer a time when veteran warriors with countless scars had to bear the brunt of the harsh conditions. The younger generation was now capable of taking on the heavy responsibilities of the seniors. However, as Mi Jingluan worried, the problem that plagued human development was still the resources. The emergence of a large number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters meant a massive demand for resources. Sending some manpower to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources was one way to solve the problem, but exploration and extraction always took time, so Yang Kai planned to look for solutions elsewhere. Resources were something that the Black Ink clan did not lack. After his last experience at the No-Return Pass, Yang Kai was well aware of this fact, as they didn't even hesitate to hand over a massive amount of materials as compensation. Since the Black Ink clan didn't lack resources, Yang Kai decided to just steal some. Yang Kai decided to become a hunter. Ever since he heard about the hunters, he had been fascinated by their existence. If he was still a 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have immediately become one and lived a carefree life raiding enemy convoys. However, he was no longer the insignificant person he once was. His strength and status had both elevated him to a position where each of his words and actions had a significant impact on the overall situation. While Yang Kai still yearned to become a hunter, he couldn't risk the unpredictable consequences of such a move. But on this Black Ink battlefield, he did not need to worry at all. When the Black Ink clan and the human race signed their peace agreement years ago, it only applied to the 3,000 worlds. It did not include the Black Ink battlefield. Hunting was also a time-intensive activity that often required patience and careful planning, but since Yang Kai had nothing else to do and was free from the need to cultivate, he could use this time to accumulate resources for the human race. Months later, inside the main hall of the No-Return Pass, the Royal Lord sat on the throne of bones, with Emo Na-Yi seated to his left. Territory lords lined both sides of the hall, with their eyes fixed on the Royal Lord. They were all confused, and even Emo Na-Yi was puzzled as well. Due to Yang Kai's existence, the Black Ink clan could not afford to let their guard down, even with a new pseudo-royal lord on their side. Emo Na-Yi could not leave the No-Return Pass at will, lest Yang Kai found an opportunity to destroy more Black Ink nests here. Since the Royal Lord could not protect everything on his own, they could only ensure the safety of the Black Ink nest by joining forces. That was why the Royal Lord had been staying here all these years, rarely making an appearance. Even when he did come out, he looked gloomy, obviously still upset about Yang Kai's last visit. But with Emo Na-Yi as a capable assistant, the Royal Lord completely became an arm-flinging shopkeeper, leaving all major and minor matters of the Black Ink clan war effort to be handled by him, so he was able to relax. However, at this moment, the Royal Lord's expression looked exceptionally joyful. It was unclear if something had happened on the Great Territory battlefields, or if there had been some breakthrough development in the Black Ink clan. Then, as they recalled the tone in which the royal lord summoned them to this conference hall earlier, the Black Ink clan elites secretly anticipated good news. The royal lord remained silent, and the territory lords dared not speak without permission either. Instead, it was Emmonayi, a pseudo-royal lord, who smiled and asked, "Sir Royal Lord, is there good news you have to share with us today?" The royal lord chuckled and looked approvingly at Emmonayi. Although he had many loyal followers, only Emmonayi was quick-minded and able to read his intentions. This was also why he was willing to delegate power to Emmonayi. There was no possibility of a power struggle in the Black Ink clan, as Emmonayi's pseudo-royal lord status meant that he could never surpass the real royal lord's authority, so there was no concern over infighting even if so much power was given to Emmonayi. After nodding in approval at him, the royal lord announced the great news: "There is news from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction." With that announcement, the room erupted in surprise. The territory lords widened their eyes in excitement, while Emmonayi jumped up from his seat, exclaiming, "Sir, has the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction been broken?" Since the battle outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction and its subsequent sealing and Mo's slumber, the Black Ink clan had been unable to contact them. However, now the royal lord claimed that there was news from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, indicating that the Supreme One had awakened and the Grand Restriction had been broken. If this was true, the day when the Black Ink clan would rule all under the heavens would soon arrive. Even Emmonayi, who was usually calm and composed, was overcome with excitement and could not help but shed tears. But the royal lord waved his hand and said, "It's not what you think. The primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction is still there, and the Supreme One is still asleep." The excited territory lords were suddenly silenced like a bucket of cold water had been thrown on them. Then, Emmonayi asked, "If that's the case, how did news come from the other side?" "I'm also unsure, and due to the interference of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, the message is not very clear. All I know is that the humans still have some control over that place and that someone deliberately opened a gap, like before," the royal lord replied. "Someone is controlling the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. But it can't be Tsong, can it? How can anyone control the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction? Who is this person?" The territory lords were clamoring and asking questions. They were all innate territory lords who came from inside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, so they knew about the situation there very well. They knew that Tsong was the last human race master who could control the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, and after his death, no one should be able to do so. But now, the royal lord was saying that someone was in control of that place. If this message did not come from the Black Ink clan inside the Grand Restriction, they would never have believed it. While the territory lords were concerned about who was controlling the restriction, Emmonayi picked up on a different piece of information and asked, "Sir, when was the gap opened?" The royal lord answered, "It should have been some 100 years ago." Emmonayi murmured with a frown, "Around 100 years ago? Sir, back then, Yang Kai led several hundred Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the human race through the No-Return Pass and into the Black Ink battlefield. Considering the timeline, could it be that the person who controls the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction now is Yang Kai?" This was not a wild guess, as Yang Kai often accomplished things that others couldn't. If he was really the one controlling the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, Emmonayi wouldn't be surprised. The royal lord, however, shook his head and said, "It's not him. Although the information from the Grand Restriction is not complete, I've inquired carefully. The person who controls the Grand Restriction now does not resemble Yang Kai at all. It must be someone we don't know about." Emmonayi didn't doubt him and only sighed. The human race still has such a heritage. After Tsong's death, it was assumed that there would be no one who could control the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction again. This was good news for the Black Ink clan, as they could easily break it once the Supreme One awakened. However, it was different if someone was guarding it. Even the Supreme One couldn't underestimate the power of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, or else it wouldn't have been trapped for so many eons already. Mo Na Yi continued to ask, but if the human race has someone who can control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, why did they take the initiative to open a gap? The royal lord replied, those inside the grand restriction can sense that the human controlling it now is much weaker than Tsang, so their control over the grand restriction is far inferior. This person must have opened the gap to alleviate the pressure he was facing. This is clearly something the human race had planned to do long ago. When Yang Kai passed through the no-return pass with those hundreds of 8th Order masters, it was to go to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Now, there is an elite human race army and a divine dragon, Fu Guang, fighting against those who are rushing out. This has been happening for over 100 years. Mo Na Yi suddenly realized, curse those humans. When the territory lords below heard that their clansmen were being constantly killed at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, they immediately started clamoring again. A territory lord even stepped forward and bowed, saying, Sir Royal Lord, please let me lead a large army to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to coordinate with those inside and crush those humans. Mo Na Yi immediately stopped him. That would not be appropriate. Although the territory lord was intimidated by Mo Na Yi's pseudo-royal lord authority, he couldn't help but ask, why is it not appropriate? Mo Na Yi explained, when Yang Kai passed through the no-return pass, he had as many as 408th Order open heaven with him, and that's just what we could see on the surface. Although there were suspicions at the time, we couldn't be sure. Now that we have first-hand information, we can confirm that those 400 we saw that day were not the entire human force. Many more must have been staying in their small universes, which is why they were able to form a large army at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Martial Peak, Chapter 5684, How Despicable. This human race army must be filled with elites with exceptional strength, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to ambush and kill the clansmen who broke through the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Furthermore, there is also a divine dragon on their side. If we want to go against such an army, we can't afford to send in too few masters from our side, or we will just be sending them to their deaths. However, if we draw too many of our forces away from the front lines, how can we stabilize the situation on the various battlefields? The humans will inevitably seize the opportunity to attack and break through our defenses. Saying so, Mo Na Yi then looked at the royal lord and asked, do you know how many people are in that army? There shouldn't be more than 10,000 in total, which isn't a lot, but each individual is quite strong, especially those 408th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, they seem to have a large-scale artifact similar to a Great Pass with them. A Great Pass. Mo Na Yi furrowed his brow, and the territory lords all became fearful. Although all of the Great Passes that still survived were abandoned around the no-return pass and were now occupied by the Black Ink clan, it had cost them a massive price to capture them. If it weren't for the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods aiding them at the time, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to conquer the no-return pass. Now, with an elite army stationed at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and a great pass-like artifact assisting them, it was no wonder they had the confidence to open a gap in the grand restriction to alleviate the pressure. Mo Na Yi couldn't help but sigh deeply. The human's heritage remains as powerful as ever. Just from the fact that the humans were able to withdraw so many elites to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction without any impact on the situation in the various battlefields was enough to prove that the human race of today was not the same as the one from 3,000 years ago. After the war in the Barren Territory, the human race had sunk to its lowest point. The Great Territory battlefields were all in a passive state of defense, and profound Nether Territory was almost conquered by the Black Ink clan. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden appearance at the critical moment, profound Nether Territory would have fallen into the hands of the Black Ink clan. Yes, it was all because of Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai appeared in profound Nether Territory, the human race's plight had gradually been reversed. How did he even manage to accomplish such things? After careful observation, Mo Na Yi realized that Yang Kai didn't do much. Although he had killed many innate territory lords, it hadn't significantly impacted the balance of power between the two races. No matter how powerful he was, He was just a single individual and could not wipe out the entire Black Ink clan. The true root of the matter lay in the peace agreement between the two races. The constraints of the peace treaty had provided a relatively safe training space for the younger generation of the human race. While this alone might not seem significant, what was crucial was that the human race had the star boundary and the myriad monsters world, two open heaven realm cradles. The combination of such a relatively stable cultivation environment and a continuous influx of talented successors had shaped the human race's formidable heritage over thousands of years. It was a pity that when Yang Kai's reputation was at its peak, and all the innate territory lords trembled at the mere mention of his name, he proposed the peace agreement. Who would dare to reject him at that time? Looking at the current situation, this was all Yang Kai's cunning plan. Even if the Black Ink clan had seen through it at the time though, they could only accept it. Emonayi also caught on at this point. He thus grew more afraid of and suspicious of Yang Kai since he not only possessed incredible combat power but also had a far-seeing perspective. He was a great threat to the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan had naturally thought about how to deal with this issue and concluded that the best course of action would be to destroy the star boundary and the myriad monsters world, the places that contributed to the continuous enhancement of the human race's heritage. They were just two trivial universe worlds. If given the chance, any territory lord or 8th Order Black Ink disciple could easily deal with them. However, the Black Ink clan simply could not find the opportunity to do so, as every soldier that had been recalled from the front lines had to pass through a grand array filled with purifying light. Even if a Black Ink disciple had impure intentions, the purifying light would cleanse and dispel any Black Ink strength within them. Moreover, both the star boundary and the myriad monsters world had multiple powerful masters stationed there all year round, standing guard. The voice of the royal lord came through, bringing Emonayi back to focus. This king has asked if they need support over there, but those within the Grand Restriction believe it would be unwise to cause a commotion. They are working on finding other ways through the Grand Restriction, and if they succeed, they will be able to break free. Emonayi perked up and asked, "Can they do it?" He knew firsthand just how formidable the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was. When he was inside it years ago, many Black Ink clansmen had attempted to breach it from within, but all had failed. The royal lord replied, "Since they've said as much, there should be some progress. Although we do not know who the person overseeing the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction is now, their strength is far inferior to Tsong, so their control is obviously not as good either. Furthermore, opening a gap in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction has had some impact on its integrity, which may have provided some opportunities for those inside." Emonayi nodded lightly. The primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was extremely ancient and had been operating constantly for millions of years. The new human race master overseeing it was not like the legendary Tsong, a powerful monster with unfathomable experience. They couldn't be fully prepared, and as long as there was even the slightest flaw, those within the Grand Restriction would not miss that chance. Today, the royal lord summoned many of his territory lords to share the good news. He wasn't worried about any territory lord leaking the information because the Black Ink clan was not the same as the human race. If a human was corrupted by Black Ink strength, they would tell everything they knew to the Black Ink clan, but the Black Ink clan would never leak critical information to the humans. After a while, the royal lord left, and the rest quickly dispersed as well while Emonayi walked away, frowning deep in thought. He was thinking about none other than Yang Kai. Over 100 years ago, Yang Kai led a group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters through the No-Return Pass and into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. There had been no news about him for all this time, and no one knew where he had gone or what he was up to. If it were an ordinary 8th Order Master, Emonayi wouldn't have cared, but Yang Kai was different. Whatever the circumstances, Yang Kai had even killed a pseudo-royal lord, which was enough to make Emonayi take him seriously. After thinking for a while, Emonayi couldn't come to a conclusion. Yang Kai's whereabouts had always been elusive, and it seemed that even the human side had difficulty keeping track of him. He was once again relieved when he thought about how Yang Kai had no hope of reaching the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. If this headache-inducing menace had a chance to ascend to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, how could they handle him? Sir Emonayi. A territory lord approached suddenly. Emonayi turned his head and saw one of his territory lords in charge of logistics. He nodded and asked, "What's the matter?" The territory lord replied, "Sir, several squads that were supposed to return with resources have not returned yet." This wasn't a big deal, but since Emonayi was in charge of everything related to the no-return pass by the royal lord's orders, he still had to investigate all abnormal occurrences. The territory lords had also become accustomed to his meticulous style, so they would come to him with any matter, big or small. "How long are they overdue?" Emonayi frowned, feeling that something was off. The territory lord replied, "The earliest squad was supposed to have returned a month ago, while the latest should have arrived at the no-return pass 5 days ago." "Have you sent anyone to investigate?" "Yes, a team has been sent and we should receive a report in a few days." Emonayi nodded, "Notify me the moment you have answers." "Yes." A few days later, the feudal lord in charge of gathering news sent a message to the no-return pass using his black ink nest. The teams responsible for transporting materials had already set off for the no-return pass, but mysteriously disappeared halfway. When the news reached Emonayi, he immediately realized the problem. The teams transporting resources disappeared without a trace, but the human race had no presence on the Black Ink battlefield other than at the Grand Restriction. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had been constantly mining resources from the Black Ink battlefield and transporting them to the front lines without any issues. However, recently, several squads transporting resources disappeared for no reason. Someone must be causing trouble? The first person that came to Emonayi's mind was Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could do such a thing. Considering that he had gone deep into the Black Ink battlefield over 100 years ago and had not been seen since, it was almost certain that Yang Kai was now camping near the no-return pass, waiting for the Black Ink clan's resource teams to appear so he could rob them. Shameless. Emonayi immediately took out a communication bead and transmitted a message using his divine sense. This communication bead was left to him by Yang Kai the last time they met when he needed to hand over a batch of resources. Emonayi hadn't thrown it away, thinking that he might be able to use it to probe Yang Kai's location in the future. He didn't expect it to be useful so soon. After a while, the communication bead in his hand trembled slightly, causing Emonayi's brow to twitch. Yang Kai was really near the no-return pass. The movement of the communication bead was undoubtedly a sign that the message had been successfully transmitted. 10 million kilometers outside of the no-return pass, on a lone universe fragment, Yang Kai hid his figure and surveyed the surroundings with his divine sense. His current divine sense was incredibly powerful, and from this location he could monitor the movements of all Black Ink clan squads returning from the Black Ink battlefield. Over the last month or so, he had raided 5 Black Ink clan teams, seized their resources, and made a great deal of profit. He didn't raid all the Black Ink clan squads, but selectively chose a few. After all, he was doing business without investment, so he couldn't be too excessive. To continue this venture for a long time, he needed to take a steady approach, otherwise, the Black Ink clan would probably act out in rage, damaging his future prospects. As he was monitoring the movements of the void around him, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and took out a communication bead. With his divine sense, he probed it and couldn't help but praise Emonayi's quick thinking. He knew that he couldn't hide his actions for long, so Yang Kai deliberately wore this communication bead on his body. He just didn't expect Emonayi to contact him so quickly. The message in the communication bead was very simple, with only one sentence: "Sir Yang, can we meet?" It was obvious that Emonayi had already concluded that Yang Kai was involved in the disappearance of the teams transporting resources. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5685, Wanting the Lion's Share. On the universe fragment, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment upon receiving Emonayi's message, originally intending to ignore it. But after giving it some thought, he realized that there was no point in being sneaky about things and decided to confront Emonayi directly. So he immediately surged his divine sense and sent a message through the communication bead. At the same time, inside the no-return pass, Emonaye's communication bead trembled once again. He quickly immersed his mind in it to investigate, and in the next moment, boundless anger surged within him, almost causing his lungs to explode. The message in the communication bead was straightforward, consisting of only 2 words, 50%. Although it seemed incomprehensible at first glance, Emonaye instantly understood Yang Kai's intention. This bastard was clearly demanding 50% of the resources excavated by the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. His appetite was simply outrageous. These resources were mined by the Black Ink clan and were intended to be transported to the frontline battlefields to enhance the Black Ink clan's strength. It was all meant to be used against the human race, but now, without any effort on their part, the humans wanted to take away 50% of them. Moreover, if the human race were to use these resources to enhance their own strength, it would inevitably harm Black Ink clan. Emonaye would never agree to such an act of aiding the enemy. If he did, he would forever become a criminal in the eyes of the Black Ink clan. The more Emonaye interacted with Yang Kai, the more he found the latter to be difficult to deal with. At this moment, he had formed a new evaluation of him. Yang Kai was shameless beyond all imagination, able to make such outrageous demands without any scruples. It was simply unbelievable. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Emonaye sent a message to the territory lord in charge of the resource affairs, asking him to come over. At the same time, he feigned ignorance and replied, "Sir Yang, what do you mean? Please explain in detail." The communication bead quickly trembled, and Yang Kai replied with only 2 words, "Heh heh." Emonaye's brow twitched, and Yang Kai's annoying face inexplicably appeared in his mind, causing the anger he had just suppressed to surge up again. "Sir Emonaye." The summoned territory lord quickly arrived and bowed respectfully. Emonaye looked up and asked, "How many teams are overdue from the past month?" "5, sir," replied the territory lord. "And how many have returned?" "Also 5. 5 teams had disappeared, and 5 had returned. This was precisely 50%. Emonaye knew that this was no coincidence, but rather Yang Kai's intentional doing. His meaning was evident. The Black Ink clan could refuse his offer, but he would still be able to take 50%. In fact, if Yang Kai wanted to, there was a good chance he could take the other 50% as well. This was open bullying. Facing such a tricky opponent, Emonaye had always been patient and avoided confronting him head-on because he knew that Black Ink clan had no way of dealing with Yang Kai at the moment. In terms of strength, both he and the royal lord were stronger than Yang Kai, and if they were to fight it out in a one-on-one fashion, they could easily suppress him. However, if they couldn't kill Yang Kai, all hostility towards him would be meaningless. The Divine Spirit Ancestral Land was a great opportunity to kill him as the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array blocked the entire space, leaving Yang Kai with no place to use his greatest strength. It was the best opportunity the Black Ink clan had to kill him. It was a pity that Diwu had messed things up. Not only did the Black Ink clan lose many innate territory lords, but even Diwu was killed. The Tao of Space was undoubtedly the most troublesome Grand Tao for the Black Ink clan. Apart from Emonaye and Royal Lord, none of the other masters on the Black Ink clan's side were a match for Yang Kai. 3,000 years ago, Yang Kai was capable of slaughtering territory lords as easily as chickens, but at that time, he still needed to use his strange soul secret technique to achieve such remarkable results. Now, 3,000 years later, Yang Kai's strength had increased significantly, and innate territory lords were no longer a challenge for him. Even if they formed a battle formation, territory lords might not be able to do much against this menace. How could Emonaye not be cautious in the face of such an opponent? The whole reason why they had made peace with the human race back then was also because of this. In the current situation, Yang Kai's had become a nightmare that the Black Ink clan could not contain. Since that was the case, they could only place their hopes on the future. If the Black Ink clan managed to produce many royal lords one day, then the role that Yang Kai could play would naturally be greatly reduced. Over the years, Yang Kai had been traveling around, his whereabouts elusive and his reasons unknown. Emonayi never imagined that one day, this guy would block the no-return pass and personally loot resources from the Black Ink clan. Although angry and annoyed, he saw the underlying message through the situation's appearance. The human side must be running out of resources, otherwise, there was no reason for a master like Yang Kai to act like this. For this reason more than any other, Yang Kai's impudent demand could not be agreed to. As long as the Black Ink clan held on a little longer, the human race would only face more shortages, and even if they had countless rising prodigies, without enough supplies, their cultivation would not improve. Emonayi was anxiously trying to communicate with Yang Kai through the communication bead while summoning all the territory lords of the no-return pass. Within moments, hundreds of territory lords gathered in the main hall, but this time, the royal lord did not appear and only Emonayi stood below the throne of bones. Although the royal lord was absent, Emonayi did not dare to sit on the main throne, which was exclusively reserved for the royal lord. As a pseudo-royal lord, he did not have the qualifications to sit there. Looking at the group of puzzled territory lords below, Emonayi stated bluntly, Yang Kai is currently somewhere outside of the no-return pass. Some of the more belligerent territory lords began clamoring to lead their armies to surround and kill Yang Kai. The more timid ones turned pale because they had suffered losses at Yang Kai's hand. Emonayi took in the expressions of the territory lords and continued, the human race doesn't have enough resources, so now Yang Kai has come to plunder our supply transports. Although the losses are small for now, if this issue is not resolved soon, our resources will probably be cut in half compared to previous years. This will inevitably affect our plans for conquest. The noisy territory lords instantly quieted down, while a particularly sturdy-looking one cupped his fist and asked, how should we solve this problem, Sir Emonayi? Emonayi declared, the matter of resources is fundamental to both the Black Ink clan and the human race. The plundering of ours is a secondary loss compared to helping the human race grow stronger. For now, I need you to investigate Yang Kai's movements and escort the resource transports and their goods back. The sturdy territory lord then said, if that's the case, we have to move in teams capable of assuming battle formations. Against that killing star, not forming a battle formation would be equivalent to sticking out our necks and letting him chop our heads off. Fortunately, in recent years, the territory lords of the Black Ink clan had not been idle and had been diligently practicing various battle formations. It was ridiculous to say that these innate territory lords were already powerful enough to not fear any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but just because of Yang Kai's presence, they had to practice these battle formations to protect themselves. This was humiliating, but they were left with no other choice. Emonayi nodded. Yes, you will all need to form battle formations, with 4 symbols formations being the minimum requirement to face Yang Kai. Only territory lords who can form a 4 symbols formation can perform this task. Those who cannot should not go out for the time being. A battle formation was not something that could be just casually formed. The human race squads could do this because they grew and developed in a totally different environment compared to the Black Ink clan. The invasion and oppression of the Black Ink clan had long made all human race masters sincerely united. Each squad also had time to become familiar with each other through daily interactions and battles, so no matter when or where, they could easily form battle formations as there was innate trust among each other. It was different for the Black Ink clan, especially the innate territory lords, as each of them was born strong and naturally had their own arrogance and opinion. They were not willing to fully trust each other and entrust their lives to others, preferring to believe in their own selves above all else. This wasn't a surprise though, as in the face of danger, the first reaction of most living beings was to protect themselves. At the time of forming a battle formation, the auras of all in the formation were linked, essentially turning them into a single entity. However, once an individual had the intention to protect themselves over the group, the battle formation would collapse. That was why, when Diwu led 20 innate territory lords to surround and kill Yang Kai in the ancestral land, the battle formations they formed were only 4 symbols formations. It was not because they lacked the numbers, but rather because forcing a more advanced battle formation was impossible. Most of the territory lords of the Black Ink clan could only form the 4 symbols formation at most, with a select few capable of forming the 5 elements formation. No 6 paths formation had ever been formed among them. In fact, this was not a problem unique to territory lords. It was also difficult for 8th Order human masters to form a 6 paths formation, though not impossible. So far, the highest record for 8th Order masters was a 7 stars formation, which happened during a life or death crisis against a royal lord. The higher the individual strength, the more difficult it was to form a battle formation. This principle applied to both the humans and the Black Ink clan. For example, back when Yang Kai was squad leader of Dawn, he led his squad members to kill many enemies and once formed a 9 palaces formation. However, if he were to try to form such a formation with other 8th Order masters now, he would not be able to do so. With the command from Emonayi given, a few territory lords relaxed because they could not form a battle formation with other territory lords at all. Unexpectedly, this lack of competence had allowed them to avoid a potential crisis. Emonayi then deployed all the territory lords who could form battle formations into 2 groups. One group was responsible for searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts outside the no-return pass, with the other was responsible for protecting the squads returning from gathering resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. He then said, "The objective this time is not to kill Yang Kai. If you encounter him, prioritize self-preservation." After speaking these words aloud, Emonayi could not help but feel a sense of helplessness deep down in his heart. Faced with a master like Yang Kai, he actually unconsciously gave up the idea of killing him. Now, he only hoped that the acquired territory lords would grow up soon. As long as more royal lords appeared in the Black Ink clan, the threat that Yang Kai posed to the Black Ink clan would be greatly weakened. The territory lords then dispersed quickly, following Emonayi's previous assignments. They dared not be careless, forming 4 symbols and 5 elements formations immediately after leaving the no-return pass and quickly dispersing as they headed towards the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Back in the main hall, Emonayi looked at the more than 10 territory lords who remained, furrowing his brows slightly before waving his hand. "Be vigilant against any potential attacks from Yang Kai." "Yes." The territory lords then left with their orders. Martial Peak, Chapter 5686, Menkei. After leaving the main hall, Emonayi headed straight towards the high-rank Black Ink nest belonging to that royal lord. Ever since Emonayi had been entrusted with the affairs of the no-return pass and the entire Black Ink clan after his ascension to the rank of pseudo-royal lord, the royal lord frequently stayed inside this Black Ink nest and rarely ventured out. It was only because he had received the news from the clansmen inside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction a few days ago that the royal lord made an appearance to deliver good news to the many territory lords. Standing before the Black Ink nest, Emonayi sighed inwardly. Despite having arranged for clansmen to track Yang Kai's movements and protect the teams carrying resources, their enemy was Yang Kai. No matter how meticulous the arrangements were, they were simply not secure enough. In front of the territory lords, Emonayi pretended to be resolute and unwilling to give up anything, but he knew that if Yang Kai really had his sights set on Black Ink clan's resources, they would not be able to stop him. At present, the Black Ink clan seemed to be flourishing, but there was a simmering danger as the human race grew stronger bit by bit, gradually narrowing the gap in power between the 2 sides. Emonayi had long felt a strong sense of crisis brewing in his heart. He could only hope that there would be some pleasant surprises from the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction soon. Meanwhile, a female feudal lord, who was a personal attendant to the royal lord of relatively low cultivation, came out of the Black Ink nest and greeted Emonayi. "Sir Emonayi, please come in." Emonayi nodded and followed the feudal lord into the Black Ink nest. Soon, they saw the royal lord using the Black Ink nest to communicate with the outside world. Emonayi waited quietly without disturbing him, knowing that the royal lord was probably speaking with those inside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. After a while, the royal lord withdrew his consciousness from the Black Ink nest space, and Emonayi noticed a hint of joy in his expression. He understood instantly that there might be some pleasant surprises from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. He didn't ask too much as the royal lord would say if he wanted to. Instead, he just respectfully bowed. The royal lord sat down and asked, "What's the matter?" He knew Emonayi wouldn't come to see him without a specific reason. Since Emonayi was here, it must be a matter of importance. Emonayi immediately summarized Yang Kai's raid on the Black Ink clan's resources outside of the no return pass and told the royal lord about Yang Kai's demand for a 50% share. Hearing this, the royal lord was infuriated, and his good mood was instantly ruined. Impudence! How dare he make such a request? We already compensated him with a large amount due to the ancestral land incident, yet he is still not satisfied? Emonayi understood that the human race was lacking in resources while the Black Ink clan had plenty, so naturally, Yang Kai came to Black Ink clan to take advantage of them. After allowing the royal lord to vent his anger for a while, Emonayi continued, "Sir Royal Lord, I have ordered the territory lords to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts and also ordered escorts for the transport teams. However, Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of space and his combat strength is extremely high. Even if the territory lords form battle formations, they may not be able to match him if they encounter him." The royal lord pondered for a moment before saying, "You must personally take action and find an opportunity to kill him." Emonayi shook his head and replied, "I have considered this option, but if I leave the no-return pass, Yang Kai may find an opening to infiltrate. What if he comes to the no-return pass and targets the Black Ink nests?" These words made the royal lord's face darken. 3,000 years ago, with him standing guard, the Black Ink nests in the no-return pass would still be safe, but after Yang Kai emerged from his long retreat and revealed his strength, the royal lord knew that he alone could not protect all the Black Ink nests in the no-return pass. During these 3,000 years, Yang Kai's strength had increased that much. Furthermore, Emonayi considered and said, "Due to the ancestral land incident, our Black Ink clan suffered significant losses. If we anger him again this time, the situation may be difficult to contain." They wouldn't know how many resources they would have to offer up if the situation reached that point. Upon hearing this, the royal lord abruptly turned his head and glared at him. "Our Black Ink clan has so many rising talents, yet we can't even deal with one damn human?" The wrath directed at him frightened Emonayi, who immediately lowered his head and replied, "It is all due to my incompetence." The atmosphere in the Black Ink nest became tense as Emonayi suppressed his aura while the attendants who lived in the Black Ink nest also held their breaths. After a while, the royal lord said, "Create another pseudo-royal lord and let him secretly guard the no-return pass with me while you deal with Yang Kai." Create another pseudo-royal lord? But, sir, the number of our innate territory lords has decreased greatly. If we create another pseudo-royal lord, Emonayi was startled by the suggestion. In fact, he had discussed this matter with the royal lord before. Although the creation of a pseudo-royal lord represented the loss of more than 10 innate territory lord and a high-rank Black Ink nest, as long as it was for an appropriate purpose, it would still be useful for the Black Ink clan. However, as Emonayi said, after thousands of years of battles, the number of innate territory lords in the Black Ink clan had decreased sharply and was now quite low. Not to mention that every high-rank Black Ink nest sacrificed was a heavy blow. In the grand scheme of things, it was not suitable to create too many pseudo-royal lords. Both Di Wu and Emonayi were pseudo-royal lords created because of Yang Kai's existence. Unexpectedly, because of this killing star, the royal lord actually had the idea to create another pseudo-royal lord. If this continued, the number of innate territory lords in the Black Ink clan would continue to decrease sharply. "Rest assured, it won't cause any major problems if we only create one more," said the royal lord calmly. Emonayi was initially stunned, as this was different from the royal lord's previous attitude towards creating pseudo-royal lords. However, thinking about the primordial heaven's source grand restriction situation, Emonayi suddenly realized something and immediately accepted the order. "I will arrange it immediately." The royal lord snorted. "When the new pseudo-royal lord is created, you go and deal with Yang Kai directly. Try to provoke him as much as possible and make him come to the no-return pass. I will wait for him here with the new pseudo-royal lord. Yes. Emonayi couldn't help feeling a little excited. If the royal lord's strategy worked as planned, they might really have a chance to take down Yang Kai. Shortly after, a dozen or so territory lords stationed at the no-return pass were once again summoned. Learning that the royal lord was asking them to perform source fusion, the territory lords had mixed feelings. They had originally been left at the no-return pass to avoid the risk of facing Yang Kai because they couldn't meet the requirements of the battle formations. However, they did not expect that they could avoid Yang Kai but not the orders of the royal lord. The source fusion technique was extremely dangerous, with fewer than 1 in 10 being able to survive it. Who could guarantee that they would be the one to live? The birth of the first 2 pseudo-royal lords had already sacrificed 25 innate territory lords. Could they be so lucky to avoid sacrificing themselves? It was as the saying went for the human race, fortune and misfortune walk hand in hand. However, the royal lord's order had been given, and they were powerless to disobey it. Under Emonaye's supervision, 12 innate territory lords entered a high-rank black ink nest and began to perform the source fusion technique. One by one, the auras of the innate territory lords disappeared as the black ink nest shook incessantly. Several days later, when the last remaining territory lord's aura had completely merged with the black ink nest, a new pseudo-royal lord was born. Meng Ke. Emonayi stayed at the no-return pass for another month, allowing Meng Ke to familiarize himself with his new strength before he rushed out into the depths of the void. During this month's time, the Black Ink clan lost 8 teams that were transporting resources, a significant increase compared to the month before. The response from the Black Ink clan seemed to have completely removed Yang Kai's apprehensions. Previously, half of the teams were allowed to return, but now they had almost all been wiped out. A few days later, in the depths of the void, Emonayi met with 4 territory lords who had been maintaining a 4 symbols formation. They had clearly experienced a great battle recently, but it had ended almost as quickly as it began. There were many bodies of Black Ink clan soldiers left behind, but the 4 territory lords remained unharmed. Seeing Emonayi, the 4 exhausted territory lords finally had the opportunity to catch their breath as maintaining the 4 symbols formation consumed a great deal of their focus and energy. Though it was manageable for a short time, these 4 territory lords had not dared to relax once since leaving the no-return pass. No one knew when the human-killing star, Yang Kai, would appear. If they did not maintain the battle formation at all times, they might die the moment he mysteriously showed up. Sir Emonayi. The 4 territory lords saluted apologetically. Emonayi looked around, frowning. He didn't fight you. The dead here were just some ordinary Black Ink clan soldiers, and the 4 territory lords had no wounds on them, which was obviously suspicious. The 4 territory lords glanced at each other, and the leader sighed. He moves stealthily, and we find it difficult to predict when he will appear. Emonayi nodded in understanding. If Yang Kai didn't want to fight, they could do nothing about it, so he instead asked, "What about the resources?" The territory lord who had spoken before looked even more ashamed. "It was originally with me. After meeting with the team transporting the resources, he took the space ring which contained them. And then Yang Kai took it from me." Emonayi frowned again. "How did he take it from you if he did not come face to face with you?" The space ring was so small and could easily be kept close to the body. Unless Yang Kai had completely incapacitated them, they should not have been easily robbed. The territory lord hung his head. "I handed it over." Emonaye's eyes narrowed in response, staring fiercely at the territory lord, who explained in a frightened voice, "Yang Kai locked us with his divine sense and threatened to kill us even if it meant damaging his soul if we didn't hand it over. So you just gave it to him?" Emonayi roared furiously. "Please punish us, sir." The 4 territory lords looked terrified. They had no choice. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but when Yang Kai locked them down with his divine sense, the immense sense of danger forced them to make that choice. At that moment, they had no doubt that Yang Kai had the ability to kill them. Emonayi took a deep breath. Though he was angry, he knew that it wasn't the territory lord's fault. Anyone in such a situation would have had trouble putting their lives aside. In the divine spirit ancestral land, Yang Kai had killed Di Wu and 8 territory lords who formed battle formations. If he could do that, then killing a mere 4 territory lords would not be an issue. Martial Peak, Chapter 5687, Sincere Cooperation. The 4 Symbols formation was powerless to stop Yang Kai's killing spree, but it would force him to use his bizarre soul secret technique that harmed both himself and others. Mo Yi was not ignorant of this fact, but the battle formation that the territory lords of the Black Ink clan could form was limited to this degree, and he couldn't demand more from them. However, judging from the current situation, Yang Kai did not want to use his soul secret technique recklessly, probably because he did not want his soul to be injured. So, after coercing the territory lords to surrender their resources, he simply withdrew. Mo Yi was correct in his assumption. In profound nether territory, Yang Kai would strike every 2 years, and only with the assistance of many other 8th Order masters and the bulk of the profound nether army could he kill several innate territory lords. At that time, he did it to build up his fearsome reputation and pave the way for subsequent negotiation plans. Therefore, Yang Kai was not reluctant to damage his soul at that time, and each time he attacked he showed no mercy. But the current situation was different as Yang Kai was only plundering some resources. Furthermore, he had to rendezvous with Yang Lai and others every 100 years, so if he used soul-rending thorns recklessly and severely injured his own soul by accident, it would greatly affect his subsequent plans. Otherwise, why would he easily spare the lives of those 4 innate territory lords? Yang Kai also understood that the more territory lords he killed, the less pressure the human race would face in the future. The simple reason for all of this was that resources were a more important matter right now. Killing some Black Ink clan soldiers didn't matter much, as the Black Ink clan wouldn't care. However, if Yang Kai really killed a lot of innate territory lords, the situation would quickly spiral out of control, forcing the Black Ink clan's hand. The issue of resources would also be impossible to resolve once that happened. At present, everything was done for the sake of resources. The Black Ink clan's response was within Yang Kai's expectations. The blood feud between the two sides was absolutely irreconcilable, so even if he and Mo Yi appeared cordial on the surface, the Black Ink clan would not simply agree to share half of their resources just because Yang Kai asked. Therefore, he needed a way to make the Black Ink clan realize that if they could not meet his demands, the consequences would be unbearable for them. Only then would the Black Ink clan acquiesce. Robbing the resource teams returning from the Black Ink battlefield was the method Yang Kai chose. If they refused to give him 50%, he would just take everything. Unless the Black Ink clan did not send teams out to collect resources, they would inevitably face the risk of being robbed. However, if they stopped their mining activities, the Black Ink clan's supplies would be greatly affected, which would have a huge impact on their subsequent accumulation of strength as well. The only thing that slightly surprised Yang Kai was that Mo Yi had personally taken action. Was Mo Yi not afraid that he would go to the no-return pass to destroy those Black Ink nests now that the defenses there were weakened? In the void, Mo Yi sent the 4 territory lords away to continue escorting other supply teams, holding the communication bead in his hand and transmitting his thoughts to it. However, every attempt was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any response. This made Mo Yi grit his teeth in frustration, thinking Yang Kai, that bastard, probably put the communication bead into his small universe, a sign he did not want Mo Yi to contact him again. As time passed, messages from various directions deep within the void arrived one after another. Mo Yi rushed to each location, but he was always one step too late. Even with the territory lords acting as guards, they couldn't stop Yang Kai's raids on their resource teams. One after another, the delivery squads were pilfered clean, with only a few lucky ones managing to escape unscathed. With each secret battle they waged, Mo Yi experienced how difficult Yang Kai was to deal with. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and his movements were elusive, often raiding the Black Ink clan in one area of the void before soon appearing millions of kilometers away. For 10 whole years, Emona did not even catch a glimpse of Yang Kai in person, except for one instance when he felt the fluctuations of space principles nearby and rushed to the scene, only to find that Yang Kai had already left. During these 10 years, less than 100 resource teams managed to return from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield to the no-return pass. To exploit resources, the Black Ink clan dispatched a massive number of teams to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield on mining missions. The demand for resources was not just a problem for the human race, but also for the Black Ink clan. In some respects, the Black Ink clan's demand for resources was even greater than the human race's. At least 100 teams were expected to return each year, but now, after 10 years, less than 100 had done so, the rest had been looted by Yang Kai. This was not just a loss of 50%, but a staggering 90%. While the casualties in each individual raid were not significant, that did not mean they weren't adding up over time. Additionally, although no territory lords died, a number of feudal lords were slaughtered and the loss of critical resources was becoming serious. For 10 years, Emona had been searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts in the void, constantly trying to intercept or contact him, but he had never succeeded. What made him even more frustrated was that Yang Kai showed no intention of going to the no-return pass. Originally, in the Royal Lord's plan, when Emona joined the hunt, Yang Kai should be tempted to head to the no-return pass and threaten the safety of the Black Ink nest, thus forcing the Black Ink clan to agree to his unreasonable demands. If Yang Kai had done so, the Royal Lord and Meng Ke could have had a chance to ambush him. As long as they could entangle him, the territory lords could set up the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array to prevent this killing star from escaping. But over the past 10 years, Yang Kai only wandered the void, never coming within 10 million kilometers of the no-return pass. This left Emona feeling defeated, like he was punching with all his strength only to hit a wad of cotton. If Yang Kai never went to the no-return pass, what was the point of sacrificing a dozen territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest to create Meng Ke, the new pseudo-royal lord? Faced with such a cunning and cautious opponent, who also possessed extraordinary strength and means like Yang Kai, Emona felt incredibly frustrated. Deep within the void, Yang Kai concealed his aura and manipulated space principles, almost merging his body with the void. The demon eye of annihilation penetrated through space as he silently observed the scene a million kilometers away, where a squad transporting goods had just been plundered by him and 4 territory lords forming a battle formation were stationed. Shortly after, Emona arrived in a hurry and asked about the situation, his face dark and gloomy. The same routine, the same result. Yang Kai intimidated the territory lord who had the space ring with his sole secret technique, forcing him to hand over the goods or he would kill them all. This happened countless times over the past 10 years, and it always succeeded. It was not that the territory lords were cowardly, but they had no choice when facing certain death. Of course, Emona had an idea about how to overcome this dastardly move. He simply had to order the territory lords to not comply. If Yang Kai really used his sole secret technique and killed the territory lords, he would not be better off. He would have to find a place to heal for the next 2 or 3 years. But this approach was only a temporary solution. Sacrificing territory lords would not solve the problem, and when Yang Kai recovered, he would surely come back again. There were not many innate territory lords in the Black Ink clan to sacrifice, so it was better to let them use the source fusion technique. At least they could contribute to creating a pseudo-royal lord. In other words, this solution simply wasn't feasible. Emona felt completely defeated. He was stronger than Yang Kai, and in terms of intelligence and cunning, he was not inferior by much. However, he was still forced to dance to the opponent's tune as Yang Kai's space secret techniques were an insurmountable obstacle. At this moment, Emona suddenly brightened up and quickly took out a communication bead. As he felt a slight vibration from this little bead, he almost cried out. For 10 years, he had been trying to contact Yang Kai but had never received a response. Unexpectedly, today, exactly 10 years later, Yang Kai contacted him. Emona's divine sense surged as he checked the message transmitted through the communication bead. It was a simple message, 50%. Emonaye's anger rose rapidly, but he forcibly suppressed it and tried to reply calmly, "Sir Yang, you are too greedy." Yang Kai's response came quickly too, and it made Emonaye feel uncomfortable. Over the past 10 years, what % of your mind resources made it back to the no-return pass? Emonaye roared inside, "Aren't you the one who knows that best? Less than 100 out of roughly 1,000 teams have returned, so at best a paltry 10%. This had made it so that those currently sourcing for resources outside dared not easily send resources back and could only stay at the mining sites and wait for the no-return pass to resolve Yang Kai's matter before making further arrangements. This king does not want to cut off all diplomatic ties. Over the years, I have never laid a hand on any of the territory lords, only taking a few meager resources. I hope that the Black Ink clan can also understand the greater good and the overall situation. Only through sincere cooperation between the two sides on this matter can there be mutual benefit and mutual gain." Looking at the words transmitted through the communication bead, Emonaye's face twitched uncontrollably. He had interacted with many humans before, but he had never seen anyone so shameless before. The resources were gathered by the Black Ink clan, with the humans contributing nothing at all. Yang Kai was just going around robbing them, and now he had the audacity to talk about righteousness and sincere cooperation for mutual benefit. How could Emonaye not understand his intentions? All these grandiose words were just a thinly veiled threat. The implicit meaning in his words was that if the Black Ink clan did not understand the greater good and the overall situation, he would continue to loot until they capitulated. By then, the losses for the Black Ink clan would only be more devastating. Emonaye thought he had understood humans well enough, but today he realized that his so-called understanding was only scratching the surface. A human race master with such a formidable reputation could be shameless to this degree. It was truly eye-opening. Emonaye was so angry that he actually threw his head back and laughed out loud. He wanted to say something cutting but was afraid of provoking Yang Kai, so he did not know how to respond. While he was hesitating, Yang Kai sent another message, "Sir Emonaye, this king has already been benevolent towards the Black Ink clan. Please don't force my hand. These years, I have never gone to the no-return pass. Compared to the high-rank Black Ink nests in the no-return pass, a few resources are nothing in comparison. You should be able to discern the difference in weight, right?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 5688, The One Who Keeps Thinking About Stealing. Faced with such an open and blatant threat, Emonaye not only did not get angry, but instead felt a sense of relief that Yang Kai had finally taken this step. The reason he left the no-return pass was to give a false impression to Yang Kai that there was only one royal lord on guard now, and he had a chance to destroy the Black Ink nests. Unfortunately, for the past 10 years, Yang Kai had never appeared outside of the no-return pass and had been constantly looting the resource squads, causing the royal lord's initial plan to fail. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai finally revealed intentions of using the Black Ink nests to threaten the Black Ink clan. Emonaye was secretly delighted and quickly replied, "Yang Kai, some things can be done once or twice, but not thrice. You have trespassed into the no-return pass twice and destroyed many Black Ink nests, but if you dare try this again, I, Emonaye, will never let you go." The message was sent out, but there was no response after a long time of waiting. 1,000,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai carefully observed each change in Emonaye's expression and began making plans in his heart. He had thought about going to the no-return pass to threaten to destroy some Black Ink nests and force the Black Ink clan to meet his demands, and had even taken action for this purpose. Over the past 10 years, he had secretly investigated the no-return pass several times. However, with his increasing mastery of the Tao of Time, his sensitivity to future crises had become much higher. This sense had helped him avoid some dangers during his last rampage in the no-return pass, and it was the same now. Every time he approached the no-return pass, the idea of destroying Black Ink nests would unconsciously bring a sense of peril, as if there was a great danger hidden within the no-return pass that could threaten him. This puzzled Yang Kai greatly. Emonaye had gone to the depths of void for all these years, and only one royal lord was guarding the no-return pass. According to his current strength, as long as he avoided that royal lord, the no-return pass would be his to enter and exit as he pleased. With the no-return pass being such a large area and the numerous high-rank black ink nests of the black ink clan so scattered, one royal lord couldn't look after all of them. So, where did this sense of danger come from? The sense of danger he felt during his last rampage in the no-return pass was due to Emmonai hiding in the shadows. Based on his experience from last time, Yang Kai naturally guessed that the Black Ink clan had produced another pseudo-royal lord. Emmonai believed that Yang Kai knew nothing about the situation at the no-return pass, but in reality, Yang Kai had been observing secretly to confirm his suspicions. And Emmonai's response this time was undeniable evidence of this. Regardless of whether it was Emmonai when he was still an innate territory lord in the past or the current Emmonai as a pseudo-royal lord, he would always address Yang Kai as Sir Yang, naturally showing respect to an elite fighter regardless of their hostile relationship. But this time, Emmonai addressed Yang Kai by his name directly, and his words carried a hidden threat, almost like he was daring Yang Kai to immediately cause trouble at the no-return pass. This was not Emmonai's usual behavior. Yang Kai, seeing this, knew that his suspicion was probably correct. There must be a new pseudo-royal lord at the no-return pass, lying in ambush with the royal lord. In the void, Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled, finding it quite interesting to engage in this battle of wits with Emmonai. He thus quickly replied, "Just wait and see. This time, this king will not rest until he destroys 10 high-rank black ink nests." After transmitting the message, Yang Kai put away his communication bead and disappeared from sight. In the distant void, Emmonai also hurriedly put away his communication bead, raised his palm, and a surge of thick black ink strength rushed out, quickly forming a vortex in his palm. Within the vortex, a very delicate and small black ink nest appeared. This was a low-rank black ink nest, which was not yet mature. Such a black ink nest was not very useful to the Black Ink clan, but it was perfect for transmitting messages. Now, the territory lords who were searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts and escorting the supply teams almost all had such a miniature black ink nest, just to facilitate rapid communication with each other. By summoning this small black ink nest, Emmonai sent a message to the no-return pass, informing the royal lord about Yang Kai's imminent arrival and telling them to prepare. After doing so, Emmonai also hurried towards the no-return pass, secretly praying for a swift victory. If Yang Kai thought that there was only one royal lord guarding the no-return pass, he would surely make a mistake, and if the royal lord and Meng Ke teamed up, they only needed to entangle him for 10 breaths so the territory lords could activate the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array. Once the Grand Array was formed, Yang Kai would be trapped like a cornered beast. Without the ability to use space principles to flee, Yang Kai would only be a slightly stronger 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, incapable of facing all the elites of the Black Ink clan. After years of entanglement, is it finally time to determine the winner and loser of our little game? Emmonai suddenly felt like he was dreaming. However, he had only made it halfway back when he suddenly stopped and hastily summoned the miniature black ink nest. As his divine sense poured it to investigate, his face turned pale in an instant. The message from the black ink nest was too bizarre to believe at first, but after verifying it a few times, he confirmed that he had indeed read it correctly. Standing there, his expression fluctuated for a moment before he turned and flew in another direction. Half a day later, he arrived in a spot in the void and appeared before 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation. "Sir Emmonai." The 4 territory lords were overjoyed to see him as if they had seen their savior. "What happened?" Emmonai asked in a deep voice. One of the 4 territory lords immediately recounted their encounter with Yang Kai, which was actually quite simple. They were escorting a supply team back to the no-return pass when Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Over the years, they had encountered Yang Kai several times, but he had never attacked them directly. Instead, he attacked the Black Ink clansmen who were transporting materials, killing mostly low-rank soldiers. For the 4 territory lords, Yang Kai mainly used his soul secret technique as a threat, forcing them to compromise and hand over the resources. Under threat of imminent death, the territory lords had no choice but to comply. As a result, every time Yang Kai made a move, he was able to gain something. But this time, Yang Kai not only slaughtered the Black Ink clansmen transporting the materials, but also injured the 4 territory lords, one of whom was seriously wounded. Yi was not angry after listening to this, but rather pleasantly surprised. He used his soul secret technique. Yang Kai often used his soul secret technique to intimidate territory lords, but he had never actually activated it before. Yi even suspected that Yang Kai was just bluffing this whole time. Yi had intended to prevent the territory lords from compromising at all costs, but he knew that even if he issued such an order, the territory lords would find it difficult to hold out in a life-or-death crisis. Losing the materials was a small matter, but losing territory lords was a serious blow. But if Yang Kai had used his soul secret technique this time, it meant that he would enter a period of retreat and recuperation for the next 2 or 3 years. This would undoubtedly be his weakest time, and if they could find his whereabouts, the situation would be promising. However, to Yi's surprise, the 4 territory lords looked embarrassed and shook their heads in unison. The speaking territory lord cried out, "He did not." Upon hearing that, Yi's joyous expression instantly disappeared, and he frowned. If he didn't use his soul secret technique, how did he manage to injure all of you like this? The 4 innate territory lords had formed the 4 symbols formation, making it impossible for Yang Kai to pose a substantial threat to them without using his soul secret technique. Although Yang Kai was strong, he was not yet strong enough to break this formation forcibly. Even Yi would have to work hard to injure the 4 territory lords who were united in this formation. The expressions of the 4 territory lords became even more embarrassed and they stammered, not knowing how to explain. However, Yi had already figured it out at that point and asked with a stern face, "Did you break the battle formation yourselves?" Only then could Yang Kai pick them off one by one. The territory lord who spoke earlier shamefully admitted, "Yes. It's just that maintaining the 4 symbols formation consumes our mental strength, and although there was no problem in the short term, it's been 10 years now. We find it difficult to maintain the battle formation at all times, so..." In fact, it wasn't just these 4 territory lords. Other territory lords who had formed 4 symbols and 5 elements formations also encountered similar problems. Maintaining the battle formation for a long time put a heavy burden on their minds, so sometimes they would break the battle formation to disconnect their auras and let themselves recover a little. How could they have known that Yang Kai would take advantage of this opportunity to attack them? If they hadn't been on alert and quickly formed the battle formation again after Yang Kai appeared, they might have suffered more than just injuries. The territory lord cautiously peered at Yi's expression, thinking that he would be severely reprimanded for their failure. However, all Yi did was sigh. "It was my carelessness." He thought that their operation against Yang Kai would not take too long, but he never expected that it would take 10 years and still not produce any results. If Yang Kai could injure 4 territory lords in just 10 years, what about another 10 or 100 years? It was as the saying went, one need not fear a thief who always steals, they should fear the thief who constantly thinks of stealing. When Yi first heard this, he did not understand, but now he finally did. "Yang Kai, that thief, you are truly my eternal nemesis. That bastard even vowed to destroy 10 high-rank Black Ink nests in the no-return pass, but all he did was go against his words and injure 4 territory lords. I was a fool to have believed anything he said." It appeared that Yang Kai had seen through the arrangements at the no-return pass, which was why he had never gone there but instead wreaked havoc out here in the void. "Send a message to the other squads and tell all territory lords to be careful. Yang Kai could strike at any time," Yi ordered, remembering the lesson from these 4 territory lords as he believed that Yang Kai would strike again. Then, the 4 territory lords followed Yi's order and took out their miniature Black Ink nests to spread the word. Martial Peak, Chapter 5689, A Big Mouth Can Swallow Up the World. To prevent Yang Kai from wheeling around and finishing the job, Yi personally escorted these 4 injured territory lords back to the no-return pass. One of them was severely injured, and even though he could barely manage to maintain the battle formation with the other three, they were still at risk of being targeted and defeated. For safety reasons, it was best for them to not expose themselves outside anymore. Mo Na Ye's compassion moved the 4 territory lords to tears of gratitude. Only when they arrived at the no-return pass did they feel safe. Mo Na Ye then went to see the royal lord to share his suspicions. When the royal lord heard that Yang Kai might have already seen through the traps set up at the no-return pass, his face grew dark and his anger was almost palpable. They had sacrificed a dozen innate territory lords and a high-rank black ink nest to create Meng Kai, a pseudo-royal lord, all to lure Yang Kai to the no-return pass and eliminate him. But if Yang Kai did not show up, all their plans would be in vain and Meng Kai would be useless. Sir, the more time passes, the more detrimental it will become to the Black Ink clan. There are no longer many supply squads that can return to the no-return pass. Besides, the territory lords are already exhausted from maintaining the battle formation for such a long time, and they may not be able to hold on much longer. Mo Na Yi reported carefully while observing the royal lord's reaction. Why? Why can't we deal with 1/8 order human? The royal lord exclaimed in anger. Mo Na Yi was speechless upon hearing this. If they had a way to deal with Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be in such a difficult spot in the first place. This human was not someone they could defeat with brute strength alone. After some contemplation, Mo Na Yi said, Sir Royal Lord, please be prepared. This time, our Black Ink clan may really have to make sacrifices to quell the situation. The royal lord turned to him and glared, Are you suggesting that we agree to his ridiculous demands? Mo Na Yi shook his head and replied, It's impossible to agree to his demands for 50%. Those resources were painstakingly extracted by our Black Ink clan, while he did nothing but threaten us with despicable means. He is out of his mind if he thinks he can take half of all our hard-earned resources. However, if we give him too little, he may not agree either. The royal lord waved his hand impatiently. It's up to you to decide. Don't bother me with this matter anymore. Just hearing Yang Kai's name gave the royal lord a headache. How could a human like him exist? He would rather fight Fu Guang, a real divine dragon, than hear Yang Kai's name ringing in his ears again. Then, Mo Na Yi nodded respectfully before withdrawing in embarrassment. As a subordinate, he should not burden the royal lord, but instead, he felt the humiliation of being incapable of resolving the issue at hand. However, there was no other solution to the current problem. Yang Kai had been causing trouble for the past 10 years, plundering 90% of their resources while holding the territory lords of the no-return pass in check. Even Mo Na Yi himself had been running around in circles all these years, with nothing to show for his efforts. If this chaos continued, the territory lords would likely collapse from exhaustion, and once that happened, the losses that followed would far exceed a few measly resources. After some contemplating, Mo Na Yi decided to contact Yang Kai using his communication bead to discuss the matter. However, before he could do so, he summoned his miniature black ink nest and inspected a new message that was just sent to him. Letting out a sigh after seeing this message, he hurriedly rushed towards the depths of the void. Another 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation were ambushed and injured by Yang Kai, losing all their resources in the process. When Mo Na Yi arrived at the scene, he realized that the situation was much worse than he had expected. The injuries to these 4 territory lords were not too serious as they had been on guard and immediately formed the 4 symbols formation to protect themselves after the ambush. However, after a more careful inspection, Mo Na Yi was startled to find that 2 of the territory lords had identical injuries, just a finger's length left of their heart. This position was not a fatal wound for a Black Ink clan master, but it still made Mo Na Yi frown. Was this intentional, or just a coincidence? If it was unintentional, everything would be fine, but if Yang Kai had done this deliberately, it was a worrying issue. If this was Yang Kai's doing, it was undoubtedly a message that said he could kill one or both of these territory lords but chose to hold back to not escalate the situation further. This was his way of showing both his sincerity and his determination. Mo Na Yi couldn't help a wry grin from appearing on his face. This guy came to the Black Ink clan trying to take the lion's share, plundering the Black Ink clan's resources, and yet he was still showing sincerity. What was he trying to do? Earn profit by being friendly. But the wealth he would be earning belonged to the Black Ink clan. Sir Mo Nayi, a territory lord, walked over and handed him an item with caution. We found this after Yang Kai disappeared. It should be something he left behind on purpose. Mo Nayi turned to look and recognized it as a universe chart from the human race, but why would Yang Kai leave such a thing here? Mo Nayi was puzzled, so he took the universe chart and immersed his divine sense to investigate it. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. Yang Kai deliberately left this universe chart here for no other reason than to further threaten them. When Mo Nayi inspected the universe chart, he easily identified many locations that were highlighted. When he projected this onto the real Black Ink battlefield, it was not difficult to see that all of the marked positions were staging points for the Black Ink clan's mining operations. There were hundreds of these marked positions, which meant that Yang Kai had already found most of the locations where the Black Ink clan was gathering resources. If he wanted to, he could just go to those places directly, wipe out the Black Ink clan soldiers, and take all the resources for himself. If that happened, the Black Ink clan's source of resources would be greatly reduced. It should be noted that there were no elites guarding those places. Faced with a killing star like Yang Kai, the low-rank clansman could not resist at all. How did he manage to do all this and still raid so many of our convoys? Mo Nayi couldn't figure it out at all. Yang Kai had been plundering resource squads everywhere for the past 10 years, yet he somehow found the time to investigate these mining outposts where resources were being exploited as well. It had to be noted that each of these locations was no less than a few million kilometers away from each other, which would take a significant time to travel between. Mo Nayi could only sigh and think that space secret techniques were truly unparalleled when it came to mobility. The distances that seemed far away to others were nothing to Yang Kai. This was what allowed him to gather so much information in a mere 10 years. The markings on this universe chart were like the wounds on the two territory lords, both a threat and a sincere gesture. Mo Nayi understood everything and became crestfallen. Even if he had achieved the status of pseudo-royal lord, he was still defeated by Yang Kai in this confrontation. Both he and the Black Ink clan were defeated. Yang Kai alone had disrupted the Black Ink clan's entire operation on the Black Ink battlefield despite them going all out to stop him. In fact, for the past 10 years, they hadn't so much as wounded Yang Kai, and now, after all that, they still had to compromise. Let all the territory lords return to the no-return pass, Mo Nayi said, feeling dejected. The 4 territory lords were surprised as one of them asked, "Sir, what about Yang Kai?" "I'll talk it out with him." The territory lords exchanged glances upon hearing this and understood what Mo Nayi meant. Although they were relieved that they no longer had to be on edge every day, each territory lord's heart was still shrouded in thick humiliation. Soon after, the territory lords departed. Mo Nayi stood in the void, took out the communication bead, and played with it in his hand as if he was pondering something. A moment later, he suddenly turned his head and saw a figure standing nearby while looking at him with a smile and cupping his fist in greeting, "Sir Mo Nayi." Mo Nayi's face twitched. This bastard is truly daring. He's actually been hiding nearby all this time and even dared to appear in front of me like this. He couldn't help but have the immediate urge to attack, but this thought was like a wave in the storm that quickly dissipated. There was no way Mo Nayi could kill Yang Kai here, and if he tried, it would only worsen his position. "Sir Yang, your skills are truly impressive." Mo Nayi saluted him, unsure whether he was being sarcastic or sincere. Yang Kai shrugged it off while smiling. "From the looks of it, you have made a decision, yes?" Mo Nayi lowered his brow and muttered, "The matter of resources has been fully entrusted to me by Sir Royal Lord." "Very good," Yang Kai smiled and declared, "My proposal from last time is still valid." Mo Nayi immediately shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. "Sir Yang," he paused, then continued, "we've known each other for many years now, and as you humans say, you don't truly know someone until you've fought them. Although we're on different sides, I admire you greatly and calling you sir seems a bit formal. How about I call you Brother Yang? What should I call you then? Brother Emo? Those from the Black Ink clan don't have surnames, right? Emo Na Yi said solemnly, only the royal lord has the qualification to use Mo as a surname. For example, our current king is Mou. Those beneath the royal lord may use their own names and surnames. Brother Yang can just call me by my name. Yang Kai nodded lightly as he felt like he had heard a piece of news of some importance. The human race had never figured out the name or surname of the royal lord and didn't know how to address him. Fortunately, there was only one true royal lord in the Black Ink clan right now, so they always addressed him as the royal lord. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai learned this bit of information from Emo Na Yi today, though it wasn't of much use. Emo Na Yi continued, Brother Yang, 50% is impossible. All the resources are extracted by my Black Ink clan and transported by us. You haven't put in any effort yet you want to take away half? Aren't you being a bit too greedy? Yang Kai grinned, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. There's an old saying among us humans, a big mouth can swallow up the world. Saying so, he even pointed at his face as if to say, look at how big my mouth is. Emo Na Yi rubbed his temple, looking a bit headache-ridden. Brother Yang, I am sincerely discussing this matter with you today. Please don't joke around. Yang Kai spat disdainfully and also adjusted his expression as he said, in that case, I want to know how much the Black Ink clan can offer. Emo Na Yi held up a finger, but then curved it and calmly said, 5%. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Emo Na Yi, you would make an excellent salesman. If it's only 5%, why bother discussing the matter at all? I might as well rob your Black Ink clan's supply teams and take 90%. Wouldn't that be simpler? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5690, agreed. Emo Na Yi shook his head and said, Brother Yang, why play dumb? Although you have been able to take away 90% of our resources over the past decade, that's only because we haven't changed our resource exploitation strategy. But if this continues, we will likely completely give up on the Black Ink battlefield resource extraction. What will you gain then? If this were to happen, it would be a disastrous outcome for both sides. The Black Ink clan would stop extracting resources from the Black Ink battlefield, and Yang Kai would naturally not be able to plunder anything. However, such a situation was impossible. The resources from the Black Ink battlefield were indispensable to the Black Ink clan. They needed these resources to maintain their military advantage and to provide for those within the clan, especially the acquired territory lords. If the supply of resources from the Black Ink battlefield was cut off, there might not be an immediate impact, but over time, the Black Ink clan's overall strength would inevitably decline significantly. This was not something that the Black Ink clan would be willing to accept. On the other hand, the human race would not be affected in the slightest. It was just that Yang Kai would be restricted from acting. However, now that he was unencumbered, being restricted was not a big deal. Yang Kai was well aware of this, so he remained unmoved. As Emo Na Yi realized he couldn't convince Yang Kai, he sighed and put down his raised finger. Good, Brother Yang, you can have 10% of our clan's resources. That should be enough, right? 10% is not small indeed, Yang Kai replied, but it's still not enough. Emo Na Yi frowned. Brother Yang, how much do you want? Please be straightforward. I'll compromise. I won't ask for 50% and you won't offer 10%. Let's settle on 40%. 20%. Emo Na Yi immediately counter-offered. After some thought, Yang Kai gestured with his hand. 30%. Emo Na Yi, there's no need to haggle further. 30% is my bottom line. If the Black Ink clan can't agree, then there's no need to continue this conversation. Emo Na Yi felt angry at Yang Kai's domineering approach, wondering if he was there to rob them or just looking for trouble. There was no space for negotiation if he had to put it that way. However, Yang Kai continued, all resources gathered from outside should be handed over by the Black Ink clan. Every 10 years. No, every 5 years, the Black Ink clan will allocate 30% of everything that they've gathered from the Black Ink battlefield and hand it over to me at the no-return pass. If you agree, I won't obstruct the Black Ink clan's resource-gathering operations in the future. Yi raised his brow at this proposal. If this was the deal, then there would still be room for maneuvering. Frankly speaking, the amount and quality of resources returned by each mining team was different, and if they were not carefully inspected, no one would know exactly what was in the shipment. Yang Kai said he wanted 30%, but he couldn't check all the resources gathered by each squad. Besides, the Black Ink clan would also not allow him to do so. Even if they gave him 20% or less, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Of course, if it was too little, Yang Kai would naturally raise objections. So, when he said he wanted 30%, it was just a euphemism, as he probably predicted such skimming would happen in the future. After a brief pause, Yi nodded and said, "If that's the case, I can agree to Brother Yang's request." "I have another condition," Yang Kai said. Yi thought to himself that things were never that simple. After dealing with Yang Kai for such a long time, he knew he wasn't a person to settle for less. "Please speak, Brother Yang." Yi gestured. Yang Kai looked past him in the direction of the no-return pass and stated firmly, "I don't want to see any pseudo-royal lords on any of the great territory battlefields." He really guessed it. Yi was secretly shocked. Meng Ke had become a pseudo-royal lord some 10 years ago, but he remained hidden since then. The royal lord had originally planned to let Yi appear outside to lure Yang Kai into attacking the no-return pass. However, Yang Kai had not once done so, as if he had been wary of the trap there. Yi suspected that Yang Kai had figured everything out, but he had no way to verify this. Now, after hearing Yang Kai's words, he knew that his suspicions were correct. In addition, Yi had planned to let Meng Ke continue to lurk after this matter was resolved, working with the royal lord to guard the no-return pass. This way, Yi could leave for the front lines, and the addition of a pseudo-royal lord would be enough to shift the tide on the battlefield. However, before he could implement this plan, Yang Kai stopped it with just a few simple words. This should not have been something that could be agreed to easily, but Yi did not hesitate at all and said with a smile, "Rest assured, Brother Yang. I have been stationed at the no-return pass for many years. Sir Royal Lord has put me in charge of all battlefield affairs. I do not have the spare time or capacity to head to the front lines." The implication here was that there was only one pseudo-royal lord in the Black Ink clan, which was not the case. Yang Kai didn't point this out, nor did he have any thoughts of verifying it. The sense of crisis he had felt during the few times he approached the no-return pass over the past 10 years was enough to convince him that the Black Ink clan had another pseudo-royal lord besides Yi. "In that case, is this matter settled?" Yang Kai asked while smiling. After some thought, Yi replied, "Yes, it is." In response, Yang Kai laughed and casually grabbed something from the void and threw it towards Yi. Yi looked wary, but Yang Kai responded, "I said last time that I would buy you a drink when I come to the no-return pass again. This bottle of wine will serve as an appreciation gift for our cooperation." Yi reached out and caught the bottle, only to find that it was not an artifact or a secret technique, just a simple container. At the same time, space principles fluctuated, and Yang Kai had already disappeared without a trace when Yi looked up. Although he was constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, he could only vaguely sense the direction in which he left. The exact location was impossible to determine unless he actively chased after him. This secretly shocked Yi. This bastard's mastery over the Tao of space is becoming more and more mysterious. If this continues, who among the Black Ink clan will ever be able to restrain him? Yang Kai's voice then resounded in his ears. "Today marks the beginning. I will notify you of the location for the exchange of resources in 5 years. In addition, I have received a lot of resources from your side over the past 10 years and know exactly how much your clan can collect. When it's time to make the delivery, you better not go too far, or I will find a way to make up the difference myself." Yi narrowed his eyes and shattered the wine bottle in his hand, causing it to splash out across the void. With a cold snort, he turned and flew towards the no-return pass. Although the royal lord had entrusted him with this matter, he still needed to report what had transpired. The royal lord would definitely be furious, but at this point, if the Black Ink clan wanted to continue to obtain resources from the Black Ink battlefield, they could only let Yang Kai take advantage of them. In addition, Emonayi had to put his own plan to head to the battlefield on hold for now. As for Meng Ke, he would just continue to stay hidden, and perhaps one day he could play a role. After dealing with the Black Ink clan's affairs, Yang Kai fell silent. The Black Ink clan knew he was hiding somewhere outside the no-return pass, but they had no way of knowing his precise location. Fortunately, he did not appear again to plunder the squads transporting resources, which gave the ordinary soldiers of the Black Ink clan some peace of mind. In the depths of the void, Yang Kai concealed his aura and hid his figure. This battle of wits with Emonayi had ended with his victory. His only regret was that he did not kill a few territory lords. In fact, he had the opportunity to kill some of them, but he refrained from doing so as that would only completely enrage the Black Ink clan and be detrimental to his future plans. Setting a 5-year period was also because there would be too many variables if the time frame was too long. However, if he contacted the Black Ink clan too frequently, it would also pose a certain risk to him. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to take inventory of every shipment of resources from each Black Ink clan mining team that returned to the no-return pass and take 30% directly from them, but if he really did that, it would only give the Black Ink clan many chances to set up their heaven-sealing earth-locking's grand array. The reason why he could act arrogantly in front of the many territory lords and treat Emonayi, a pseudo-royal lord, as an equal today was because of his mastery of the Tao of space. But if he lost this reliance, Yang Kai would only be a slightly stronger 8th Order master. The grand array that could isolate space was his ultimate nemesis, so how could he give the Black Ink clan so many chances to set it up? In the desolate and undisturbed void, Yang Kai restrained his mind and silently contemplated the grand Tao of space within his body as he allowed time to pass. When it was time to receive the resources 5 years later, he sent a message to Emonayi, giving him a random location and then waited silently. Within half a day, an aura rapidly approached. Yang Kai turned his head to look only to realize that it was not Emonayi, but rather a feudal lord who arrived. At a distance, the feudal lord stopped, shaking in fear as he gazed at Yang Kai. It was as if the one standing in front of him was not a human, but an ominous beast that could strike and devour him at any moment. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai's name was too intimidating among the Black Ink clan. Dozens of innate territory lords had already died at his hands, so how could this feudal lord dare to face this killing star head-on? The feudal lord cupped his fist and his voice trembled as he said, "I am here on behalf of Eternity T to deliver the resources to Sir P. Please accept them." Saying so, he threw out a space ring. Yang Kai nodded lightly and grabbed the space ring, pouring his divine sense into it to inspect the contents. There were quite a few supplies, but according to Yang Kai's estimation, it should be less than the 30% which was agreed upon. It was certain that they had withheld some as the Black Ink clan would not be so obedient to hand over the full 30% of resources as agreed upon. However, the amount withheld was not excessive, there was still probably around 25%, so Yang Kai pretended not to notice as he had already anticipated this would happen. After waiting for a moment and seeing that Yang Kai had no further reaction, the feudal lord hurriedly said, If there are no problems, I shall report back now." After stumbling over his words, he immediately turned around to flee, not wanting to stay here a moment longer. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5691, Every 5 years. "Wait!" Yang Kai called out suddenly. The feudal lord froze upon hearing that and turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. "Is there something else, sir?" Yang Kai took out a bottle of wine and tossed it over. "Take this to Emonayi." Having received benefits from the Black Ink clan, it was only natural for him to return something in exchange. This was the principle of reciprocity, and besides, Yang Kai had plenty of fine wine in his small universe. The feudal lord accepted the bottle and carefully stored it away, but when he looked up again, Yang Kai had already disappeared. The feudal lord couldn't help but shiver as he quickly flew back to the no-return pass. When he arrived, he reported the exchange of goods and presented the bottle of wine. However, Emonaye's brow just twitched upon seeing it, feeling absolutely disgusted. Last time, Yang Kai gave him a bottle of wine which he refused to drink and just smashed directly. That time could be considered a private gift from Yang Kai to him which nobody saw, so it didn't matter. However, it was different this time. The resources were handed over by the feudal lord, and it was the first time that they had exchanged goods with Yang Kai. Many in the no-return pass were watching this matter closely. If this matter were to spread, what would the royal lord think? What would the other territory lords think? It would seem as if Emonaye had a close relationship with Yang Kai, possibly even engaging in some shady deals. If he didn't explain this matter clearly, how could the royal lord trust him in the future? Emonaye wished he could immediately go out and fight Yang Kai to prove his innocence. After dismissing the feudal lord, he dared not delay. He took the bottle of wine and went to the royal lord's black ink nest to report word for word what the feudal lord said. Fortunately, the royal lord didn't have much of a reaction. He simply acknowledged the matter calmly and dismissed Emonaye. Emonaye reaffirmed that he could not let his guard down when dealing with such a despicable and shameless person like Yang Kai, otherwise, he would likely be taken advantage of by him. However, the enmity between the human race and Black Ink clans was deep and unresolvable, so Yang Kai's little tricks had minimal effect. Though this simple method of sowing discord could have unforeseen consequences if it was used on someone else not within the two camps, it had negligible consequences between blood enemies. The soldiers of the human race and Black Ink clans on the frontline battlefield continued to clash, while the no-return pass remained as calm as usual. In fact, since the Black Ink clan captured the no-return pass, Yang Kai had either come alone or led a small group of humans to cause trouble less than a handful of times. Without Yang Kai, the no-return pass would have been completely quiet and comfortable, with many territory lords who had been severely injured in battle willing to return here and rest in the high-rank Black Ink nests. Every 5 years, the Black Ink clan sent out the counted goods from the no-return pass and handed them over to Yang Kai. However, since the first time they were deceived, no Black Ink clansman dared to easily accept the fine wine that Yang Kai offered, leaving him helpless. Each time Yang Kai exchanged goods with the Black Ink clan, he would simply designate a random location. The void was vast anyway, so if he simply chose a spot at random, he would not have to fear that Black Ink clan would set him up. Overall, everything went smoothly, and over the past century, Yang Kai accumulated many valuable resources. Considering the time, the day was soon approaching that he had agreed to meet Yang Lai and the others. After receiving a bit less than 30% of the Black Ink clan's gathered resources again, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed to the humans' resource-gathering site. Before this, he had left space beacons along the way, so it was not difficult to cross this route and search for Yang Lai and the others. As expected, Yang Lai vented his pent-up anger on Yang Kai as soon as he arrived. He roared about how Yang Kai and Big Head Me were wasting his talents by sending him here. He also wanted Yang Kai to go back to the Supreme Headquarters and request Big Head Me to transfer him back to the front lines of the battlefield. Only when Yang Kai agreed to make the request did Yang Lai stop complaining. Over the past 100 years, tens of thousands of human race cultivators had been mining and gathering resources in this region. This place was deep within the Black Ink battlefield, far beyond the region where the royal city used to be. So, even though a century had passed, this area remained peaceful and undisturbed. This was good news, and it was also what Yang Kai hoped to see. If the Black Ink clan found traces of the tens of thousands of human race masters collecting resources here, they would have to relocate far away. It was not wise to fight the Black Ink clan here because these human masters' strength was generally not high, which was why they were sent here to gather resources in the first place. Fighting was not their concern. After gathering the past 100 years' harvest, Yang Kai bid farewell to Yang Lai and the others. Then he connected to the World Tree and used it to guide him into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then returned to the Star boundary. Without delay, he went directly to the Supreme Headquarters and handed over all the harvests of the past 100 years to Mi Jinglun. After examining the items, Mi Jinglun was greatly surprised and couldn't help asking, when did the resources from the Black Ink battlefield become so rich? He had roughly estimated how much the tens of thousands of soldiers could mine in 100 years, as he knew the situation in the Black Ink battlefield very well, having spent over 10,000 years there. However, the amount that Yang Kai brought back was easily triple what he had estimated. Originally, according to his estimation, the tens of thousands of soldiers could only delay the exhaustion of their supplies, even if they worked day and night to gather and mine in suitable areas. But with Yang Kai bringing back so much, the human race's consumption of resources over the past century was immediately replenished, and there was even some surplus. This was truly an unexpected delight. However, he soon thought of something and looked at Yang Kai solemnly. Did you plunder these from the Black Ink clan? Only the Black Ink clan could have so many resources, otherwise, there was no way to explain the sight in front of him. Yang Kai smiled and said, you could put it that way. I made some agreements with the Black Ink clan, and from now on, I will receive 30% of what they mine from the Black Ink battlefield. What I've passed to you includes those that were gathered by the humans and those obtained from the no-return pass. Mi Jingluan's expression became complex. Although Yang Kai did not say how he achieved this, Mi Jingluan could imagine the difficulties and dangers he faced. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Ink clan had no choice but to agree due to certain circumstances, how was it possible for them to agree to Yang Kai's outrageous demands? Moreover, Yang Kai acted alone, so how did he manage to make the Black Ink clan agree to his terms? Over the past 100 years, Yang Kai must have faced a lot of life-or-death crises. Mi Jinglun felt a complex mix of emotions as he thought about how the heavy burden of hope for the entire race was placed on one person's shoulders. After taking a breath, he dropped to one knee to show his respect. Yang Kai was taken aback and quickly helped Mi Jinglun up. Senior brother, what are you doing? Mi Jinglun, however, refused to stand up as he quickly replied, this senior brother, on behalf of the trillions of humans, thank you, junior brother. That made Yang Kai feel embarrassed. Senior brother, you're taking this too seriously. I was born human too, and many of my friends and family are fighting against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. This is just what I should do. After helping Mi Jinglun up forcefully, he changed the subject. Senior brother, how is the situation between the two sides? It's still the same as before. No major changes. On the various Great Territory battlefields, newcomers from both sides constantly emerged, while many elites also died on the battlefield. In this tense and hostile environment, having high qualifications didn't necessarily guarantee one would reap the most benefits. High qualifications only represented great potential. To gain more strength, one must first survive on the battlefield, only then would they be capable of seizing their own future. The human race was not lacking in talent, but time. The first batch of good seedlings who directly ascended to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm had now reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, but to ascend to the 9th Order, they still needed time to accumulate heritage and hone their skills. As for the old 8th Order masters like Mi Jingluan and Yang Lai, they had already reached their limits due to their initial potential and would never ascend to the 9th Order. On the other hand, Xiang Shan and Wei Junyang, who were a few of the eligible veterans to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, were still in retreat, and no one knew how they were doing or if everything was going smoothly. Breakthroughs were matters that outsiders could not help with. They could only rely on themselves. Yang Kai silently prayed that someday when he returned, he would be able to receive good news. Without staying long at the Supreme Headquarters, after his brief exchange with Mi Jingluan, confirming that the situation between the two sides would not worsen in the short term, Yang Kai set out again, heading to Black Territory to use the secret passageway and rush back to the Black Ink battlefield. Every 5 years, the no-return pass sent out a batch of resources, while Yang Lai and others worked for 100 years before delivering their harvest. Over the long years, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth through the void alone, bringing one batch of resources after another from the Black Ink battlefield to the human race to use for their cultivation. With Yang Kai's efforts, the Supreme Headquarters no longer had to worry about resources as the amount he brought back every 100 years was enough to fulfill their needs. During this period, Yang Kai also took the time to go to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction to investigate the situation. The battle there was extremely intense, but thanks to Wu Kuang's cooperation with the suppressing Black Ink Army, the gap in the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction had never expanded. Those from Black Ink clan that could rush through the gap were greatly suppressed in both quantity and quality. As a result, the 6,000 soldiers of the suppressing Black Ink Army, coupled with the various arrangements of the suppressing Black Ink Fortress and Divine Dragon Fu Guang who was assuming command, were able to maintain the status quo. However, even after so many years of slaughter, there was no sign of decline among the Black Ink clan within the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. It was truly frightening as no one knew how many of them were lurking in the area and how many Black Ink clansmen would emerge in the end. It seemed as if they could never be eradicated. Now, the entire outside of the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was covered by the Black Ink clouds formed by the Black Ink clansmen after their deaths. If it weren't for the suppressing Black Ink Fortress having its own protection against the invasion of Black Ink strength, even just dealing with that dense Black Ink strength would be enough to give the suppressing Black Ink army a headache. Yang Kai also learned from Fu Guang that a few royal lords inside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction had attempted to break out, but most had failed. The few royal lords who had successfully emerged all suffered serious injuries in the process, making them no match for a divine dragon that was lying in ambush for them. Over the years, an impressive 8 royal lords had died by Fu Guang's claws. Martial Peak, Chapter 5692, Joyous News. When it came to who killed the most royal lords over the past thousands of years, it would undoubtedly be Fu Guang. There were precedents where Ninth Order old ancestors had successfully killed royal lords on the Black Ink battlefield, but no Ninth Order old ancestor had ever killed as many royal lords cumulatively. It was just that Fu Guang's impressive battle record was due to special circumstances, so his achievements could not be replicated. Under Wu Kuang's full control, the gap that was opened in the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction could only allow territory lords to pass through safely. The same could not be said for the royal lords. The only consequence of forcing their way through the gap was being injured by the Grand Restriction as well as suffering bombardment from the suppressing Black Ink army. Accordingly, none of the royal lords who charged out of the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction came out intact. Most of them only had 70% of their strength left, so how could they survive against a master like Fu Guang? Wu Kuang paid a heavy price for this feat though. Although he was now a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he needed to exert all his strength to control the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. For that reason, even his cultivation had been set aside. When Yang Kai came to ask him about the situation, he only spared a few words before cutting off their contact, apparently worried that he might make a mistake that would lead to irreparable damage. The situation at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was stable for the time being, so there was nothing for Yang Kai to worry about. In reality, there was nothing he could do either. He even took the time to travel to the chaotic dead territory and delivered a generous amount of 5 elements materials to Zhang Ruoxi. Although he left some for her last time, that was only enough to last 1,000 years. Now that several hundred years had passed, she had probably exhausted most of them already. Having not seen Ruoxi for so many years, the increase in her strength was very obvious. Compared to when she first advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, her aura had undoubtedly become several times more substantial. The reason behind everything was the continuous refinement of her Heaven's Order bloodline and the increase in the heritage of her small universe. That was especially true for the latter reason. Ordinary cultivators had to refine a full set of 7 elements materials to maintain balance in their small universe, but Zhang Ruoxi had the help of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, so she only needed to refine 5 elements power while pure yin and yang were simply supplied directly to her. As a result, her cultivation period was reduced by some 30% compared to ordinary cultivators. Both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan attached great importance to Ruoxi's cultivation. Over the years, they had been encouraging her to cultivate the 5 elements materials without the slightest pause. Fortunately, Jianghu herself had the kind of character that could endure great loneliness and hardship. Knowing that she would only shine brightly in the upcoming war if she became stronger, she had doubled her diligence over the past few years. In this way, it was only natural for her strength to grow in leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since Yang Kai reached an agreement with Yi to receive 30% of the cultivation resources from the Black Ink clan. Over the past 1,000 years, Yang Kai not only traveled to the chaotic dead territory and the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction, but also the no-return pass. He had ferried the resources gained by the human race masters from various places to the supreme headquarters, perfectly acting as a delivery man, providing the best guarantee for the cultivation of the human race masters. When Yang Kai was weak, months and years seemed like an extremely long time, but now that he was stronger, 1,000 years was nothing to be bothered about. Especially considering the war between both races had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Yang Kai had not been actively cultivating over the recent years, but he would still take time to contemplate the grand dais of space and time during his downtime. Even so, he had reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. His small universe had been expanded to its limits and he could clearly perceive the invisible shackles surrounding it, restricting him from further improvements to his strength. These were the inherent shackles produced by the Open Heaven realm method. Aside from the Heaven's Order bloodline that Jianghu carried, which allowed her to ignore these shackles, nobody had ever succeeded in breaking these bonds since ancient times. Inside the main hall of the no-return pass, Yi was reading various reports regarding the front lines. One of the battlefields had suffered a strong attack from the human race and experienced heavy losses recently, so the number of troops there needed to be replenished. The territory lords of another battlefield had been slaughtered, so more masters needed to be transferred over. Recently, he could clearly sense that the battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race had become more fierce. That was not just caused by the continuous development of the situation, but also the increasing number of masters among the two races. After so many years, the 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters and the territory lords were no longer comparable to when the invasion of the 3,000 worlds began. The more masters there were, the more fierce the battles became. Yi had a vague feeling in his heart that the current situation between the Black Ink clan and the human race would not last for much longer. When the masters of both races reached a critical number, or some external factor was triggered, the flames of war would fully erupt and engulf the entire universe. Yi had been helping Royal Lord Mou manage the affairs of the Black Ink clan for many years now, so he naturally knew how to deal with the situation at hand. The only thing that troubled him was the other pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. Ever since Meng Ke advanced to become a pseudo-royal lord, he had been restless and anxious, wanting nothing more than to slaughter the human race masters to prove his strength. Fortunately, the royal lord did not allow him to act. Leaving aside their agreement with Yang Kai, it was problematic for a pseudo-royal lord to appear on the battlefield. Even without the agreement, Meng Ke was one of the Black Ink clan's hidden trump cards, so how could they reveal their hands so easily? Slaying a small number of human race masters would not affect the larger picture, so Meng Ke should only reveal himself during a critical situation. It would be best if he could reverse the power balance between the Black Ink clan and the human race in one fell swoop, which would lay the foundation for the success of the Black Ink clan. Besides, Yi suspected that there were new 9th Order Open Heaven realm masters among the human race. Take Xiang Shan for example. It had been many years since he disappeared. Even if Meng Ke made an appearance, the humans might not be helpless against him. Yi had considered the best interests of the Black Ink clan and Meng Ke, but Meng Ke refused to understand his kindness, becoming more and more presumptuous over the years. When the royal lord forbade him from leaving the no-return pass, Meng Ke had the brilliant idea of splitting authority instead. Therefore, Yi couldn't help feeling a headache. A dozen innate territory lords had performed the source fusion technique, so why did Meng Ke have to succeed? Mo Na Yi prided himself on being able to see the bigger picture while not being blinded by authority and power. Everything he did was for the sake of the Black Ink clan to one day dominate the universe. Hence, he naturally refused to split his authority with Meng Quebec. Having handled the affairs of the Black Ink clan for so long, Mo Na Yi knew better than anybody about the difference between one compared to two people issuing orders. Fortunately, the royal lord favored Mo Na Yi. Faced with Meng Ke's many requests, Mo Yu only focused on soothing Meng Ke and did not actually promise the latter anything. It was just that Meng Ke had hung around, and his nonsense was very grating on the ears. Mo Na Yi tried his best to ignore Meng Ke's rantings as he conveyed order after order, until one day, all of a sudden, wild laughter mixed with joy came from somewhere. Inside the main hall, Mo Na Yi, who was processing various reports, and Meng Ke, who was chattering away endlessly, couldn't help glancing at each other. They both saw the doubts in each other's eyes. Their guess was correct. The laughter belonged to the royal lord. Moreover, the source of the laughter was the Black Ink nest where the royal lord was currently inhabiting. Mo Na Yi hurriedly stood up and rushed outside. Not to be outdone, Meng Ke hurriedly followed. The laughter was very hearty, lasting for quite a while. When the two pseudo-royal lords arrived in front of the high-rank Black Ink nest, the royal lord Mou's laughter gradually subsided and a voice came from inside, "Come in." Mo Na Yi was about to step forward, but Meng Ke deliberately took a step ahead and walked ahead of him. Used to this kind of behavior, Mo Na Yi just quietly followed behind. Very soon, the two pseudo-royal lords stood before the Black Ink clan's true royal lord in the depths of the Black Ink nest. Meng Ke was the first to speak. "Sir, did something joyous happen?" Mou nodded with a happy expression. "Indeed. Something joyous has occurred." He did not explain himself clearly. People generally became cheerful during joyous occasions, and the Black Ink clan was no exception. Instead, he probed his two closest aides for their thoughts. "Tell me, where does this joy come from?" Meng Ke was stunned and did not know what to say in response. It was true that he was a pseudo-royal lord, but he had always been known for his bad temper and straightforward temperament. Wit and intelligence were not his strong points. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then laughed in embarrassment. "Sir, this subordinate can't think of an answer." "Keep thinking and speak whatever comes to mind." Mou said lightly. Meng Ke tentatively made a guess. The Black Ink clan enjoyed a huge victory on the front lines and slaughtered countless human race masters. If that was the case, it made sense for the royal lord's cheerful demeanor. Mou glanced at Meng Ke quietly without confirming or denying the statement. Then, he glanced towards the silent Mo Na Yi. "What do you think, Mo Na Yi?" Mo Na Yi considered the question and replied, "Has progress been made at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" Mou laughed. "Correct. You're as smart as usual, Mo Na Yi. We have indeed made progress at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction." Mo Na Yi smiled with pride but looked neither smug nor overly humble. Meng Ke instantly became upset and grumbled, "How did you know?" Mo Na Yi ignored Meng Ke and thought to himself scornfully, "It's so obvious, only a fool like you would not realize the truth." Then, he heard the royal lord speaking. "Explain it to him." Since the royal lord had spoken, Mo Na Yi could only obey. Over the years, the royal lord has remained quietly in the Black Ink nest without taking a single step outside. "I have been managing all the affairs of the Black Ink clan's war efforts. Under ordinary circumstances, I have refrained from disturbing Sir Royal Lord with matters regarding the front lines. Even if we attained a great victory on the battlefields and slaughtered countless human race masters, the news would reach me first. Since I was not informed of such matters, then it must not be related to the front lines. Moreover, Sir Royal Lord has always remained in contact with those in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. 1,000 years ago, Sir once mentioned that our clansmen were trying to find another gap in the grand restriction. Hence, the reason for Sir's joy must be thanks to good news from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction." Meng Ke frowned at the explanation. Although Mo Na Yi had explained the situation clearly, he remained unconvinced. Mo followed up, Meng Ke, you should learn more from Mo Yi. Strength alone is not enough against the human race. You need to use your wits. You know what happened to Di Wu back then. Nothing good will come from underestimating the humans. Meng Ke calmed down and bowed. Meng Ke will never forget your order, sir. Mo Yi asked, Sir, what was the news you received from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Mo grinned. A group has succeeded in sneaking out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. That was extremely sensitive and confidential information. If it were an ordinary Black Ink clansman, then they naturally had no right to know such information. However, the ones standing here were two pseudo-royal lords, which was why Mo did not bother to hide anything from them. Martial Peak, Chapter 5693, Shu. Our clansmen have snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Thousands of thoughts instantly flitted through Mo Yi's mind, and he soon became overjoyed. That is certainly something to be celebrated. He then paused for a moment before asking, Sir, are there any royal lords among those that snuck out? Mo shook his head. You also know the situation in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. With a human master overseeing the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, those inside took 1,000 years just to open up a gap wide enough they could exploit. The commotion would be too large if a royal lord tried to sneak out, and the humans would definitely notice, so only the innate territory lords managed to escape. Mo Yi instantly understood the situation. Sneaking out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had to be done stealthily so they did not expose their actions. Otherwise, the human race master guarding the grand restriction might take action and turn their clansmen's 1,000-year effort into a waste of time. There were many territory lords at present, but the number of surviving innate territory lords was far from their initial numbers back then. After years of fighting, countless innate territory lords had lost their lives on the battlefield. At the moment, less than 10% of the innate territory lords remained compared to their peak. On the other hand, there was no shortage of innate territory lords inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. If they could sneak out, then they would be a huge boost for the current Black Ink clan. The number that came out is not great, but more and more will soon leave the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Mo added. Mo Yi was a little curious and asked, Sir, a human master is guarding the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. How did our clansmen avoid detection and discovery of the gap? He did not doubt the ability of his clansmen in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Rather, he was worried that all of this might be part of a trap set up by the human race. If the human master knew that Black Ink clansmen were sneaking out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, he might have simply allowed it to happen after setting up some kind of ambush or counterplan. After fighting the human race for so long, Mo Yi had gotten used to considering all possible situations. Mo glanced at Mo Yi approvingly, obviously aware of what the latter was worried about. He thus explained, As I told you before, the strength of that human master is inferior to Tsang's. He is roughly at the level of an ordinary Ninth Order master at most. With his strength, he will never be as good as Tsang when it comes to monitoring and controlling the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Back then, this human was foolish enough to open a gap in the grand restriction to cooperate with the human race army and that divine dragon to intercept and kill all those who rushed out of the opening. Over the past 1,000 years, that battle has never ceased, but that was intentional. Those in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction maintained the situation as, although it resulted in great casualties, it also allowed them to divert that human master's focus. Several royal lords were even sacrificed to ensure that the enemy remained unaware of our actions. Mo Yi immediately understood. If the human race master guarding the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was completely focused on maintaining the gap he opened up, then his vigilance over the rest of the grand restriction would naturally weaken considerably. In this way, those inside would have the opportunity to sneak out unnoticed. After 1,000 years of hard work, they finally succeeded in their efforts. That was definitely a great achievement. After all, they even sacrificed several royal lords just to keep that human distracted. Judging by the situation, this human's control over the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was indeed far inferior to Tsang. The humans should have no knowledge of those who had snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Mo Na Yi immediately felt relieved. Meng Ke listened by the side for some time, then he suddenly spoke up, "Sir, those that came out are unfamiliar with the world outside since they have never left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Should I go and welcome them?" He had remained in the no-return pass ever since he became a pseudo-royal lord, so he was feeling extremely bored and constricted. The royal lord had not allowed him to fight on the front lines, but welcoming some fellow clansmen should not be a problem. Before Mo could answer, Mo Na Yi snapped decisively, "Absolutely not." Meng Ke immediately glared at Mo Na Yi and questioned, "Why not?" Mo Na Yi glanced at Meng Ke coldly before muttering, "Yang Kai is currently loitering outside the no-return pass. He will definitely notice you if you leave. Once that happens, what would be the point of hiding your existence until now?" Meng Ke opened his mouth but found himself speechless to refute the statement, but that only vexed and annoyed him even more, making him wish he could punch Mo Na Yi at least once. Mo Yu nodded, "That's right. Meng Ke, it's not the right time for you to reveal yourself. Besides, those that escaped should not come to the no-return pass either." Mo Na Yi bowed, "You are wise, sir. If Yang Kai notices this kind of movement, he will easily realize that something has gone wrong at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. At that time, the human army on that side will surely take action to intercept our clansmen or worse, fix the hidden gap in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The 1,000-year effort of our brethren would all be wasted at that point. Sir, I ask that you send a message to them to rest and recover at a suitable location for now. They need to stay hidden and wait until the timing is right." Mou agreed, "Good. But the no-return pass will need to send them some supplies. Most who snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction will be heavily injured, so they will need resources to heal. I will leave this matter to you." "Yes." Mo Na Yi received the order and took the opportunity to obtain another miniature black ink nest from the royal lord. Then he used it to communicate with the clansmen living outside. He generally acted with great caution, and considering that Yang Kai was hiding somewhere outside the no-return pass, monitoring the movements here, Mo Na Yi could only rely on the teams that were extracting materials outside to secretly divert some resources if he wanted to avoid arousing Yang Kai's suspicions. It did not take long for large amounts of resources to be sent out without notice. At the same time, several Black Ink clansmen silently left the mining locations where the cultivation resources were being gathered and scattered in all directions across the Black Ink battlefield. Meanwhile, a steady stream of territory lords began sneaking out from inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Not only was Wu Kuang not strong enough, but he was also being distracted elsewhere, hence, it was difficult for him to detect these hidden movements of the Black Ink clan. The territory lords who snuck out had no intention of attacking the suppressing Black Ink army, as that would be meaningless. Such actions would only alert the enemy to their presence. On the contrary, they immediately concealed their auras and took a long detour around the primordial heaven source grand restriction to gather at designated locations under Mo Na Ye's guidance. To avoid the detection of the human race master overseeing the primordial heaven source grand restriction, only a few territory lords would sneak out at a time to prevent making too large a disturbance. They basically maintained a frequency of 2 or 3 territory lords every month. Additionally, the territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had to pay a high price. Just as how the gap that Wu Kuang opened up could only allow territory lords to leave safely and any royal lords trying would be heavily wounded if they forcibly tried, all the territory lords who forcibly snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction from the hidden gap suffered injuries in varying degrees of severity. It was precisely for this reason that Mou had instructed Mo Na Yi to deliver a large amount of resources to these territory lords. The innate territory lords from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction brought out many Black Ink nests with them, but cultivation resources were needed to hatch these Black Ink nests. Once the Black Ink nests were hatched, They could enter them in order to treat their wounds while waiting for Emmonayi to summon them. In time, they would gather a huge force and deal a critical blow to the human race. Everything took place in secret. The number of territory lords sneaking out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction gradually increased, but the human race remained unaware of the situation. Outside the no-return pass, a feudal lord was handing over 30% of the cultivation resources over the last 5 years to Yang Kai. Yang Kai examined the resources for a moment, then he frowned deeply. Go back and tell Emmonayi. If he dares to deduct my share again, this king will take the resources myself. Over the past few years, Emmonayi had gotten bolder and bolder. The cultivation resources handed to him were reducing steadily, and the quality was not as good as before, hence, he couldn't help becoming vigilant. What was the Black Ink clan trying to do? Emmonayi was a smart person, therefore he should know the consequences of embezzling resources in such a bold manner. Although the Black Ink clan had always given Yang Kai less than the agreed 30% of their gathered resources, the quantity and quality that were delivered to him at the beginning were quite generous, but both had been dropping steadily in recent years. The feudal lord replied anxiously, "Yes, I will definitely deliver your message." Scram! Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. The feudal lord immediately transformed into a black ink cloud and flew off without delay. Looking in the direction of the no-return pass for a moment, Yang Kai frowned slightly. What was the meaning behind Emmonayi's actions? He did not believe that the total amount gathered by the Black Ink clan would decrease over the years. The vast Black Ink battlefield was an enormous treasure trove, so as long as the Black Ink clan remained diligent, they would not lack cultivation resources. If the same thing happens again, I will personally take action to retrieve my rightful share. Turning around, Yang Kai traveled towards the depths of the void. It was already time for the 100-year meeting with Yang Lai and the others. Over the past 1,000 years, tens of thousands of human race cultivators had been gathering resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. It was thanks to their diligent efforts that the troops on the front lines had sufficient supplies to cultivate, treat their wounds, and kill the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai repeatedly delivered the resources that were either obtained from the Black Ink clan or gathered by the human race cultivators to the supreme headquarters. Although traveling back and forth was tiring, he was willing to make the effort. After all, he was the only person with the ability to perform this task. Speeding towards the place where Yang Lai and the others had been operating over the last 100 years, Yang Kai constantly checked for their location with his space beacons. After a few days, he realized that Yang Lai and the others were no longer at the same location as 100 years ago. Yang Kai was not surprised by his discovery, though, as it was common for them to mine out a region and then move on to the next. Over the past 1,000 years, the tens of thousands of cultivators had already relocated several times under Yang Lai and the other veteran 8th Order Master's leadership. For Yang Kai, he could easily figure out their location as long as Yang Lai and the others carried space beacons on them. It was not as though he could not find them. Manipulating space principles, Yang Kai took a step forward. The world turned upside down, and he appeared next to Yang Lai. Before Yang Kai had time to greet Yang Lai, he heard a voice in his ears, "Shu." He instinctively concealed his aura and turned to look around himself. Then, Yang Kai immediately became more confused. There was no sign of other people in the area, much less the lively scene he expected where tens of thousands of cultivators were scattered nearby to diligently mine or gather cultivation resources. Yang Lai seemed to be the only person here. Nevertheless, he was acting extremely cautiously, as though he was guarding against some kind of danger. Yang Lai was currently located on a small universe fragment, one that was barely the size of a small mountain. Similar universe fragments could be found everywhere on the Black Ink battlefield. Moreover, he was sticking close to a pit so that his body sank inside completely. Once his aura was concealed, he would not be found unless someone probed this universe fragment very carefully. What is he doing? Martial Peak, Chapter 5694, So Fierce. Look over there. Standing next to Yang Kai, Yang Lai sent a divine sense message while pointing in a certain direction. Yang Kai turned to look where he was directed, and what entered his vision at a glance was a dead universe world. He could not tell how long the universe world had been dead, with its world force long gone. Even the universe world's grand Tao had collapsed and withered away for who knows how many years. An abundance of universe worlds in similar conditions could be found scattered across the black ink battlefield. In the distant past, these universe worlds might have either been prosperous or contained countless living creatures. Unfortunately, they were dead and lifeless now. For both the human race and the Black Ink clan, the only value left in these universe worlds was the opportunity to obtain various resources that remained in them. Needless to say, what Yang Lai wanted to point out to Yang Kai was not the universe world itself, but something that could be found in the universe world instead. It turned out to be a special existence that resembled a small mountain surrounded by dense black ink strength, towering several thousand meters high into the sky. The structure seemed deeply rooted in the world, almost as though integrated with the universe world itself. A black ink nest? Yang Kai's eyes shrank at the sight. What stood in the middle of the dead universe world was none other than a black ink nest here. Moreover, judging by the size of the black ink nest and the density of the surrounding black ink strength, it was at least a mid-rank black ink nest, but more likely a high-rank black ink nest. Why is there a black ink nest here? Yang Kai couldn't help wondering as great confusion inadvertently flooded his heart. Yang Lai's voice rang in his ears again. After our most recent migration, several 8th Order Masters and I were investigating the surrounding vicinity when we accidentally came across this black ink nest 10 years ago. Not knowing how many black ink clansmen were hidden inside the black ink nest, Yang Lai and the others did not dare to expose themselves. Hence, they simply decided to monitor the situation for the time being. Yang Lai was tasked with waiting for Yang Kai's arrival at this spot while the other veterans brought the resource-gathering team away from this region to continue sourcing materials from other sites. The wait lasted 10 years. After all, it had always been Yang Kai who took the initiative to approach them while Yang Lai and others had no means to communicate with Yang Kai. For that reason, Yang Lai had been anxiously counting the passing days. It was truly fortunate that Yang Kai had shown up on time. After observing the black ink nest intently, Yang Kai discovered that it was most likely a high-rank black ink nest. In all likelihood, the black ink nest lacked the magnificence of a true high-rank nest because it was not fully hatched. Furthermore, the black ink strength produced by this black ink nest did not radiate into the surroundings but remained condensed around it as much as possible to prevent any unnecessary waste. Yang Kai then sent a divine sense message to inquire about the situation. Senior brother, has the black ink nest been in this condition since you first discovered it? Yang Lai gently nodded. There have been no changes so far. Did you see any black ink clansmen entering or leaving? He shook his head. No. This was very strange. Why was a suspected high-rank black ink nest located in such a remote area? Not to mention, there were no signs of black ink clansmen entering or leaving the premises. Had the black ink nest been abandoned by the black ink clan in the past? That did not make sense either. Black ink nests were special existences with extremely strong connections with each other. Even if this high-rank black ink nest had been abandoned in the past due to some unknown circumstances, the black ink clan would have no trouble finding and retrieving it after so many years. However, Yang Lai had never seen a single black ink clansman entering or leaving the black ink nest over the past 10 years. In other words, the black ink clan was aware of this black ink nest's existence but had chosen to ignore it. It was generally impossible for black ink nests to be empty. There were bound to be some black ink clansmen nearby, either to guard the black ink nest or to gather resources nearby. Contrary to expectations, the black ink nest before them seemed to be completely empty. There was not a single soldier to be seen anywhere. Junior brother, should I investigate the situation inside? Yang Lai inquired. He had long since wanted to take action, but he had not dared to act recklessly since he did not know what was lurking in this black ink nest. Now that Yang Kai was here, he should have no difficulty investigating the situation inside with Yang Kai's support. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. I'll go. Seeing as the current situation remained uncertain, they had to prepare themselves for the worst. If there was a royal lord inside this black ink nest, Yanglai would only be courting death if he recklessly rushed forward. On the other hand, Yang Kai had enough confidence to escape even if he accidentally ran into a royal lord. Yanglai nodded at those words. In that case, I will stand by to provide support, junior brother. Be careful, senior brother, Yang Kai warned. Looking in the direction of the black ink nest, he took a step forward and his figure disappeared into the void. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a given that they had to understand the situation inside the black ink nest. Since the decision was made, then there was no need for further hesitation. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared above the black ink nest under Yanglai's watch. A huge and dazzling great sun suddenly leapt into the sky, illuminating the surrounding void in all directions. Despite standing 1,000,000 kilometers away, Yanglai could clearly feel the power behind this attack. Following the appearance of the great sun, the sound of a golden crow reverberated. The attack landed directly upon the black ink nest, causing a burst of light to erupt throughout the void, illuminating it like the first rays of morning. The several thousand meters tall black ink nest instantly evaporated under the scorching sun. At the same time, Yanglai sensed more than a dozen powerful auras flickering into existence from the ruins. He immediately calmed down after he determined the strength of those auras. Although the situation was bad, it was not completely helpless. More than a dozen territory lords were hidden inside the black ink nest, but there were no royal lords. With Yang Kai here, there would be no issues so long as there were no royal lords. The thought had only just passed through Yanglai's mind when the aura of a territory lord vanished from existence. How quick! In the blink of an eye, one of the territory lords died at Yang Kai's hands. The speed left Yanglai absolutely flabbergasted. Such killing efficiency was completely beyond his means. Before he could compose himself, though, he sensed the aura of another territory lord withering away and suddenly felt powerless in comparison. At this moment he couldn't tell whether Yang Kai was too strong or the territory lords were too weak. Yanglai was too far away to perceive the situation clearly. In comparison, Yang Kai stood in the middle of the battlefield and understood everything at a glance. When his golden crow casts the sun destroyed the black ink nest, Yang Kai had been on guard against the possibility of a royal lord awakening. Fortunately, there was no royal lord inside this black ink nest, only territory lords. More precisely, there were a dozen or so innate territory lords. The golden crow casts the sun was just a probe, so Yang Kai had not planned to achieve much from that attack alone, but not only was the high-rank black ink nest destroyed under the force of his divine manifestation, the dozen or so territory lords hidden inside were wounded as a result. However, Yang Kai soon realized that something was wrong. Not all the wounds on the territory lords were caused by his golden crow casts the sun. Innate territory lords were inherently powerful, so even if they suffered injuries from this sudden attack, it did not make sense for their wounds to be so severe. Realization struck Yang Kai abruptly. These innate territory lords were wounded in the first place. They had been hiding inside the black ink nest to recuperate from their wounds, which left them completely unguarded towards his attack earlier. Seeing as they were already injured, the impact of the golden crow casts the sun had only worsened their condition. 1,000 years ago, Yang Kai had traveled to the divine spirit ancestral land and encountered an innate territory lord at his peak. Even then, Yang Kai had managed to kill that territory lord in just 3 moves. He had employed various tricks at the time, but from the results of that clash, Yang Kai estimated he could have slain the innate territory lord within 10 moves without resorting to any deeper strategy. Now, 1,000 years later, Yang Kai's strength had improved significantly. At this moment, he was much stronger in terms of cultivation, physique, heritage, and his comprehension of the Grand Tao. Even if an innate territory lord in his prime were to stand before him now, Yang Kai would no longer need 10 moves or special tricks to kill them. He was confident he could slaughter any innate territory lord within 3 moves now. Not only were these wounded territory lords weakened in the first place, but they were also caught off guard and thrown into confusion after the initial sneak attack. Combined with meeting a killing star like Yang Kai, they were bound to suffer a tragic fate. Two of the territory lords lost their lives in the blink of an eye, and the disturbance caused by their withering auras frightened the other territory lords greatly. At that moment, they subconsciously assumed that the one who attacked them was a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Contrary to their expectations though, their senses told them that their assailant was only in the Eighth Order. Was the outside world so dangerous? Since when did Eighth Order human masters become so powerful? Wasn't it said that innate territory lords were stronger on average than Eighth Order masters? If the territory lords at the No-Return Pass had faced such a situation, they would have hurriedly gathered together to form battle formations to protect themselves. Unfortunately, these innate territory lords had never learned about battle formations. They had also never truly fought an enemy before, so their mentality and reaction speed were abysmal. How could they come up with a suitable countermeasure in a state of panic and desperation? They simply followed their instincts and began besieging Yang Kai from all directions. Black Ink's strength surged violently as world force stirred turbulently. The silent void instantly became a bloody battlefield. The spear in Yang Kai's hand swept out as more great suns leapt into the sky and exploded with great force. Furthermore, various Tao strengths wove together at the tip of his spear. Yang Kai spun an impenetrable net of death around him. The innate territory lords caught in the invisible net struggled and howled like chained beasts, but ultimately, they could not escape the fate of being killed. In the distance, Yang Lai was stunned by the scene playing out before him. The rapid and consecutive withering of powerful auras left only one thought churning in his head. How is this brat so fierce? Yang Lai himself was a veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but be that as it may, he felt as though he could barely compare to Yang Kai in terms of strength anymore. We are both at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, so why is there such a large gap between our strengths? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Even if the innate territory lords were wounded, they were not chickens and dogs that could be slain so easily. Faced with Yang Kai's ruthless assault, the power behind their instinctive counterattacks was not to be underestimated. If it was any other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even if they managed to seize the initiative, they could not persist for so long under the fierce barrage of attacks that came from all directions if their defenses were not strong enough. Unfortunately for the territory lords, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai's dragon form was only one step away from breaking through to reaching the divine dragon realm. Hence, his physical toughness was almost unparalleled. He was perfectly capable of withstanding a few attacks from these territory lords that landed on him. As long as he was not subjected to this bombardment for too long, his life would not be endangered in the slightest. Moreover, the corruption of the Black Ink strength was completely ineffective against Yang Kai. With no fear of Black Ink strength and equipped with impregnable defensive abilities, he only needed to bring out his strongest killing moves as quickly as possible to end the fight. For the most part, Yang Kai traded equal blows with the territory lords. It was just that the outcomes for each party after receiving a blow from their opponent were distinctly different. Yang Kai suffered some shocks after being hit, suffering light injuries at most. In contrast, the territory lords basically died on the spot. In less than an incense stick of time, 10 out of the dozen or so territory lords had been killed. It was at this moment that the remaining 5 territory lords finally realized that something was very wrong. Following a furious roar from one of the surviving territory lords, the 5 of them scattered in different directions. This Eighth Order human who appeared out of nowhere was much too terrifying. He was not somebody they could defeat. Under these circumstances, they could only hope that at least one of them could escape to relay word about what happened here to the No-Return Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5695. Where did they come from? The sudden outbreak of the battle not only destroyed the high-rank Black Ink nest, but also caused most of the innate territory lords hiding within to be killed or injured. The 5 surviving territory lords were shocked by the sudden turn of events and violently pushed the Black Ink strength in their bodies, transforming into Black Ink clouds that fled in different directions. This human race master was not somebody these wounded territory lords could defeat. If they continued fighting him, the only outcome waiting for them was complete annihilation. Solidify! A shout reverberated through the void. The voice seemed to have a certain effect on the space principles of the region, causing the local space to become incredibly dense and heavy. Like flies caught in sticky sap, the 5 black ink clouds instantly froze in place. They fought and struggled against the restraints around them, moving forward at a snail's pace as a sense of horror filled their eyes. While urging his space principles, Yang Kai hurled the Azure Dragon Spear. Following an explosive dragon roar, the spear pierced through one of the territory lords who stood locked in place, causing him to explode into a cloud of blood mist. Then, the Azure Dragon Spear circled back and was caught firmly in the palm of Yang Kai's hand. A cracking sound filled the air as the local space shattered. Having realized how dire the situation was, the 4 remaining territory lords had desperately stimulated their power and broken free from Yang Kai's space solidification technique. 4 black ink clouds began escaping again, but most of them were coughing up blood as they tried to run. After all, they had to pay a high price to quickly break free from the restraints of space. Only after escaping 100,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye did one of the innate territory lords take the time to glance behind him. He could not see the human race master anywhere, but before he could heave a sigh of relief, he abruptly noticed something strange ahead of himself and quickly glanced in that direction. What entered his vision nearly frightened him to death as his mind went completely blank. A figure had mysteriously materialized right in front of him. This figure blocked his path and leisurely stabbed at him with a spear. The aura of death washed over him at that moment. The territory lord let out a furious roar, and the black ink strength in his body swept forward like the raging river. The immense strength of the spear stabbing forward stagnated for a moment. However, the stalemate lasted less than a breath before various mysterious Tao strengths manifested along the length of the spear, causing the already dense murderous intent to explode violently. The defenses formed from the black ink strength that the territory lord desperately mobilized were as vulnerable as paper against this attack. The spear thrust forward before swiftly being retracted as the burst of black ink strength dissipated into nothingness. The human race master was no longer standing in front of him, but the territory lord knew that the human had simply gone to hunt down the rest of his clansmen. The territory lord stood quietly in the void with a look of complete disbelief on his face. How can a human master like that exist? I can't believe he killed so many innate territory lords like he was slaughtering chickens and butchering dogs. Just who is he? His questions remained unanswered. In the last moments of his life, the territory lord detected violent energy fluctuations coming from somewhere not far from his current position. These fluctuations were obviously the final resistance of one of his companions. Immediately after that, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Faced with an undefeatable enemy like Yang Kai, dispersing and choosing to flee in different directions had been the best choice. Unfortunately, against the strange and unpredictable space secret technique, the innate territory lords would not have had a happy ending even though there was nothing wrong with their tactics. Yang Kai would have needed to pay a certain price to defeat all of them if they had chosen to rally together and fight to the death. However, he had no trouble killing them without receiving any damage if he was only hunting them down one by one. A short while later, Yang Kai moved to his last target, only to see Yang Lai fighting one of the innate territory lords. Yang Lai was bombarding the innate territory lord indiscriminately as his world force surging violently around him. Each attack landed squarely and drew blood, causing the innate territory lord to retreat steadily with a despairing expression. Out of the remaining 5 territory lords, Yang Kai had killed one on the spot and then hunted down another 3. He had ignored the last remaining territory lord as the latter had fled in Yang Lai's direction. Yang Kai was certain that Yang Lai would not ignore this territory lord and, sure enough, he was greeted with the scene of their battle as soon as he returned. Yang Lai had been holding back for too long. It had been over 1,000 years since Big Head Me dispatched him to protect the resource-gathering team on the Black Ink battlefield, before which he was essentially living an idle life for thousands of years on the profound nether battlefield. Aside from relocating them from place to place, Ouyang had remained on guard duty all the time for the past 1,000 years. His days might have been leisurely, but such a boring life was nothing more than a different kind of torture for a combat veteran like himself who lived his entire life on the battlefield. He had been yearning to return to the fight, and even if he died in battle in some remote corner of the void, it would still be better than living such a tedious and monotonous life. How could Ouyang possibly take his first battle after several thousand years casually? He was eager to vent all his frustrations that had accumulated over all these years of peace. Not to mention, his opponent was an innate territory lord. Ouyang had often suffered at the hands of innate territory lords when the war was still raging in profound nether territory. Every battle would leave him covered in wounds, some of which were even life-threatening. It was only thanks to his strong will and vitality that he survived for so long. The boredom and depression that had accumulated for several thousand years could finally be released today. Yang Kai did not step forward to provide support, but simply chose to watch quietly from the side. Under Yang Kai's gaze, Ouyang pushed the innate territory lord to the brink of despair until he turned to flee in panic, his black blood gushing out of his wounds. At that moment, Ouyang summoned his divine manifestation. It was his way of paying tribute to his formidable opponent by unleashing the most ferocious move in his arsenal. The aura of the innate territory lord weakened rapidly until it eventually faded into nothingness. Ouyang stood in the void amidst the splattering black blood, enjoying the long-lost sensation of combat, burning murderous intent flooding from his body. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Great!" Sure enough, fighting against powerful enemies was what he desired the most. Turning around, his gaze landed on Yang Kai's figure. The fighting spirit that threatened to explode from within his body gradually subsided, and he finally raised the question that had been bugging him for some time. "Junior brother, were they already injured beforehand?" If the innate territory lord had been at his peak, Ouyang knew that he could not have killed his opponent with his own strength alone. During the battle, he noticed that the strength displayed by the innate territory lord was seriously compromised. It was far weaker than the other innate territory lords he had encountered in profound nether territory. Thinking back to the battle record Yang Kai displayed earlier, it was only natural for him to come to this conclusion. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. They were all severely wounded. Ouyang had trouble understanding the situation. How did they get hurt? Who hurt them? Besides, why were they hiding and recuperating in this random place? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Although he had deliberated deeply over the matter, there were simply too many questions about this matter. Leaving aside who had harmed these innate territory lords, the most important question was why they were hiding and recuperating here. Innate territory lords generally preferred sleeping and recuperating from their injuries at the no-return pass. Not only were there many high-rank black ink nests at the no-return pass, but Royal Lord Mou was also overseeing that place. Hence, the security at the no-return pass was incomparable to this random stretch of the void. This incident was a good example. Ouyang had accidentally discovered the high-rank black ink nest, and Yang Kai had happened to appear by his side thanks to their agreed 100-year meeting. As a consequence, 15 innate territory lords and a high-rank black ink nest were destroyed. Such a loss was not small even for the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan couldn't be so careless, especially since the affairs of the Black Ink clan were currently being managed by Imo, who was by no means a fool. Even ignoring all of these strange points, why would 15 injured innate territory lords squeeze themselves into a single half-hatched high-rank black ink nest to recuperate from their wounds? This kind of arrangement was extremely detrimental to their recovery speed. The benefits they could obtain would be severely reduced when there were so many of them in one place after all. Has there been a schism in the Black Ink clan? Is that pseudo-royal lord called Imo trying to establish his own force? Ouyang suddenly wondered out loud. If that was the case, then it could just barely explain why these innate territory lords had been hiding here. Yang Kai shook his head. He probably has no such intentions or the ability, for that matter. Mo was just a pseudo-royal lord with a true royal lord like Mou above him. Even if Mo had the intention of establishing his own force, the other innate territory lords would never obey him. From Yang Kai's long years of experience with the Black Ink clan, it was undeniable that power struggles existed and some Black Ink clansmen had their own agendas. However, the Black Ink clan as a whole was extremely united against external forces. It was impossible for Mo to do something stupid like setting up his own force. What puzzled Yang Kai even more was the origin of these innate territory lords. Where did they come from? For the last 1,000 years, Yang Kai had more or less remained on guard outside the no-return pass because the Black Ink clan was supposed to hand over part of their supplies to him at regular 5-year intervals. Seeing as he generally had nothing more important to do, Yang Kai would generally use his spare time to monitor the movements of the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass. The only times Yang Kai left his position was when he had to meet with Yang Lai and the others, and he was never gone for long. Most of the time, Yang Kai left for half a month or so. The longest he was away did not exceed 1 month. Once the supplies were delivered to the Supreme Headquarters, he would return immediately. During this period, Yang Kai had never detected any innate territory lords leaving the no-return pass and venturing deep into the Black Ink battlefield. It was too far-fetched to believe that these territory lords had left the no-return pass during his brief absences and came here to treat their wounds. The Black Ink clan should not have the ability to monitor his movements in the first place, so they had no way of knowing when he wasn't lurking about. More importantly, the Black Ink clan had no reason to do something like this. There were many high-rank Black Ink nests at the no-return pass, so why would these 15 territory lords need to hatch a new high-rank Black Ink nest in such a remote place? Why would they need to huddle together in such a cramped space? Could it be that these territory lords did not come from the no-return pass? Yang Kai suddenly turned around and flew towards the dead universe world. Yang Lai did not understand the reason for Yang Kai's actions, but he hurriedly followed along. It did not take long before the two of them came to the location where the Black Ink nest originally stood. The area had been transformed into a large crater when Yang Kai previously unleashed the full strength of his golden crow casts the sun, disintegrating the several thousand-meter-tall Black Ink nest and blasting away the land around it. Floating above the crater, Yang Kai's divine sense poured out like the surging tide, and he soon made a discovery. With a flash of his figure, he landed at a certain spot and picked something up from the ground. Standing beside Yang Kai, Yang Lai took a look over his shoulder and made a soft exclamation, "A 7th order wood element material. The quality is pretty good. There are more here." While speaking, he reached out and grabbed a stone that was the size of a head. The stone glittered with a golden light, and metal element energy surged from within. It was evident that the stone was not an ordinary object. A 6th order metal element material? He frowned at the sight. Yang Kai and Yang Lai found numerous cultivation materials of different elements in the vicinity. Moreover, the quality of these materials was very high. It was clear that these cultivation materials had not come from this universe world. On the contrary, they had been scattered from the destroyed Black Ink nest. These materials had probably been accumulated in the Black Ink nest. It was just that Yang Kai had arrived before these territory lords had the opportunity to utilize these materials. When the Black Ink nest was destroyed, these materials were naturally scattered in all directions. Martial Peak, Chapter 5696, The calculations of man cannot compare to those of heaven. Yang Kai and Yang Lai searched the vicinity at random, but in less than half an hour, they found thousands of cultivation materials of good quality and different attributes. It had to be said that these were simply the ones that could be found in plain sight, and there were bound to be more which had either been depleted or buried nearby. Standing in the void, Yang Kai held an earth element material in his hand with a deep frown on his face. How did these territory lords accumulate so many cultivation resources? The dozen or so innate territory lords hiding here to treat their wounds did not have any Black Ink clan troops under their command. In that case, who brought them these materials? He then suddenly recalled an incident that had caught his attention recently. The Black Ink clan had been increasingly excessive in their embezzlement of cultivation resources during their delivery of supplies. In all likelihood, the No-Return Pass knew about the existence of this high-rank Black Ink nest and the 15 innate territory lords here and diverted resources to this place, cutting into his share. What if the No-Return Pass was not embezzling the resources? What if the number of cultivation resources in their possession was simply that limited? If they were secretly transporting large amounts of cultivation resources away from the No-Return Pass and delivering them to the innate territory lords hiding outside so that they could hatch a high-rank Black Ink nest and treat their wounds. Combined with the dubious origins of these innate territory lords, a certain thought caused a sudden jolt of horror in Yang Kai's heart. He immediately turned and instructed, "Senior brother Yang, join up with the others as soon as possible. Be careful to remain in hiding until I return. More importantly, don't act rashly even if you encounter something abnormal." "What did you discover?" Yang Lai asked. Although he had not considered the matter as deeply as Yang Kai, he could instinctively sense that something was very wrong. Yang Kai replied, "I'm not sure yet, but I have to investigate further." After saying so, he vanished from sight with a ripple of space principles. On the other hand, Yang Lai was left with his mouth hanging open. Swallowing the words he had not been in time to speak, he turned around and went to join the other 8th Order veterans on guard duty. Meanwhile, Yang Kai flew forward at a rapid pace. There was no particular target destination in his mind, he was simply carrying out a careful and sweeping search of the general area. If his guess was correct, then the innate territory lords he encountered were not the only ones hiding outside the No-Return Pass. There were likely more of them in other remote places. The Black Ink clan was essentially under Emonaye's command at the moment, and for that reason, Yang Kai and Emonaye had interacted with each other on several occasions. While Yang Kai did not dare to claim that he had a thorough understanding of Emonaye, he was not completely unfamiliar with his enemy either. Therefore, he placed himself in Emonaye's shoes and considered the matter from the latter's perspective. If the truth was as Yang Kai speculated, then the question was simple: what arrangements would he make for the innate territory lords living outside? The answer came to him quickly. He would never allow them to return to the No-Return Pass. That was because Yang Kai was always standing guard outside the No-Return Pass. If these territory lords headed to the No-Return Pass, their whereabouts would definitely be exposed. These territory lords with unknown origins were most likely Emonaye's hidden trump card. In that case, it was only natural to keep them as deeply hidden as possible until they could all be mobilized at a critical moment. Their sudden emergence was bound to catch the human race by surprise. If that was the case, they could not be placed too near the No-Return Pass. Otherwise, their existence might be exposed. After all, Emonaye could not confirm that Yang Kai would remain in the periphery of the No-Return Pass at all times. If Yang Kai was struck by an impulsive whim and arbitrarily decided to wander deeper into the Black Ink battlefield, he might accidentally discover something. Combining his speculations with the location of the high-rank Black Ink nest he destroyed earlier, Yang Kai quickly found the answer. The ruins of the royal city of the major theaters were located quite far from the No-Return Pass, far enough that even if he wanted to take a random walk, Yang Kai would not venture this far. In reality, there was nothing wrong with Emonaye's arrangement. What he never expected was that the human race had a team of tens of thousands of cultivators mining for resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, much less that Yang Kai's considerations would coincide with his own. Yang Kai had also dispatched other humans to search for resources beyond the ruins of the royal cities as he assumed it was absolutely safe from the Black Ink clan's patrols. Both sides had assumed that the other would not venture so deep into the Black Ink battlefield for no reason, so they had hidden their activities in the same place. That was how Yang Lai had accidentally stumbled upon the high-rank Black Ink nest while investigating his surroundings. One could only sigh at the irony. It was truly an occasion befitting the saying, "The calculations of man cannot compare to those of heaven." Despite Yang Kai's conjectures, trying to find something in the vast void was like trying to find a single shell in a vast sea. He was lucky that his divine sense was powerful and he could use space principles to rapidly move from one place to another. 1 month later, his efforts bore fruit. In a dead universe world located deep in the void, Yang Kai came across a scene similar to the one he had seen previously. A high-rank black ink nest was standing there quietly. Furthermore, the high-rank black ink nest was not fully hatched to avoid any wastage of resources or black ink strength. All the black ink strength was condensed around the black ink nest with no sign of it spreading into the surroundings. That was part of the countermeasures to conceal the existence of the black ink nest. If the black ink nest had been fully hatched, it would tower many thousands of meters into the sky, and the black ink strength surging from it would easily cover the entire universe world and the surrounding space, making it very easy to spot. On the contrary, restraining its growth and emission of black ink strength could provide adequate concealment. If Yang Kai had not investigated the area carefully and simply passed by without much care, he might not have discovered the black ink nest. Thanks to his previous experience, Yang Kai did not show mercy in his actions this time around. He had not been certain whether there was a royal lord in the previous black ink nest, so he had only used Golden Crow casts the sun to test the waters. This time, he did not hesitate to use his sun and moon divine seal. The space-time strength emerged as a giant seal comprised of a crescent moon and great sun slammed fiercely into the black ink nest. Time and space warped greatly at the moment of impact, seemingly shredding reality itself in the surrounding region. Once the full power of the sun and moon divine seal dissipated, the local time and space began to repair itself. The enormous high-rank black ink nest disintegrated like a tower of sand, and most of the innate territory lords hiding within the black ink nest to recuperate from their wounds were instantly annihilated. The Sun and Moon Divine Seal was Yang Kai's strongest single trump card at the moment. Supplemented by his current cultivation at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, even a pseudo-royal lords like Emonayi might not be able to defend against this attack. So what more need be said about a bunch of injured, defenseless innate territory lords? The territory lords who were lucky enough to survive this blow all suffered severe damage to their foundations. Awakening from their deep slumber, they looked absolutely terrified and barely had any time to understand the situation before they were massacred. The slaughter this time around went much faster than before, with the main reason being that the power of Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Seal was much higher than his Golden Crow casts the sun. Many of the territory lords were slain before they even caught a glimpse of their attacker, while those who survived were left on the verge of death. The entire process took no more than several dozen breaths of time. As Yang Kai retrieved the Azure Dragon Spear, there was not a single living being left in his surroundings. However, he did not show the slightest joy on his face. Instead, his expression was extremely solemn. Compared to finding another high-rank black ink nest after just 1 month, he would rather have spent several years searching with no results. If that were the case, then it would have meant that his speculations were wrong and the situation faced by the human race would not worsen much further. Unfortunately, looking at the current situation, everything seemed to be heading in the worst direction. To obtain results in just 1 month could not be just because he had been lucky or his search efforts had been careful enough. Looking at the situation from the most obvious perspective, this meant that many territory lords were living outside the no-return pass. It was precisely because their numbers were so high that Yang Kai was easily able to find them. If he continued his search, Yang Kai was certain he would find even more black ink nests filled with territory lords. We're in big trouble. It turned out that Wu Kuang was unreliable after all. However, it was not entirely his fault either. Although Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of Shi, who had the qualifications to control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, his cultivation was limited. It was only natural that Wu Kuang could not control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction as well as Tsang. Yang Kai pondered for a while before activating space principles, and returning along the same route, he came with the help of the space beacons that he had hidden. It had taken him a month to arrive at this spot, but it only took him a few hours to return and successfully meet up with Ouyang Lai and the others. Faced with the inquiring gazes of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai did not know how to explain the situation. Thus, he decided not to say anything. He simply opened his mouth and declared, "Senior brother Ouyang, Please accompany me back to the Supreme Headquarters. Yang Lai was startled, but he quickly responded, "Good." Yang Kai glanced at the other veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and spoke to them urgently. Be sure to remain hidden as much as possible during this period. Many territory lords are wandering around, though most of them should be recuperating in deep slumber. As long as you remain cautious, you should be safe. The rest of the veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded in response. They could not deny that the safest solution at the moment was to send the mining teams back to safety. However, the human race needed supplies to maintain the war effort. If the cultivators here were sent back now, then there would be one less channel for the human race to obtain supplies in the future. It might not affect them in the short term, but it would be very unfavorable to them in the long term. After all, the resources mined by this team here on the Black Ink battlefield made up a considerable fraction of the human race's consumption over the past 1,000 years. Therefore, Yang Kai could only leave them in place despite knowing that it was dangerous. He could only hope that they were careful enough to prevent being discovered by the innate territory lords. Otherwise, not many of the tens of thousands of cultivators here would survive the ordeal. After issuing these instructions, Yang Kai immediately wrapped his power around Yang Lai and connected his mind to the world tree. The whole world turned upside down, and their field of vision shifted. Under the guidance of a mysterious power, the pair arrived at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. It was Yang Lai's first time visiting the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but he was in no mood to be curious about his surroundings. He only spared a quick glance at the old tree before him in amazement before he questioned solemnly, "Junior brother, what happened?" Yang Kai explained, "Something has probably gone wrong at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. Many innate territory lords have somehow managed to escape." Yang Lai's expression changed drastically. "Are you referring to the ones we encountered previously?" Yang Kai nodded. Yang Lai finally understood the situation. No wonder they did not head to the no-return pass. They were afraid of being discovered by you. If Yang Kai had not been lurking around the no-return pass, then these wounded innate territory lords would not have remained drifting outside. More than a dozen territory lords couldn't remain crowded in a high-rank black ink nest. Do you have any idea how many more territory lords are out there? Yang Lai probed further. Yang Kai shook his head. It's hard to say for certain, but their numbers are definitely low. Yang Lai had discovered the first high-rank black ink nest 10 years ago. Considering the effort required for the territory lords to sneak out of the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, it was most likely that the problems at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction started many decades ago. Who knew how many innate territory lords had escaped from the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction over a period of decades? There was a reason why Yang Kai had associated the presence of the territory lords with a problem at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. When Yang Kai had previously sent the suppressing Black Ink army to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, he had personally witnessed a royal lord breaking through the gap opened by Wu Kuang. Fortunately, the gap opened by Wu Kuang only allowed territory lords to enter and exit freely, while a royal lord would need to pay a high price to force their way through the gap. Consequently, the royal lord had been covered in wounds even though he managed to emerge from the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. That royal lord's strength had been greatly reduced as a result, allowing Fu Guang to swiftly defeat and execute him. The innate territory lords whom they encountered previously had all been seriously injured, which was certainly thought-provoking. Their conditions were exactly the same as the royal lord whom Yang Kai had met in the past, allowing him to make the association. Martial Peak, Chapter 5697, You won't be receiving anything ever again. According to Yang Kai's speculation, the Black Ink clan in the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction were shielded from the outside world. The innate territory lords were incapable of escaping from it unnoticed without paying a heavy cost. Every territory lord would suffer deep wounds when they escaped from the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, and for that reason, the no-return pass had gone to special lengths to deliver cultivation resources to them, so that they could rest and recuperate until they were needed in the future. If Ouyang had not discovered this issue by chance, the Black Ink clan would have gathered a massive group of powerful innate territory lords over hundreds or even thousands of years. These innate territory lords would have been enough to alter the situation on the battlefield, and there was a high possibility that they would become a force that would eventually crush the human race. Senior Brother Ouyang, I need you to return to the Supreme Headquarters. Contact Senior Brother Mi and inform him about the situation here so that the human race can come up with the appropriate countermeasures as soon as possible. Understood. Ouyang nodded solemnly, knowing the importance of the matter. The Black Ink clan had secretly pulled this trick, so if the human race did not take the necessary countermeasures immediately, they would likely suffer terrible consequences. Also, Yang Kai thought of something and added, in the near future, there may be a large number of pseudo-royal lords emerging from the Black Ink clan. Tell Senior Brother Mi to take more precautions. Ouyang couldn't help shivering at those words. It was only natural that he was aware of the existence of pseudo-royal lords. Purely in terms of depth of cultivation, there was not much difference between a pseudo-royal lord and a true royal lord. What was different was their control over their power. The power of a pseudo-royal lord did not come from years of accumulation and cultivation, so even if they had the same power as a true royal lord, they could not exert it properly. Be that as it may, a pseudo-royal lord was not an opponent an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could confront. If it was just as Yang Kai had said, and a large batch of pseudo-royal lords appeared among the Black Ink clan, what would happen to the human race? Yang Kai's warning did not come from being an alarmist. On the contrary, his warning had come from the insight that he gained from his understanding of Emo Ye's thought process. There was no denying that Emo Ye was a ruthless and efficient character. He had hidden many innate territory lords in the depths of Black Ink battlefield and provided them with cultivation resources to heal their wounds. At the same time, he was also prepared to sacrifice them at any moment so that they could join forces to create new pseudo-royal lords. Yang Kai had successively destroyed 2 high-rank Black Ink nests, both of which contained more than a dozen innate territory lords recuperating inside. Their numbers were essentially equal, so it was obvious that the entire arrangement was not a coincidence but an intentional arrangement on the part of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai had yet to figure out how the Black Ink clan precisely created a pseudo-royal lord, but according to the limited information that he possessed, it required the sacrifice of at least 12 territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest. The 2 high-rank Black Ink nests that he destroyed earlier met those conditions. Therefore, the Black Ink clan could implement their plans to create pseudo-royal lords at a moment's notice. More than a dozen wounded innate territory lords could easily be killed by a sneak attack from Yang Kai, but dealing with even a single pseudo-royal lord would be extremely difficult. That was the difference between quantity and quality. The human race needed to take precautions against such a possible future. After sending Ouyang away, Yang Kai did not remain idle. He threw himself into the world fruit corresponding to the universe world that he deliberately left outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Borrowing the power of the world tree, the space around him warped and the aura of the world washed over him before he emerged outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai reappeared again, he immediately detected a powerful divine sense reaching towards him from afar. It was none other than Fu Guang, who was in charge of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, he stopped paying attention to him and focused his vigilance on the movements of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Yang Kai nodded in that direction as a greeting before quickly concealing his aura and staring up at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Not much had changed since the last time he came to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The Black Ink clan army kept rushing out of the gap that Wu Kuang had opened in the past, while the suppressing Black Ink fortress maintained its efforts to wipe out this Black Ink clan army. Several Black Ink clansmen would successfully emerge from the gap from time to time, only for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the suppressing Black Ink army to step forward to confront them. The battle was extremely intense, but be that as it may, the suppressing Black Ink army was capable of handling it. They barely even suffered any casualties over the years, with the only real loss being the heavy consumption of cultivation resources. Yang Kai was starting to understand the whole situation now. Previously, this whole scenario had confused him. After all, the Black Ink clan knew the consequences of forcing their way through the opening in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The only consequence waiting for them was death, but if that was the case, why would they continue attacking without fear? The Black Ink clan might have held on to the hope of escaping the primordial heaven's source grand restriction for the first few months, or even years. However, 1,000 years had passed yet no progress had been made. How could the Black Ink clan fail to see the situation clearly after so many years of failure? No matter how foolish the Black Ink clan might be, they must have been able to understand how much the human race had ground down their strength. Even so, the Black Ink clan had stubbornly chosen to continue their confrontation with the suppressing Black Ink army. Now, it was apparent that they were not stupid, but instead had other plans. The battle at the Gap was nothing more than a distraction. Thanks to the intense battle at the opening, they not only drew the attention of the suppressing Black Ink army, but also Fu Guang. Even Wu Kuang, who controlled the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, was preoccupied with the battle. It was something that Yang Kai had noticed during one of his previous times here. All of Wu Kuang's energy and focus had been devoted to maintaining control over the opening, so much so that he did not even have the time or mood to speak with Yang Kai. In this way, the Black Ink clan had secretly opened a passage for innate territory lords to escape at a location where Fu Guang and Wu Kuang would not notice. Fortunately, even though this passage existed, the territory lords still had to pay a huge price to escape the primordial heaven's source grand restriction by force. Where is it? Yang Kai swept his gaze around, his thoughts spinning wildly in his head. The person the Black Ink clan was most concerned about here was probably Wu Kuang, as he was the one who controlled the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Their efforts over the years would all be in vain once Wu Kuang noticed the slightest abnormality. Therefore, the spot they chose to make a second opening had to be somewhere Wu Kuang would not investigate for no reason. Yang Kai immediately turned and looked in the exact opposite direction of the gap. Under the urging of space principles, Yang Kai's figure seemed to completely melt into the void. Inside the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Fu Guang frowned slightly. Yang Kai had not only arrived silently but also deliberately concealed both his aura and his whereabouts. Those were clear signs that something was not right. Although he did not know the specifics of Yang Kai's actions, he instinctively sensed that something major must have happened. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction covered an extremely large area. It was the grand restriction that the 10 martial ancestors had joined forces to create and the land where Mo came into existence. Even its true body had been sealed within this place. Furthermore, Mo had produced countless Black Ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. One could only imagine the vastness of the land. With it being so vast, it was indeed difficult for Wu Kuang to conduct comprehensive monitoring when most of his attention had to be focused on a single spot. What's more, he mentioned something 1,000 years ago. The grand restriction was too ancient, so flaws had naturally developed in it. When Wu Kuang took the initiative to open the gap, it probably caused tremors throughout the entire primordial heaven's source grand restriction, which the Black Ink clan probably found a way to exploit. Half a month later, Yang Kai had silently swept about half of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Unfortunately, he did not discover any abnormalities during his comprehensive search. He did not relax his guard though, for if the anomaly could be found so easily, Wu Kuang would not have been kept in the dark for so long. Suppressing his impatience, Yang Kai wandered back and forth without aim. A few more days passed before he suddenly detected a strange energy fluctuation coming from a certain spot in the void. Since he happened to be in the vicinity at the time, he hastily rushed over to investigate the situation. From what Yang Kai could see, there seemed to be a black lump that wriggled vigorously like a living creature in the deep and endless darkness. The black lump was gradually squeezing its way out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. It did not take long before the black lump broke free. When the pitch-black darkness melted away, a figure was revealed, one of an innate territory lord. The innate territory lord immediately concealed his aura as much as possible. As he had just escaped the primordial heaven source grand restriction, his wounds were severe and he did not dare to stay for long, quickly turning in a certain direction to flee. Yang Kai worked hard to suppress his killing intent. After the territory lord gained some distance, he sent a divine sense message to Wu Kuang before silently stalking his prey. Half a day later, the territory lord stopped somewhere in the void. His divine sense surged as though communicating with someone, then he swiftly traveled in a certain direction. He arrived at an asteroid after some time, where 6 other territory lords had gathered together, each one of them looking extremely weak and tired. When the territory lord arrived at the meeting spot, he finally burst out into happy laughter. "I'm finally out." Anybody would be ecstatic to escape from the prison they had been confined to since the beginning of their life. Likewise, the other territory lords could not hide their joy either, smiling as they exchanged a few happy words. Nevertheless, they soon focused their attention, with one of the territory lords saying, "We need to wait for a few more of us to come out. Once 15 have gathered here, we will set off for our destination." The territory lord who arrived last immediately became a little impatient. "Why do we have to wait until 15 of us have gathered here? Won't we have to wait for a long time, then?" The territory lord who spoke earlier answered, "That's what the no-return pass has arranged for us. We simply need to follow our orders." The territory lord who came last couldn't help feeling frustrated, but there was nothing he could do, so he just complained bitterly, "There is neither a black ink nest nor black ink strength here, so we are unable to treat our wounds. Don't you think just waiting here without doing anything is a waste? The no-return pass has already arranged everything for us, so we only need to arrive at the designated place on time. At that point, we will receive everything we could possibly need. I guess that's our only option." He sighed heavily. "I'm afraid you won't be receiving anything ever again." A deep voice suddenly sounded behind them. The territory lords were stunned for a moment before they all stood up and looked in the direction the voice came from. However, all that entered their vision was a torrential storm of spear shadows. If it was said that Yang Kai had expended some effort to destroy the innate territory lords hidden within the 2 high-rank black ink nests, then slaughtering the territory lords gathered here was practically effortless. The territory lords inside the black ink nests had been recuperating for some time, so they had recovered some of their strength. In comparison, these territory lords had just escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction and each one of them had severely damaged their foundations, so the strength they could exert was less than 30% of their maximum. Besides, there were only 7 territory lords here. After the storm of spear shadows subsided, 4 out of the 7 territory lords died on the spot. Among the remaining 3 territory lords, 1 retaliated in fury while the others immediately chose to flee. Be that as it may, their efforts were futile and it was not long before the auras of all 7 territory lords were completely annihilated. Yang Kai frowned and picked up an object from the corpse of a dead territory lord. It was a black ink nest the size of a palm, which seemed like it had just been conceived but not yet hatched. If his guess was correct, it was most likely a high-rank black ink nest. If everything had gone smoothly, these territory lords would have brought this high-rank black ink nest to a hidden location where they would receive a batch of resources from the no-return pass to hatch the black ink nest. After that, they would enter the black ink nest to recuperate from their injuries in deep slumber. Martial Peak, Chapter 5698, Alerting the Enemy. Given the network formed between black ink nests, Yang Kai had the vague suspicion that these territory lords could use the black ink nest in their possession to communicate with the no-return pass directly. Holding the miniature black ink nest in the palm of his hand, Yang Kai debated for a long time, but in the end, he abandoned the idea of using it to spy on the Black Ink clan's communications. Turning around, he headed towards the primordial heaven's source grand restriction instead. He did not head towards the suppressing Black Ink fortress but the hole in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and then he concealed himself in the void. After communicating with Wu Kuang via divine sense, he learned that there had been no abnormalities in this area during this period. Thus, Yang Kai settled in and quietly laid in ambush. The same scene as the one he witnessed before finally occurred again 10 days later. A small dark mass wriggled cautiously in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, employing unknown means to forcibly squeeze its way out. As the darkness burst and dissipated, the figure of an innate territory lord was revealed. The innate territory lord did not linger for long and quickly traveled in the same direction as the territory lord from before. Yang Kai silently followed. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to avoid the perception of an innate territory lord from such a close range, especially when the innate territory lord was being extremely vigilant of his surroundings. It was just that this territory lord was suffering from such severe wounds that even his senses had become blurry. Yang Kai followed the innate territory lord in secret until they were far enough from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction for it to be impossible for someone to notice them. Only then did he make his move and slaughtered the innate territory lord on the spot. The innate territory lord was most likely trying to meet up with the previous 7 innate territory lords. Unfortunately for him, those 7 innate territory lords had already been annihilated by Yang Kai, so how could he find them? In this way, Yang Kai consecutively slaughtered 5 territory lords before he finally stopped 2 months later. The situation was dire indeed. There was a reason why Yang Kai did not ask Wu Kuang to repair the gap in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction immediately and instead chose to monitor the situation in secret. He had wanted to learn how frequently the territory lords were escaping from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The results he obtained were both shocking and horrifying. On average, there were 2 to 3 innate territory lords escaping per month. If 5 innate territory lords escaped every 2 months, then that would mean as many as 30 of them escaped in a year. According to Yang Kai's previous estimate, the problem at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction probably started several dozen years ago. A conservative estimate would be 30 years ago. If 30 innate territory lords escaped in a year, that would mean that nearly 1,000 innate territory lords had escaped the primordial heaven's source grand restriction over the past 30 years. 1,000 territory lords was an astounding number. What more if they were all innate territory lords? Yang Kai felt his heart grow heavy at the realization that his previous speculations were correct. The reason he found the second hidden high-rank black ink nest so easily was not because he was lucky, but because the Black Ink clan had many other secret black ink nests scattered across the black ink battlefield. It's a minor issue, so repairing it won't be difficult. I will also be more careful in the future. Wu Kuang responded via divine sense, but his tone sounded slightly gloomy. After all, nobody would be happy to learn that the Black Ink clan had been playing tricks right under their nose. When Wu Kuang claimed that it was a minor issue, he was not referring to the innate territory lords who escaped the primordial heaven source grand restriction, only the weak spot that the Black Ink clan had been exploiting. It was his failure to monitor that particular location that allowed the Black Ink clan to take advantage of his negligence. Now that he discovered the issue, he only needed to make some slight adjustments to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to repair the weakness. Please do. If something like this happens again, the human race will be doomed, Yang Kai warned. Although the current situation was not optimistic, the Black Ink clan did not hold an absolute advantage in the war yet. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling relieved that Yang Lai had accidentally stumbled upon that high-rank Black Ink nest. Otherwise, the human race would be at risk of extinction if the Black Ink clan had successfully continued their plans for a few hundred years. Wu Kuang seemed embarrassed, but did not say anything. He was clearly devoting himself to repairing the flaw in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and it really did not take much effort for him to patch the weak spot. A moment later, the human race masters in charge of monitoring the movement of the Black Ink clan on the battlefield from the suppressing Black Ink fortress exclaimed in astonishment as though discovering something strange. The sounds of battle that had rung out incessantly for the past 1,000 years were showing gradual signs of subsiding. Even the innate territory lords, who were fighting the suppressing Black Ink army masters on the battlefield after escaping from the primordial heavens source grand restriction, were starting to retreat and return to the primordial heavens source grand restriction via the gap. Half a day later, The suppressing black ink army masters stood on the suppressing black ink fortress and stared blankly at the empty void in front of them. The battlefield that had been plagued with bloodshed for the past 1,000 years was finally ushering in a rare moment of peace. No other black ink clansmen were charging out from the gap, only countless severed limbs and bits of hashed meat left over from dead black ink clansmen, along with dense black ink clouds that seemed like they would never dissipate. Cheers started from a certain location and soon spread throughout the suppressing black ink fortress like a tidal wave. The soldiers rejoiced, their shouts of victory ringing out across the void. The volume of their cheers nearly threatened to turn the entire universe upside down. The soldiers at the lower ranks seemed to believe that they finally won the battle after 1,000 years. They were certain that the Black Ink clan in the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction had realized the strength of the human race army and no longer dared to rear their heads again so easily. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters frowned deeply. They initially took the initiative to open a gap in the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction so that they could lure the Black Ink clan into attacking. Their actions were a measure to reduce the pressure on the next generation, therefore, the sudden withdrawal of the Black Ink clan could not be considered a good thing. Nevertheless, the suppressing Black Ink army was indeed in need of some rest after enduring 1,000 years of constant battle. The current situation was an acceptable outcome for them. Only Yang Kai, who was hiding in the shadows, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The weak spot in the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction that the Black Ink clan found had been repaired by Wu Kuang. The Black Ink clan no longer had a reason to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield to draw Wu Kuang's attention, so they naturally stopped dispatching their soldiers to the battlefield. Taking into consideration that Wu Kuang had repaired the weak spot in the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction and Yang Kai had slaughtered so many innate territory lords recently, there was a high possibility that their actions had already alerted the enemy. Mo Na Yi was not such an easy opponent after all. I have to move faster. After communicating with Fu Guang and Wu Kuang via divine sense transmission, Yang Kai connected his mind to the world tree once more and returned to the star boundary via the grand ancient ruins boundary. From there, Yang Kai did not pause for a single moment. Exiting High Heaven territory, he detoured through the Great Territory where the Supreme Headquarters was located and snuck past a battlefield in a certain Great Territory. Then, he traveled directly in the direction of Black Territory. When he arrived at Black Territory, he passed through a secret void corridor and finally arrived at the Blue Sky Theater. No matter how fast Yang Kai was though, this journey took a whole month despite him pushing his space principles to the extreme. As soon as he arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, he made some arrangements before beginning a search for traces of the hidden high-rank Black Ink nests. It was a fact that many innate territory lords had escaped from the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. That was not a reality that could be changed. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan had tried to hide these territory lords so that they could heal peacefully. At this point, Yang Kai could only attempt to locate and annihilate these territory lords before the Black Ink clan could take preventive measures. While he would not be able to annihilate many with his strength alone, he could only do his utmost best to kill as many of them as possible. Thanks to his past two experiences, Yang Kai had gotten better at searching for the high-rank Black Ink nests that were hidden in the depths of the void. His search was no longer as aimless as before. Another month later, Mo Na Yi stood inside the main hall at the No-Return Pass and studied the miniature Black Ink nest in front of him with a deep scowl. The Black Ink nest came from Mou and was something the Royal Lord had personally given to him so that he could communicate with the clansmen in the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. For some reason, he had been having trouble establishing contact with the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction since about 2 months ago. He had not paid much attention to the issue at the beginning as it was not the first time such difficulties occurred. There were many occasions when he had trouble transmitting or receiving information effectively. Most of the time, he couldn't even connect to the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. That was why he had not thought much about the issue and had just assumed that it was nothing more than a normal phenomenon. However, 2 whole months had passed since he last received any message from the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, which was beginning to arouse his suspicions. Had something gone wrong on the other side? That was not impossible. Those in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been very careful up until now to ensure that the human masters guarding the primordial heaven's source grand restriction did not notice anything unusual. However, there was always a risk of exposure with their clansmen sneaking out at regular intervals. The hole in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was bound to be repaired once discovered, in which case, the territory lords would never succeed in sneaking out again. Unable to be certain, Emonayi did not try to contact the clansmen in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction again. On the contrary, he tried to contact the last batch of territory lords who escaped from the grand restriction. According to his instructions, the territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would form groups of 14 or 15, with one among them being in charge of carrying a high-rank black ink nest. Once they had gathered enough people, they would set off together and head towards the location Emonayi designated to receive the cultivation resources from the no-return pass. After that, they would search for a suitable hiding spot to hatch their black ink nest so that they could enter it and begin healing. Over the past several dozen years, everything had been going smoothly. As many as 60 batches of hidden territory lords had now scattered across the black ink battlefield. An estimation of the time indicated that the last batch of territory lords who escaped from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction should have completed their numbers and set off. Emonayi focused his mind on the black ink nest before him, but the strange space inside of its consciousness was empty, with not a single figure in sight. Emonayi was the only person here, and as his divine sense surged, the space vibrated slightly. Although the connection between black ink nests was extremely strong, they could not connect with a specific black ink nest directly. If Emonayi wanted to contact a specific group of territory lords, then he could only send out a general message and wait for them to respond. At the same time, Yang Kai stood in the void as murderous intent surged around him. The spear in his hand contained many Dao strengths interweaving with each other. Numerous innate territory lords had died at his hands, and the high-rank black ink nest where the territory lords were hiding had been destroyed earlier. There were 15 territory lords as usual, the number not any different from the 2 batches he annihilated previously. This only made him increasingly certain that Emonayi intended to use these territory lords to create pseudo-royal lords. Unfortunately for Emonayi, Yang Kai had eliminated 3 of these nests before the plan could be implemented. It was not an intense battle. Under the premise that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, these wounded innate territory lords had almost no power to resist, and when the dust settled, black ink strength scattered wildly across the void. There was not a single living creature around him as he calmed the surging world force in his body. Then he reached into his pocket and took out the small black ink nest that he obtained previously. The black ink nest was trembling slightly as if conveying some sort of message. Martial Peak, Chapter 5699, Third Time's the Charm. This black ink nest had been brought out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction by the Black Ink clan. Its first purpose was to contact the no-return pass, and the second was to hatch into a place where the territory lords could rest and treat their wounds after they received the necessary cultivation resources. Seeing as the black ink nest was vibrating, the no-return pass must be trying to make contact. Yang Kai was tempted to attempt communication in order to gain enemy intelligence. However, he decided to give up on the idea after he weighed the risks. What if the person trying to make contact from the no-return pass was Emonayi himself? It would be very difficult for him to fool Emonayi. After all, he had to immerse his consciousness into the black ink nest to communicate through the black ink nest. With Emonayi's caution, Yang Kai would not be able to hide the truth from him if they were to confront each other directly. In the end, Yang Kai could only choose to ignore the black ink nest. His choice might arouse Emonayi's suspicions, but the truth would not be exposed immediately. Therefore, this was the best way to buy a little more time. Yang Kai put the black ink nest away and resumed his search for the black ink nests hidden by the Black Ink clan. Time was running out, and the days when he could effortlessly massacre territory lords were dwindling rapidly. Back at the no-return pass, Emonayi waited for 4 whole hours but did not receive a response, his expression darkening as time passed. he had the vague feeling that their movements at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been discovered. If that was the case, then the last batch of territory lords who escaped the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had probably suffered at the hands of the human race masters. Likewise, the black ink nest in their possession had probably fallen into the hands of the humans, which would explain why there was no response from them. He did not believe that those territory lords could survive, as the price they had to pay to sneak out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was too high. If the humans prepared themselves in advance, then killing heavily wounded territory lords would not take much effort. Although Emo had anticipated the current situation, he couldn't help feeling disappointed that the day had arrived so quickly. He had hoped that many more territory lords would be able to sneak out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction before they were exposed. At that moment, Yang Kai abruptly came to mind. If the matter at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been exposed, then the entire human race would probably soon be aware of everything, and it would not be long before Yang Kai learned about this. But he might already know about this matter. He has always been capable of traveling back and forth without any trace thanks to his mastery over the Tao of space. Who knows whether he has recently been to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Yang Kai was cunning and highly intelligent. If he learned about the matter at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, he would most likely realize that Emo Na-Yi was the secret mastermind behind the scenes. Emo Na-Ye's expression stiffened before he immediately took out the communication bead that could be used to contact Yang Kai and tentatively sent a message through it. "Brother Yang, are you there?" Throughout his entire life, Emo Na-Yi had never known how torturous waiting could be. He simply wanted to use this method to determine Yang Kai's approximate distance. As for Yang Kai's exact position, it was impossible to determine. If his message could not be delivered, then it would mean that there was a vast distance between them, and it would also indicate that Yang Kai was not outside the no-return pass. Seeing as Yang Kai had always remained nearby these past 1,000 years, it would be a sure sign that something was wrong if he was not here now. On the other hand, if the message was successfully delivered, then everything was still all right. It meant that Yang Kai remained hidden outside the no-return pass, monitoring the movements here. That was the outcome that Emo Na-Yi was hoping to see the most. Therefore, Emo Na-Yi was happy to see the communication bead in his palm vibrate slightly. That was an indicator that the message had been transmitted to the other party. In other words, it meant that Yang Kai was not too far from him. However, there was no response from the other party. Emo Na-Yi waited for a long time, but in the end he could not stand the wait and sent out another message. Approximately 12 million kilometers away from the no-return pass, a young man sat curled up inside a large universe fragment. He was trying his hardest to conceal his aura so that he did not expose himself in the slightest. Furthermore, he held a small communication bead tightly in his hand. His attention was focused to the extreme. In terms of cultivation, he was only at the peak of the Emperor realm. He had condensed his Tao seal and could advance to the open heaven realm at any time. Not to mention, the cultivation resources used to condense his Tao seal were of the 6th order. In other words, he was a candidate who could advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm. At this moment, the communication bead in his hand was vibrating slightly. He was astonished for a moment, but he quickly realized that the situation described by the Tao Lord was happening. Somebody was trying to contact the Tao Lord. The young man, known as Sun Zhao, couldn't help recalling the incident that had taken place 1 month ago. At the time, he had been cultivating in retreat inside the Void Tao Temple when he suddenly noticed something strange. By the time he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in this spot. More importantly, the appearance of the person standing before him made a wave of excitement flood his entire being. It was none other than the Tao Lord himself. He only had time to express his admiration and respect for the Tao Lord before he received an important task. He was to conceal his aura, remain hidden at this spot, and watch over the communication bead. The Tao Lord's instructions were given in an incredibly grave manner. He claimed that this matter was not only very important, but also related to the survival of the human race. Then he instructed Sun Zhao to remain hidden without exposing his whereabouts. The pressure was overwhelming to Sun Zhao. He was just an Emperor Realm Master from the Void Dao Temple who had yet to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. How could he suddenly bear the heavy responsibility of performing a task related to the survival of the human race out of nowhere? Nevertheless, he was personally given this mission by the Tao Lord himself, so how could he dare to be careless? He immediately nodded and agreed to the task. A month had passed since then. Now that the communication bead was vibrating lightly in his hand, he desperately thought back to the Tao Lord's instructions. If nobody tries to contact me, then just do nothing. If somebody tries to contact me, ignore the message during the first and second attempts. Wait until the third time before you respond. How should this disciple answer? Also, who is the person sending the messages? He asked humbly. How you answer is up to your discretion. Just adapt to the circumstances. As for the person sending the messages, it's just a nobody who is not worthy of notice. Sun Zhao was pensive but still nodded. This disciple understands. Gathering his wandering thoughts, Sun Zhao checked the message in the communication bead. He glanced at the words, "Brother Yang, are you there?" and snorted lightly. Just who does this unworthy person think he is? How dare he call the Tao Lord brother? He sure does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. By the Tao Lord's instructions, he ignored the message. A short while later, another message was delivered to the communication bead. Brother Yang, I have something to discuss with you. How dare he call the Tao Lord brother again? What a shameless person. Despite insulting the other party in his heart, Sun Zhao strictly followed Yang Kai's instructions and ignored the message. He had a vague feeling in his heart that the person sending these messages was a shameless individual. No wonder the Tao Lord is unwilling to speak to him. Soon, the third message came, Brother Yang, it's urgent. Please respond. Once was fine, twice was acceptable, but thrice was the limit. This person had been harassing the Tao Lord over and over again. It was simply unbearable. Sun Zhao was tempted to scold and reprimand the other party, and the urge nearly overwhelmed him, but he hesitated to act. Although the Tao Lord had asked him to respond accordingly, he was worried that responding rashly would discredit the Tao Lord's reputation instead. That was not what a disciple should do. I must put myself in the Tao Lord's shoes. If an unworthy person that I don't like keeps harassing me, how would I reply? The perfect idea soon came to him. Inside the no-return pass, Emonai had no idea why Yang Kai was ignoring him. Although he could be certain that Yang Kai's communication bead was near the no-return pass, he could not determine whether Yang Kai himself was there. There was no saying whether Yang Kai had randomly placed the communication bead somewhere nearby to create the illusion that he was constantly monitoring the situation from the outside. That was why Emonai had persistently sent 3 messages in a row just to confirm that there was indeed somebody on the other end of the communication bead. Fortunately, his hard work paid off. After 3 inquiries, the communication bead in his hand finally vibrated in response. He quickly checked the message with a slight frown. There were only 2 sentences in the communication bead. Moreover, the message was simple and clear. It was truly in line with Yang Kai's straightforward style. In retreat. Do not disturb. I can't believe he is cultivating in retreat outside of the no-return pass. Does he have no respect for the Black Ink clan at all? Although the response annoyed Emonai, he was satisfied to confirm that Yang Kai remained outside the no-return pass and not too far away either. He had been worried that Yang Kai might have ventured deep into the Black Ink battlefield to investigate his secret plans. If that were the case, then the heavily wounded territory lords would not be able to defend themselves from this killing star. Now that most of his worries had been laid to rest, Emonai couldn't help lamenting that the secret at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been exposed. Nevertheless, he had to develop countermeasures to protect the territory lords in advance. After all, there was an elite human race army and the divine dragon, Fu Guan, stationed outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Not to mention, even if Yang Kai was ignorant about the situation now, it would only be a matter of time before he found out. Once Yang Kai learned about these plans, the various arrangements that Emo Na Yi prepared outside would no longer be sufficient. I need to figure out a way to lure Yang Kai away so that the territory lords living outside can sneak over to the no-return pass. Emo Na Yi had not allowed the territory lords into the no-return pass for fear that Yang Kai would discover their presence, which would in turn affect the situation at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. Now that the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction plot was exposed, he had to figure out a solution to protect the territory lords who had already snuck out. Emo Na Yi had to settle this matter as soon as possible. It could not be delayed any further. Despite pondering deeply, he could not come up with a good solution. The greatest issue was that the Black Ink clan could not grasp Yang Kai's movements at all. It was impossible for Yang Kai to constantly remain outside the no-return pass throughout the past 1,000 years. However, the Black Ink clan remained clueless concerning his movements. They did not know when he would leave or when he would return. There might be a chance after each delivery of resources. After all, there was no doubt that Yang Kai demanded the cultivation resources from the Black Ink clan for the sake of the human race. While mulling over these matters, Emo Na Yi suddenly froze up. He vaguely sensed that he had overlooked an important point. Standing stiff in place, he urged the wheels in his head to spin faster. It did not take long before sweat beaded his forehead. He finally realized what he had overlooked previously. He had been considering matters from a positive perspective, but he had forgotten that not everything would go as he wished. It was highly likely that what happened at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction had been exposed and the last batch of territory lords to escape were dead. That was why he lost communication with the clansmen inside the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction and why he could not contact the last batch of territory lords either. All his considerations earlier had been based on the assumption that Yang Kai remained ignorant about the matters at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, but what if Yang Kai knew all along? It was impossible to confirm that Yang Kai was in the vicinity with just the communication bead and the simple message. Yang Kai could have asked somebody else to disguise themselves as him and respond to the messages on his behalf. After all, the messages in the communication bead did not contain any trace of his aura. There were no means to prove a person's identity through these messages. The sweat beading on Emo Na Yi's forehead increased significantly. At this rate, things could be heading in the worst possible direction. Therefore, he did not dare to hesitate. Taking out the small black ink nest again, he immersed his consciousness into the black ink nest space and shook it far more violently than before. He had to contact the sleeping territory lords and confirm their safety. Martial Peak, Chapter 5700, On the Hunt. The main reason Emo Na Yi had not taken action previously was so that he did not interfere with the healing process of the territory lords. However, interrupting their healing was nothing compared to the dangers of the current situation. The black ink nest space continued to vibrate, sending urgent signals to the outside world. Consequently, the territory lords who were sleeping and healing inside the incompletely hatched high-rank black ink nests across the depths of the black ink battlefield were startled awake. It did not take long before figures began to appear in the black ink nest space, each one representing one of the high-rank black ink nests. Although these territory lords who had been disturbed from their healing process were not in a good mood, they did not dare to express their dissatisfaction in front of a pseudo-royal lord like Emo Na Yi. Hence, they simply stood there respectfully and waited quietly. Emo Na Yi kept counting the number of consciousnesses who arrived until no other figures appeared. In the end, though, there were 4 fewer presences than there should have been. Emo Na Yi's complexion went pale as he realized that no matter how cautious he had been, he was still one step behind the enemy. The 4 missing figures in the black ink nest space meant that 4 high-rank black ink nests had been destroyed. Needless to say, the territory lords treating their wounds inside those high-rank black ink nests were bound to have suffered tragic fates. That was nearly 60 innate territory lords. A massive loss. Calculating the position and distance between the 4 high-rank black ink nests, Emo Na Yi immediately concluded that Yang Kai was the assailant as only he could cross the space between those 4 high-rank black ink nests in such a short time or destroy the black ink nests and slaughter those territory lords with such efficiency. The message transmitted to the communication bead earlier was definitely not sent by Yang Kai himself. That bastard tricked me. He considered everything and even took countermeasures based on how I would react. Eightful. Sir, did something happen? One of the innate territory lords raised the question after noticing the strange expression on Emo Na Ye's face. Emo Na Ye quickly composed himself and replied, "You don't need to hide anymore. Head to the no-return pass as quickly as possible. We will make arrangements to receive you. If you meet a human master along the way, do not fight him. He is very strong and possesses numerous dangerous methods. He is not somebody you can defeat." The expressions of the territory lords stiffened in shock at those words. Just what kind of human race master could frighten a pseudo-royal lord so badly? Another innate territory lord thus asked, "Sir, what should we do if we encounter this person?" Emo Na Yi answered decisively, "Scatter and flee so that as many of you can escape as possible." What about the black ink nests? Yet another territory lord inquired. If they were going to escape, then it was only natural for them to abandon the black ink nests. Unfortunately, high-rank black ink nests were extremely important and valuable to the Black Ink clan. They were also the highest quality black ink nests produced directly in the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Every high-rank black ink nest contained a trace of the Supreme One's source strength. Even Emo Na Yi could not bring himself to abandon them so easily. After a moment of deep contemplation, Emo Na Yi made his decision: bring the black ink nests with you, but if the situation turns disadvantageous, abandon them immediately. Now go. Emo Na Yi gave a wave of his hand, and the territory lords departed. It did not take long before numerous territory lords flew out from the high-rank black ink nests scattered across the depths of the black ink battlefield. With a surge of black ink strength, they retrieved the black ink nests before they began rushing towards the no-return pass from all directions. Inside the no-return pass, Emo Na Yi personally took action and headed out to meet the territory lords. Many powerful innate territory lords also formed 4 symbols and 5 elements formations as they began spreading out. Almost all of the territory lords in the no-return pass were dispatched, leaving only Royal Lord Mou and Pseudo-Royal Lord Meng Ke, with a dozen or so territory lords in charge of arranging and activating the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array at any moment just in case Yang Kai decided to attack. Inside a certain universe fragment, the hidden Sun Zhao could not help trembling in fear as he detected many overwhelming auras approaching from afar and then speeding into the distance quickly. Instinctively, he knew that the movements of these masters were related to the Tao Lord. Although he wanted to send a message to warn the Tao Lord, he had neither the power nor the means to take such action. The only thing he could do was pray for the Tao Lord's safety in secret. Deep in the black ink battlefield, Yang Kai stood in the middle of some ruins. He had just discovered yet another high-rank black ink nest and annihilated all the territory lords hidden within. This was the second high-rank black ink nest that he destroyed since he returned from the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Combined with the previous 2 black ink nests, a total of 4 had been destroyed by him. He had slaughtered nearly 60 innate territory lords by this point. Be that as it may, Yang Kai did not show the slightest hint of joy. His achievements only revealed just how many of the Black Ink clan's hidden forces were scattered around the Black Ink battlefield. He had to find as many hidden territory lords and black ink nests as he could before the no-return pass realized what was happening and took countermeasures. Taking out the small black ink nest that he obtained outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction, Yang Kai frowned slightly. The small black ink nest had started to vibrate once more when he was killing the territory lords earlier. Furthermore, the vibrations were much stronger than previously. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what the Black Ink clan was trying to accomplish. The Black Ink nest had fallen silent by now, but he did not dare to pour his divine sense into it to investigate, lest he expose himself. Turning to look in the direction of the no-return pass, Yang Kai wondered whether that brat called Sun Zhao was safe. The urgency of the situation and the lack of suitable helpers left Yang Kai with no other options at the time. He was forced to randomly choose a disciple from the Void Dao Temple to hide outside the no-return pass and hold the communication bead on his behalf. In this way, he could create the illusion that he was still there to confuse Mo Na Yi and buy himself some more time. Putting the miniature black ink nest away, Yang Kai embarked on his bloody journey to search for black ink nests once more. Time was running out, so he continuously activated space principles, causing his figure to flicker across the void erratically. Thanks to his previous experiences, Yang Kai had gained some understanding regarding where Mo Na Yi had positioned these high-rank black ink nests. Several days later, Yang Kai was passing by a dead universe world when he suddenly turned around and landed at a certain spot, looking around with a slight frown as soon as he touched the ground. There were strong traces of the black ink strength remaining in this area, which was rather abnormal. Moreover, traces were indicating that something had once been attached to the ground. Judging by the size, the object was not small. A black ink nest. It would seem that there used to be a high-rank black ink nest here. However, the Black Ink clan had used various means to remove it. That was why there were hints of the black ink strength lingering in the area and traces of something being attached here. Recalling how the small black ink nest he obtained previously had vibrated strongly, Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. That bastard. Does he have a dog's nose? How does he have such a keen sense of smell? I've only destroyed 4 black ink nests so far. How did he notice so quickly? There was no way the black ink nest positioned here would be removed for no reason, not unless there was an order from the higher-ups of the Black Ink clan. Seeing as Mo Na Yi was currently in charge of all the Black Ink clan's affairs, the order could only have come from him. It would seem that Yang Kai's precautions were not enough to fool Mo Na Yi. There was no room for carelessness in a battle of wits against an enemy like Mo Na Yi. If even the slightest flaw existed, the other party would eventually deduce the truth from the various insignificant clues. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not expect this moment to arrive so soon, even though he had mentally prepared himself for this situation when Wu Kuang repaired the flaw in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After a brief pause, Yang Kai soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the no-return pass. The territory lords who escaped out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction previously had hidden themselves outside the no-return pass under Mo Na Ye's orders. The reason for this was simple. Mo Na Yi did not wish for their presence to be exposed because he planned on catching the human race by surprise at a critical moment in the war. Now that these territory lords' presence had been exposed though, it was only natural for Mo Na Yi to prioritize their safety. From his point of view, the best solution to the current situation was for them to head towards the no-return pass immediately. Yang Kai knew that he could not intercept all of the territory lords. That was an unrealistic notion. Be that as it may, he could put his best effort into hunting down as many of them as possible as they gathered towards the no-return pass. In doing so, he could relieve some of the pressure that the human race would face in the future. I still have a chance. Not only were the territory lords heavily wounded, but they were also carrying the half-hatched high-rank black ink nests with them. In terms of speed, it was impossible for them to compete with Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space. Furthermore, Mo Na Yi had placed them far away from the no-return pass to prevent these territory lords and black ink nests from being discovered by Yang Kai. These positions were generally located beyond the ruins of previous royal cities scattered throughout various theaters. Hence, the distance between these positions and the no-return pass was extremely vast. When Yang Kai traveled from Great Evolution Pass to the no-return pass under old ancestor Xiao Zhao's orders, it took him more than a year without using space secret techniques. Comparatively, the ruins of previous royal cities were located far beyond each great pass, which would add several more months of travel to a journey. Even if these territory lords could move faster than the Yang Kai of the past, they were destined to spend at least half a year to arrive at the no-return pass. That would allow Yang Kai to ambush them. Half a day later, Yang Kai spotted a cloud of dense black ink strength in the distance. With time being of the essence, Yang Kai did not bother to conceal his arrival. In any case, the murderous intent wrapped around him during the chase could not be hidden. At the same time that Yang Kai sensed this group of territory lords, the territory lords also discovered his presence. Their divine senses surged as they quickly communicated among themselves. Is that an 8th order human? Yes, it's an 8th order human master. Split up and flee. Why are we fleeing? It's just an 8th order human. But, Sir Emonayi ordered us to split up and flee if we encountered a human race master. Sir Emonayi was probably referring to a 9th order open heaven realm master. This guy is just an 8th order. He's already here. How is he so fast? The endlessly surging divine senses froze at that moment as a full moon rose alongside a great sun into the void. At the same time, time and space became chaotic in the local area. The territory lords felt their perceptions becoming completely disrupted as a result. In the next moment, the wounded territory lords were horrified to discover that they could neither speak nor move. Not only did the space around them become extremely warped, but they couldn't even perceive the passage of time properly. Naturally, they were terrified. It was only at this moment that they understood the warning Emonayi gave them. If they encountered a human race master, they absolutely should not try to fight. On the contrary, they should immediately split up and escape so that as many of them could flee as possible. This person's methods were strange indeed, far beyond their ability to comprehend. The territory lord who previously looked down on the approaching human for only being in the 8th order open heaven realm was filled with a deep sense of regret. He initially thought that killing an 8th order open heaven realm master when there were so many innate territory lords on their side would be effortless even if they were wounded. However, it only took a single breath for him to become the fish on the chopping block instead. He was secretly resentful that Emonayi had not given them a more detailed explanation. As a result, he had mistakenly assumed that Emonayi was warning them that a 9th order master was prowling around and thus stupidly underestimated the 8th order human before him. The power of the sun and moon divine seal exploded as both time and space in the vast void were stretched and distorted wildly. It felt like there was an invisible millstone of space-time strength grinding everything to dust. Martial Peak, Chapter 5701, The Territory Lord's Bane. It almost seemed as though nothing had happened, but when the effects of the sun and moon divine seal gradually subsided, the several thousand-meter-tall high-rank black ink nest crumbled into dust and disappeared. At the same time, the dozen or so innate territory lords shuddered violently. Black ink blood spurted out of their mouths as their auras withered away. Countless fine scars appeared both inside and on the surface of their bodies, causing the black ink strength inside to spew out uncontrollably. The condition of the territory lords, who were wounded in the first place, immediately worsened considerably. A dragon roar burst forth moments later as Yang Kai arrived with his spear in hand. A lifelike dragon phantom emerged from the azure dragon spear, one that shot forward with unstoppable momentum. The terrified screams and furious howls of territory lords echoed across the void. With space principles sealing the local region, the supreme limitless spear art reigned unchallenged as each thrust, and every sweep of the azure dragon spear reaped the life of a territory lord. Yang Kai was like a tiger who descended upon a herd of defenseless sheep. None of the territory lords was able to resist more than a handful of attacks before succumbing. In this situation, an uninformed human master would have mistakenly assumed that Yang Kai's opponents were mere miscellaneous soldiers of the Black Ink clan army. Otherwise, it should have been impossible for him to slaughter them so easily. However, the fact was that these were genuine innate territory lords. If these territory lords were at full strength, they would each not be inferior to a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of combat power. It was a pity that they encountered a killing star like Yang Kai when they were so heavily wounded. The only fate waiting for them under these circumstances was death. There were some occasional counterattacks, which Yang Kai did his best to either block or avoid. Those that he could not dodge simply bore with his body. His dragon form, which was only one step away from becoming a divine dragon, was indescribably tough, so the attacks of the territory lords who could not exert anywhere near their full strength were well within his ability to withstand. A mere 30 breaths after the encounter began, the chaotic energy fluctuations subsided and the dust settled. There was a large amount of black ink strength scattered throughout the void, dotted with hashed meat and severed limbs. However, there was no trace of vitality in the void. Even Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, as he had immediately flown off after slaying the last territory lord. While Yang Kai appeared and attacked the territory lords, Emonayi was moving towards the depths of the void. He had been on his way to meet the various territory lords who were heading to the no-return pass when he received a message through the miniature black ink nest in his hand. He then abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai is there. Just moments ago, he lost contact with a group of territory lords in the direction he was currently staring. One of the figures gathered inside the black ink nest space had also gone missing. It was obvious that something unfortunate had happened to them. Emonayi did not rush in that direction to provide support, as he knew he would be too late even if he went all out. The fates of those severely wounded territory lords were practically sealed when Yang Kai discovered their whereabouts. What was the point of rushing there now? Was he supposed to collect the corpses of the dead territory lords? Instead of wasting time on such pointless things, he might as well spend it considering how he could better help the territory lords who were still alive. The previous arrangements he made had backfired on him. To guard against the possibility that Yang Kai would accidentally discover the whereabouts of the escaped territory lords, Emonayi had arranged for them to remain far away from the no-return pass. Consequently, they required a considerable amount of time to reach the no-return pass now. A long journey was bound to be affected by many unpredictable factors. Be that as it may, his previous arrangements had been necessary. If Emonayi wanted to conceal such a powerful force, he could not allow Yang Kai to discover their presence. He never imagined that the perfect plans back then would only herald the current catastrophe. It would take at least half a year for these territory lords to travel back to the no-return pass, most likely longer. On the other hand, there were many things that Yang Kai could accomplish in half a year. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, allowing him to travel multiple times faster than the injured territory lords. If Emonayi wanted to protect more territory lords, then he only had two choices. He could either locate and tie down Yang Kai so that he had no time to hunt down the territory lords, or join up with the territory lords as soon as possible to protect them in person. The first choice was almost impossible to achieve. Even if he was lucky enough to encounter Yang Kai, he could not restrain him. Therefore, Emonayi could only rely upon the second option. Almost all the territory lords in the no-return pass had been mobilized, and even a pseudo-royal lord like him had not remained idle. Unfortunately, they were still lacking in manpower. Besides, any strategy would seem worthless and ineffective before an opponent like Yang Kai, who could travel through the void without any traces. Emonayi was filled with great hatred. Nevertheless, he could only proceed with all haste. Everything else would depend entirely on fate. While the Black Ink clan was painstakingly trying to figure out a solution so that they could safely meet up with the newly escaped territory lords, Yang Kai was faced with the difficulty of locating his targets. The territory lords were no longer in hiding, and each group was carrying a half-hatched high-rank black ink nest with them. However, it was not easy for him to find an enemy in the vast void. If he knew where Emonayi had placed those territory lords, then he could intercept all of them on their way to the no-return pass. The problem was that he did not know where these territory lords were originally hiding. At the moment, the only thing Yang Kai could do was expand his search area as much as possible. He also considered the progress of these territory lords and estimated the possible places where they would appear. His methods were not completely ineffective. If he was lucky, it would only take a few days for him to encounter a group of territory lords heading towards the no-return pass. If he was not so lucky, then it could take him 10 days to half a month just to see results. In this way, Yang Kai managed to annihilate another 4 groups of territory lords over the next 2 months. The number of territory lords who snuck out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and died at his hands was close to 120 at this point. Every group of territory lords that went missing felt like a knife stabbing into Emonayi's heart. Those territory lords were the hard-to-obtain reinforcements of the Black Ink clan, but they were now being intercepted and slaughtered before they could play any role in the war. It could be said that their deaths were completely in vain. By using the position of the territory lords who went missing last, Mo could roughly calculate Yang Kai's current position. The results were absolutely horrifying. Leaving aside Yang Kai's random and untraceable movements, his ability to traverse the void with the help of the Tao of space made his whereabouts completely unpredictable. He would be in a certain position one time, but then he would appear in a position that was in the completely opposite direction just days later. Faced with such an enemy, even Mo could do nothing. The endless and vast void was simply the best possible stage for Yang Kai to display his skills. At this moment, Mo had managed to meet up with a group of territory lords, so while leading them towards the no-return pass, he sent a message to all the nearby territory lords so that they could gather towards him. Since he had come forward in person, it was only natural that Mo tried his best to protect as many territory lords as possible until they arrived at the no-return pass safely. Nevertheless, he was secretly filled with bitterness and unwillingness. The secret at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been exposed far too soon. If their secret was only exposed after another 100 years, or even 1,000 years, then the Black Ink clan would have amassed an enormous amount of innate territory lords to form an overwhelming force that could destroy the human race. In addition, the first innate territory lords who escaped the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would also have had some time to recover from their injuries. If that were the case, then it would have been possible for them to perform the source fusion technique to create a pseudo-royal lord on the spot. It did not matter how strong Yang Kai was, even he would be powerless against a pseudo-royal lord. Unfortunately, it was an impossible feat even if Mo were to command these territory lords to create a pseudo-royal lord right now. They were all too heavily injured, which meant that their strength was greatly reduced as a result. Even if they used the source fusion technique, the only fate waiting for them was death. There was no possibility of success whatsoever. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would not be caught in such a troublesome situation. They could instantly produce several dozen pseudo-royal lords with a single command. At this moment, a group of innate territory lords were fleeing desperately through the void. There was a several thousand-meter-tall black ink nest enveloped in thick black ink strength traveling with them, and one of the innate territory lords was constantly stationed inside of it. The territory lord in the black ink nest had the responsibility of communicating and passing information to Mo at any time. They were gradually getting closer to the no-return pass. Nevertheless, the territory lords did not dare to relax their guard. That was because one of the groups near them had been attacked by the human race master just 10 days ago. Since then, all contact with those territory lords had been lost. There was no telling whether the entire group had perished in the attack. All of a sudden, they were struck by a wave of murderous intent coming from the distance. It was immediately followed by the rise of the great sun looming over the territory lords in glorious majesty. The territory lords turned pale with fright. They had been on guard against danger coming from behind them, so they never expected Yang Kai to intercept them from the front. This human was truly elusive. Coming to his senses, one of the territory lords shouted a moment later, "Enemy attack!" Meanwhile, the territory lord inside the black ink nest hastily conveyed the message of Yang Kai's appearance. On the other hand, Yang Kai frowned slightly. Encountering and intercepting a group of territory lords in this place had been a pleasant surprise. After all, he had been searching the way ahead for a while with no success. Just as he was about to leave, though, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching him from behind. It only took a brief search for him to discover the traces of these territory lords. How could he hold back against them? He immediately launched an offense. However, this group of territory lords reacted differently from the other groups that he encountered previously. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had slaughtered many powerful enemies. Aside from the first group of territory lords who had failed to react in time, the others would immediately choose to flee in separate directions as soon as they noticed him. They didn't even bother about the black ink nest that they had been carrying with them. Unfortunately for the territory lords, none of them had managed to escape from Yang Kai. Although the group of territory lords before him had enough time to react and escape in separate directions, They showed no intention of doing so and instead huddled together tightly. What's more, there was something wrong with their numbers. Most of the territory lords Yang Kai encountered recently had been traveling in groups of 14 or 15. Most likely, that was because Emo Na Yi had considered the most suitable number of territory lords needed to create a pseudo-royal lord. However, nearly 20 territory lords were standing in front of him at this moment. Just as Yang Kai was pondering over the situation, four of the territory lords suddenly leapt forward and instantly formed the four symbols formation. Their auras became closely interwoven with each other as a result, and their surging black ink strength transformed into a sturdy barrier. The great sun slammed into the barrier and tore it apart. Unfortunately, the power of the great sun had been exhausted in the clash, leaving the four territory lords unharmed. So that's how it is. When Yang Kai saw the four symbols formation, he immediately understood. This group of territory lords had managed to join up with the territory lords who came from the no-return pass. The territory lords who snuck out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would not be able to form battle formations because they did not have the time to practice and train in them. The only territory lords who knew how to form formations were those who had been dealing with the human race for many years. Martial Peak, Chapter 5702, Intimidation. With the help of the four symbols formation, the four territory lords from the no-return pass successfully defended against Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun as the eyes of their wounded companions brightened in astonishment at the sight before them. Are the battle formations of the human race really so useful? They had always been in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so they did not know much about battle formations. However, the information they heard about most often in recent days was regarding Yang Kai. All the territory lords who encountered him went missing without any exceptions. Hence, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master known as Yang Kai became a trauma in the hearts of the territory lords. Without overcoming this trauma, it would be difficult for them to proceed towards the no-return pass. The power of the Golden Crow casts the sun that Yang Kai unleashed when he showed up had greatly frightened the injured territory lords. At the same time, they were secretly relieved. If the four territory lords who came to protect them had not combined forces to block that attack, if they had been struck directly by such force, what would have happened to them? The answer left them shuddering in fear. If their allies had failed to block the attack earlier, the impact would have significantly worsened their injuries even if they survived. The only fate waiting for them would be death after that. At this moment, they had a vague realization about the fate that had befallen their comrades who went missing previously, and they secretly made a vow to themselves. If they could arrive at the no-return pass safely, they would approach several familiar territory lords once they fully recovered from their wounds and properly learned the battle formations. In case they ever encountered this human menace in the future, they never wanted to be stuck in such a powerless and vulnerable position again. Yang Kai, withdraw. One of the territory lords roared. He had the strongest aura out of the four territory lords who formed the formation earlier. Standing in the void, his burly figure resembled a soaring iron tower. Although his tone was aggressive and firm, the slight tremble in his expression clearly indicated that he was only trying to act strong. Yang Kai's name was enough to terrify the territory lords several thousand years ago. Now that his battle record included slaughtering a pseudo-royal lord like Di Wu, his name was enough to inundate all the innate territory lords with fear. Even Emoni had to tolerate him to a certain extent, so how could these territory lords dare to act presumptuously in front of him? Unfortunately, the current situation forced them to grit their teeth and confront the killing star head-on. The burly territory lord was filled with great bitterness. How can I have such bad luck? I can't believe I encountered Yang Kai here. What will happen to us now? Yang Kai seemed unfazed by those words. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. Then he thrust the spear forward without any fancy moves, causing spear shadows to cover the entire sky in an instant. The four territory lords in the formation roared in unison, joining forces to defend against the attack. However, they quickly discovered that the spear contained neither form nor power. The burly territory lord who spoke earlier immediately shouted, "Not good." As soon as the words left his mouth, two short screams rang out behind him, and he could tell what was happening without even turning back to look. On the other hand, the figure of Yang Kai stabbing forward with his spear gradually faded from his vision. It was nothing more than an afterimage. "Attack!" he shouted, taking the lead to charge towards the rear. The other three territory lords tacitly cooperated with him. Even though their hearts were filled with trepidation, they quickly moved to maintain the battle formation while pushing their speed to the maximum. Black Ink's strength and world force surged, and in the next moment, Yang Kai exchanged multiple blows with the four territory lords in formation. The impact practically shattered the surrounding void. When Yang Kai finally withdrew and retreated, the four symbols formation established by the four territory lords had securely covered the rest of the territory lords. They had used the battle formation to protect themselves and their companions, but two of the injured territory lords had still perished before they arrived. As for the surviving innate territory lords, they were all horrified. They had known that this human was beyond an ordinary Eighth Order master, but they had never seen him take action before today. Their understanding of his strength only came from a limited supply of information and their own imagination, so it wasn't until they personally experienced it that they realized how feeble their imagination had been. This human strength was simply beyond comprehension. "Withdraw, Yang Kai!" The burly territory lord who spoke earlier shouted once more. Despite their efforts, two of the territory lords under their protection had already been killed, so they did not dare to act rashly again, lest they give Yang Kai an opening to exploit. "You court death!" Yang Kai flicked his spear and pointed the tip forward. Although he did not move, the burgeoning force from its sharp blade enveloped the entire void. The territory lords stiffened in fear, evidently feeling the great power brewing in the dark. It was an explosive power that could detonate at any time. Sweat beaded the forehead of the burly territory lord as he hurriedly raised his hand. "Wait! Sir Emonayi has a message for you." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and the murderous intent leaking from the slits of his eyes grew stronger. After a long time though, his voice boomed out like thunder, "Speak!" The burly territory lord said, "Sir Emonayi told us to pass this message to you. If your excellency withdraws now, he is willing to let bygones be bygones. The cultivation resources offered from the no-return pass will also be increased from 30% to 50%. 50%? That was half of the Black Ink clan's mined resources, and the offer indicated just how badly Emonayi had been cornered by Yang Kai. To save the lives of those innate territory lords, Emonayi hoped to entice Yang Kai into withdrawing with this method. Even the fact that Yang Kai had previously slaughtered so many territory lords could be ignored as though it never happened. Those territory lords were already dead after all. While the Black Ink clan yearned to avenge them, they could not achieve such a feat for the time being. It had to be said that Emonayi was a very decisive individual. Although the offer had been forced by the situation, he refused to give up as long as he could find any means to deter Yang Kai. Be that as it may, Yang Kai couldn't accept the offer so easily. Forget 50%, even if Emonayi had offered 80% or 100%, the value of such cultivation resources would never compare to the lives of so many innate territory lords. The top-level combat powers of the Black Ink clan would increase significantly if he withdrew at this point. There was a high possibility that this would affect the entire balance of the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan in the near future. Yang Kai did not respond. His figure remained motionless, but the void seemed to solidify around them. At the same time, his spiritual energy began to surge violently. The expressions of the four territory lords in the battle formation immediately changed drastically. They were clearly panicked and horrified to their bones. This couldn't be helped though, as at this moment, a chill flooded them both physically and mentally. They were enveloped by a strong sense of death, giving them the feeling that they might die at any moment. For a moment, the aura connection established by the four symbols formation between them almost snapped. It was not surprising for them to experience a fluctuation of emotions under the threat of death. Fortunately, the burly territory lord composed his emotions by pure force of will and stabilized the battle formation. His prompt actions prevented the battle formation from collapsing. Nevertheless, he understood one thing clearly. If Yang Kai was determined to kill them today, it was unlikely that they would walk away alive. If they died here, then the dozen or so territory lords protected by their battle formation would not survive either. He had experienced this sensation once before. The familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy undoubtedly indicated that Yang Kai was preparing to use his mysterious soul secret technique. Even with the support of the four symbols formation, the four territory lords would have trouble defending against Yang Kai's assault once that technique was brought out. The last time they encountered Yang Kai, they had been escorting a team that was transporting cultivation materials back to the no-return pass. Yang Kai had threatened them with the same move and forced them to hand over the space rings containing the resources. They had given up fairly easily back then, as their lives were naturally far more valuable than some cultivation resources. It was for such a reason that Emonayi did not blame them for that incident either. Unfortunately, the situation was different now. They were not guarding mere cultivation resources, but the lives of more than a dozen of their clansmen. They could not afford to back down. The burly territory lord couldn't help recalling what Emonayi had told them before they departed from the no-return pass. Once you meet up with the clansmen, escort them back to the no-return pass immediately. If you encounter Yang Kai, try to entice him first. It would be best if he decides to withdraw. If he stubbornly insists on fighting, then he will definitely unleash his soul secret technique to break the battle formation. Even if you have to fight him to the death, you must not concede. It would seem that Emonayi was wise and insightful. He had clearly anticipated this possibility and issued the necessary orders to handle the situation. For that reason, the four territory lords under the burly territory lord's leadership did not dare to disobey Emonayi's command despite their fear and sorrow. If they disobeyed the command, they were bound to suffer a terrible ending even if they returned alive. On the other hand, if they could force Yang Kai to activate his soul secret technique here, then he would also suffer heavy damage as a result. It would be impossible for him to hunt down the rest of their clansmen after that. That was most likely part of Emonayi's plans. In the best-case scenario, Yang Kai would willingly withdraw in exchange for 50% of the cultivation resources mined by the Black Ink clan. In the worst-case scenario, the lives of an entire group of territory lords would be sacrificed in exchange for rendering Yang Kai incapable of moving about freely for the next 2 years. That would be better than if Yang Kai went around slaughtering even more territory lords and increasing the losses of the Black Ink clan. If you retreat now, I will pretend I never saw you. Yang Kai's surging spiritual energy became even more threatening. At the same time, the soul-rending thorns stood at the ready. The four territory lords in formation trembled in fear as they could vaguely feel an invisible blade hanging above their heads, threatening to fall and reap their lives at any time. Gritting his teeth, the burly territory lord shook his head slowly and replied grimly, "Impossible." There was a clansman stationed inside the high-rank Black Ink nest, reporting everything that was happening here in real time. In other words, Emonayi was monitoring the situation here at all times. He knew everything that happened, so how could they choose to escape with their lives? In that case, I will grant your wishes. Yang Kai shouted through gritted teeth, and his spiritual energies surged wildly. Filled with terror, the four territory lords in formation drew upon their full strength to protect their souls. They initially thought that an explosive force would bombard them in the next moment, but contrary to their expectations, the spiritual energy only rose to a certain extent before disappearing abruptly. It was almost as though everything had been nothing more than an illusion. When they looked around, Yang Kai was no longer anywhere to be seen. Even their divine senses could not perceive any traces of his aura. All the territory lords were stunned, but the four in formation did not dare to relax their guard. After standing frozen in place for a long time, they did not detect any changes whatsoever. Then, numerous divine senses began to surge as they swiftly communicated among themselves. Where is Yang Kai? Where did he go? I don't know, but don't let your guard down. He might be waiting somewhere for an opportunity to strike. There are bound to be traces of his aura if he is hiding in the shadows. Could it be? Did he leave? Was he only trying to intimidate us earlier? The last statement seemed to enlighten them. Thinking back to Yang Kai's various behaviors earlier, they combined the facts with the current situation and finally came to the conclusion that Yang Kai was indeed gone. He had deliberately created a sense of deadly danger among them, but it was all just a ploy to intimidate them. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why they could not perceive his presence now. The 4 territory lords in formation headed by the burly territory lord were overjoyed. They initially thought that they were going to die here. Who could have known that they would survive the ordeal? Martial Peak, Chapter 5703, Divide and Conquer. Let's go! The burly territory lord shouted. Nevertheless, he did not dare to dispel the battle formation even though it was more or less confirmed that Yang Kai was gone. Who knew whether Yang Kai would wheel around suddenly? Hence, he could only work with the other 3 territory lords to maintain the 4 symbols formation and protect the dozen or so clansmen with all their might. Then, they flew in the direction of the no-return pass. Meanwhile, the innate territory lord inside the high-ranked black ink nest reported the entire situation to Emo Na Yi, who was currently a couple dozen million kilometers away. Upon learning the situation, Emo Na Yi naturally showered the 4 territory lords with great praise. He also spread the news of their achievement in forcing Yang Kai to retreat so that all the clansmen in charge of protecting the territory lords would follow their example with peace of mind. For a time, the morale among the territory lords was boosted significantly. Countless masters from the no-return pass had fought against Yang Kai over the years. However, it was the first time they held the upper hand in the battle. Although 2 innate territory lords had lost their lives in the fight, their deaths were nothing compared to the results that were obtained. At the same time, Yang Kai sped off into the distance with the help of his space principles. He couldn't help feeling slightly helpless and frustrated because of the situation. While he was confident that he could destroy the battle formation of the 4 territory lords and slaughter the territory lords gathered there if he used his soul-rending thorns, he would also have to pay a high price for his actions. Doing that would have forced him to spend the next couple of years concentrating on his recovery, which was simply not worth the possible gains. Therefore, he immediately chose to withdraw without attempting to pressure the 4 territory lords when he saw that they were not intimidated by his threats. In any case, many territory lords were retreating in the direction of the no-return pass at the moment. He didn't need to annihilate any group of territory lords in particular. There would always be other opportunities in the future. Rather than desperately using the soul-rending thorns and inflicting injuries upon himself, it was better for Yang Kai to find other opportunities to hunt down more territory lords. Yang Kai traveled swiftly through the void, crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers with every step he took. After traveling for 1 month, Yang Kai abruptly stopped at a certain spot in the void and watched a group of territory lords rushing towards the no-return pass from a distance. This was the 3rd group of territory lords that he encountered this month. Unfortunately, every group of territory lords was protected by a battle formation from the no-return pass. The situation left him feeling as though he was unable to take action. Taking the time into consideration, the territory lords who were placed outside by Emo Na Yi so that they could concentrate on their treatment should have all met up with the territory lords who came from the no-return pass by now. It became unrealistic for him to intercept and slaughter these territory lords under these circumstances unless he resolved to unleash the soul-rending thorns against their defenses. Choosing that option would be a one-shot deal, hence, he was reluctant to choose that option unless it was necessary. Are there no other chances? Yang Kai frowned in deep thought. It did not take long before he turned around and gazed into the depths of the black ink battlefield. No, I still have other opportunities. Many, in fact. According to his experiment at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, 2 or 3 innate territory lords would successfully sneak out every month. 14 to 15 of these territory lords would gather together to form a group before they set off in the direction of the no-return pass. Based on these numbers, there would be a group of territory lords traveling from the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction every 6 months. In other words, there would be 2 groups traveling from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction each year. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction was extremely far from the place where Yi had arranged for them. With the traveling speed of these heavily wounded territory lords, they would need to spend around 10 years to reach their predetermined location safely. In other words, many of the territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction were still en route from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to the region around the former royal cities at this moment. They had always been on the road as there was not enough time for them to arrive at the predetermined location Yi had assigned for them to hatch the black ink nest. Previously, Yang Kai would have needed some extra luck to locate the traces of these territory lords in the vast black ink battlefield. After all, he did not know where these territory lords were hiding. In comparison, he no longer needed to rely on pure luck to intercept these traveling territory lords, as there was a high chance that he would encounter them if he simply traveled in a straight line towards the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Naturally, it was impossible for things to progress as smoothly as he had hoped. Each group of traveling territory lords would have a black ink nest in their possession, so they could communicate with Yi at all times. There was a possibility that Yi had already considered their situation and made the necessary arrangements. But it's worth the risk. In any case, Yang Kai did not believe he could intercept all of these territory lords. However, each group he intercepted represented 14 or 15 territory lords. Having made his decision, Yang Kai determined his direction and took a step forward, his figure vanishing from sight. 2 months later, Yang Kai appeared at a certain spot in the void that was located at the border of the late ancient era battlefield. The battlefield that had been silent for so many years was flooded with murderous intent once more. Having found traces of innate territory lords traveling from the direction of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Yang Kai immediately attacked them without the slightest trace of politeness. In this battle, he single-handedly defeated the combined efforts of more than a dozen territory lords and annihilated the entire group with only minimal injuries to himself. After some rest, he set off again. Things were much easier for Yang Kai now that he had found the first group of territory lords. He only needed to use his current position to calculate the distance equivalent to half a year's journey to find traces of the second group of territory lords. That was because the territory lords who came from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction traveled in half-year cycles. However, it only took Yang Kai slightly more than 10 days to cover the same distance that had taken these heavily wounded territory lords half a year to cross. Approximately 10 days later, Yang Kai arrived at another spot in the late ancient era battlefield and his divine sense surged. He searched his surroundings carefully as his figure traveled around the local area, and it did not take long before he made a discovery. These territory lords had most likely received instructions from Yi in advance. They showed no intention to rush on their journey, instead choosing to conceal themselves on a universe fragment nearby instead. As they were heavily wounded, their auras were greatly weakened, so it was very difficult to find their whereabouts, especially when they were deliberately trying to conceal their presence. If not because Yang Kai had been carefully searching for their traces and his search radius was wide enough, these territory lords would have escaped his attention. When the territory lords realized that their whereabouts had been exposed, they knew that there was no hope of escape, hence, they immediately fought back desperately. Still, the result was just another one-sided massacre. Back at the no-return pass, Yi had just finished escorting several groups of territory lords over. The rest of the groups that were escorted by the territory lords from the no-return pass were also gradually making their way back, so it would not take long before all of them arrived safely. Unfortunately, not all of the territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had received escorts in time. Not counting those who were slain by Yang Kai previously, there were many other groups of territory lords still traveling from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction towards the no-return pass. Yi had been worrying about these territory lords. Knowing Yang Kai was an intelligent and meticulous person, it was always a possibility that he would target these en route territory lords. After all, these territory lords had not even had the chance to hatch their black ink nests. Combined with their seriously wounded bodies, they would be completely powerless against an enemy like Yang Kai. Emonaye's worries quickly became a reality. Before he even returned to the no-return pass, he abruptly lost contact with a group of territory lords who were on their way over. No more than 10 days later, a second group of territory lords sent an urgent message stating that a human race master suspected to be Yang Kai had discovered them. By the time Emonaye tried to contact them again, there was no longer any response from the other side. In the span of a dozen days, Yang Kai not only crossed the distance that would have taken the heavily wounded territory lords half a year to travel but also unleashed a swift and explosive assault on them. The speed and brutality of his attack had completely caught the territory lords and Emonaye off guard. Bastard! Emonaye felt a ball of rage burning in his chest, and his teeth were practically on the verge of shattering from how hard he gnashed them together. Yang Kai had already begun his journey to massacre the rest of the traveling territory lords. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for the no-return pass to provide any kind of support. At this point, the life and death of those territory lords depended entirely on their own luck now. After pondering for a long time, Emonaye immersed his consciousness into the black ink nest and began issuing orders. Many orders were transmitted from the no-return pass to the various great territories' battlefields immediately after that. For a time, the battle situation across the various great territory battlefields changed without warning. All the human race masters could sense that the Black Ink clan's offensive had grown much more aggressive. Not to mention, the number of Black Ink clansmen, including territory lords, seemed to have increased greatly. Emonaye even had the urge to send Meng Ke to the battlefield. If Yang Kai was openly slaughtering their territory lords, then there was no need for him to honor the previous peace agreement at all. If a pseudo-royal lord like Meng Ke were to join the battle without warning, his unexpected presence would surely throw the higher-ups in the human race into utter chaos. After pondering long and hard though, Emonaye decided to suppress his urge. He had always suspected that the human race was hiding some ninth-order open heaven realm masters. The only reason why they had remained in hiding for so many years was that the time to reveal themselves had not yet come. If Meng Ke was sent to the battlefield though, Emonaye was certain the hidden ninth-order masters would appear to confront the former. Worse, a pseudo-royal lord was clearly no match for a true ninth-order open heaven realm master. If Emonaye started a war of that scale, the situation would likely spiral out of his control in short order. That was not the outcome he wished to see. At the moment, the territory lords needed more time before they could attempt to become royal lords, so he could only endure for now. In the late ancient era battlefield, Yang Kai discovered that it was suddenly much easier for him to search for his targets after he killed the first two groups of territory lords. This couldn't be helped though, as the territory lords who were traveling from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had suddenly decided to split up. Previously, the territory lords acted in groups of 14 to 15. Although their numbers were not small, it was very difficult to find them when they were collectively hiding. On the contrary, he currently only needed to rush to the calculated location and investigate his surroundings with his divine sense. Then he would easily find traces of several territory lords. Now, territory lords were scattered about, some moving quickly in a straight line, some hiding in dark corners, others taking wide detours to avoid encountering Yang Kai as much as possible. It had to be said that this countermeasure was quite brilliant. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, this was the solution Emonaye had come up with. Having said that, all the territory lords whose whereabouts were discovered by Yang Kai were absolutely powerless to resist being slaughtered. Nonetheless, it was still a better outcome than if the entire group was annihilated completely. A few lucky territory lords were bound to escape the slaughter. Yang Kai was in no mood to search for the territory lords who escaped his initial attack, as he did not have the time for that either. There were more territory lords to slaughter ahead. He had to be willing to sacrifice short-term gains to focus on the bigger situation. In this way, he constantly calculated the distance and possible locations of these territory lords. Then he would search the area vigorously, coming up with a significant harvest each time he did so. This massacre lasted for a whole year, with as many as 208 territory lords dying at Yang Kai's hands during this period. Combined with his previous achievements, he had slaughtered nearly 300 innate territory lords in his recent hunting efforts. It was a shocking number. Not to mention, those were only the ones whom he managed to slay. Just how many territory lords had entered the no return pass? Just how much had the strength of the Black Ink clan been boosted? Yang Kai fought his way to the edge of the late ancient era battlefield before he stopped. However, he was not done yet. There were many territory lords who escaped his initial attack. Nevertheless, they were all heading in the same direction, so as long as he was fast enough, he could annihilate another round of territory lords who escaped his initial attack outside the no-return pass. Martial Peak, Chapter 5704, Waiting for Gains Without Pains. Yang Kai sliced his way across the entire late ancient era battlefield, slaughtering more than 200 territory lords. Then he immediately returned along the same route he came without pausing to rest. Along his journey he occasionally encountered some territory lords who escaped his initial attack and smoothly annihilated them too. It only took half a year for him to travel through the late ancient era battlefield and arrive outside the periphery of the no-return pass with the help of the space beacons that he scattered during his first journey. Concealing his figure and aura, he searched for where Sun Zhao was hiding before taking him back into his small universe. He was relieved and overjoyed to see that Sun Zhao had managed to remain hidden for so long. Otherwise, a mere Emperor Realm Master who had just condensed his Dao Seal would never have survived. In truth, Emonai had ordered his men to search for Sun Zhao's whereabouts. When he used the communication bead to contact Yang Kai previously, he deduced that somebody was impersonating Yang Kai to communicate with him. More importantly, they could not be too far from each other because the communication beads would not have been able to transmit messages across great distances. Be that as it may, the not-too-far distance still covered a vast area in the spacious void. The Black Ink clan had searched intensively, but their efforts proved futile in the end. In any case, Emonai did not pay much attention to this matter. During this time, he had been traveling back and forth to meet the various territory lords with all his energy and attention focused on investigating Yang Kai's movements. How could he be bothered by such a trivial distraction? There were two reasons for Sun Zhao's survival. The first reason was pure luck, and the second reason was the difficulty of the situation which prevented the Black Ink clan from using their full strength. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the no-return pass with a solemn gaze. Despite the distance, he could sense the subtle changes that had taken place. In the past, only 100 or so territory lords were gathered in the no-return pass. Some might also have been hidden inside the high-rank Black Ink nests to rest or cultivate, but there were never many more than that. However, the number of innate territory lords gathered in the no-return pass now was hard to estimate. The best proof of their increased numbers was the high-rank Black Ink nests settling inside the no-return pass that constantly shuddered and produced extremely dense Black Ink strength. The territory lords who came from the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction were heavily wounded, so they urgently needed to treat their injuries. Black Ink strength was essential for the healing process. Furthermore, these territory lords had brought back many high-rank Black Ink nests with them. The number of Black Ink nests in the no-return pass had also increased noticeably, bolstering the foundation of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai did not hang around for long. Quickly turning around, he sped into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield and found a spot to wait in silence. It would be too difficult for him to search for the scattered innate territory lords as he did not know where they were hiding or coming from. When he returned through the late ancient era battlefield, he had only managed to encounter several dozen territory lords along the way. In that case, he could only resign himself to waiting for gains without pains. The ultimate destination of these territory lords was the no-return pass, so he only needed to find a suitable position and wait for them to walk right into his trap by themselves. Naturally, Yang Kai's plan would not allow him to intercept many territory lords, and it would also be very easy for his whereabouts to be exposed. The territory lords in the no-return pass were not idle either. At this moment, they had formed into teams of 4 or 5 to establish battle formations in their efforts to receive their clansmen. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was bound to gain something for his efforts. After waiting in ambush for half a year, Yang Kai's efforts finally came to fruition. He couldn't help grumbling to himself about the territory lord's travel speed, but this couldn't be helped. He could travel back and forth in a very short time thanks to his space principles, but others did not have such convenience. These heavily wounded territory lords naturally could not cross the gap between the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and the no-return pass without at least 10 years of continuous travel. For that reason, even the territory lords who were lucky enough to escape his initial sweep would need a long time to arrive from the late ancient era battlefield. From a distance, an aura approached cautiously. This territory lord was trying his best to remain hidden, but his efforts were not perfect. He was clearly a cautious person, and the closer he got to the no-return pass, the less he dared to relax his guard. Unfortunately for him, the group of territory lords that he had been traveling with previously had long since scattered, and the black ink nest was in the possession of another territory lord, so he had no means to contact the no-return pass and request support. He had traveled through the late ancient era battlefield by comparing the surrounding scenery with the map he received before splitting ways with his initial group. When he determined that he was only half a year's journey from the no-return pass, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. However, he felt a sharp murderous intent enveloped him before the thought could even form in his head fully. Turning in that direction, he saw the tip of a spear was rapidly magnifying in his vision. He hastily and desperately condensed his black ink strength and defense, but this layer of protection was as vulnerable as paper before the spear. Yang Kai retrieved his spear a moment later. Reaching out with his large hand, he stored the territory lord's corpse and the black blood that gushed out of the corpse in his small universe to wipe away the traces that were left behind by the battle. Then he went back into hiding. The territory lords originally traveled in small groups before they split up and went their separate ways. Hence, their travel speed should not be very different from each other. It would not be long before more territory lords appeared in the wake of the first territory lord's arrival. It had taken Yang Kai half a year to find just one territory lord, but he successively killed 4 more in the following month. What followed next was another long period of waiting. As the territory lords fled back to the no-return pass from different directions, the power of the Black Ink clan steadily grew stronger. Be that as it may, Emonai did not feel the slightest sense of joy. Their losses were simply too great. As many as 400 innate territory lords had been slain by Yang Kai over the years. What's more, it was obvious that Yang Kai was hiding somewhere nearby to kill more of the approaching territory lords. It was a pity that the Black Ink clan could not pinpoint his location. The Black Ink clan had been stepping up their offensive in the battlefields across the various great territories, placing greater pressure on the human race, but the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield would have no peace until Yang Kai was eliminated. Even Emonai was helpless against such an elusive and powerful opponent. The only thing he could do was repeatedly send messages to Yang Kai, but there was never any response. That was because Sun Zhao had destroyed the communication bead on Yang Kai's order after he responded to Emonai's message. It was a countermeasure to prevent Emonai from figuring out his position. How could Emonai use the communication bead to contact Yang Kai now? I need to figure out a method to locate him. 2 years later, Yang Kai changed his hiding position and waited quietly for the territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to come to him. The groups of territory lords had split up under Emonai's orders, so although they traveled from the direction of the late ancient era battlefield in general, they would arrive at the no-return pass from various directions. As long as he was not terribly unlucky, Yang Kai would always achieve success no matter where he lay in ambush. Nonetheless, he would change positions at half-year intervals to avoid the Black Ink clan discovering his whereabouts. The half-year period was only the rough cycle when the territory lords would arrive at the no-return pass, which meant that he could not stop all the territory lords from reaching their destination. He only managed to intercept a small part of the territory lords, but there was only so much that he could do at this point. In any case, he had to reduce the power of the Black Ink clan as much as possible in hopes of decreasing the pressure on the human race in the future. Half a month later, the aura of a territory lord suddenly barged into Yang Kai's range of perception. Similar situations had already taken place many times over the years, so this had become routine by now. He remained unmoving and simply waited until the territory lord had gotten close enough before suddenly launching an attack with his spear. The territory lord was consumed with fear, knowing that he would not survive the encounter. Nevertheless, he neither dodged nor avoided the attack and instead charged towards Yang Kai. Before the spear reached him, the black ink strength in his body surged wildly and his entire body immediately swelled up dangerously. Yang Kai could clearly see the resolve in the territory lord's eyes, and the sight made him frown. He swiftly condensed his world force to protect himself and pulled away at the same time. However, he was one step too late. Following a wave of violent energy fluctuations, the local void collapsed. The vicious impact lifted his body and threw him backwards as the layer of protection he just erected rippled and shattered almost instantly. After Yang Kai stabilized his figure once more, the void that had collapsed in front of him remained broken. One could only imagine the power behind the blow. If not for his sturdy dragon form, the impact would have seriously injured him. I can't believe a territory lord chose to self-destruct. Yang Kai had never encountered this situation before. In fact, he never even knew that the territory lords had such a hidden trump card. Being caught off guard was not a pleasant feeling. But why did the territory lord choose to self-destruct? Even ants would cling hard to their lives, much less a powerful innate territory lord. Even in a desperate situation, a territory lord was bound to struggle and resist as much as possible. Although Yang Kai had slain many territory lords, he had never encountered a territory lord who would immediately choose to self-destruct. It did not take long before Yang Kai understood the reason why this territory lord had chosen to self-destruct though. While he was pondering in confusion, several powerful auras quickly flew over from the distance. It was obvious that they had noticed the commotion that took place here. That was not all, however, as soon Yang Kai detected even more auras converging around him from various directions. There were at least several dozen of them, and these were only the ones he could perceive. Yang Kai was certain that others were further away that he failed to sense. It was not as though he had never encountered similar situations in the past. Many territory lords from the no-return pass had formed battle formations and patrolled the surroundings to welcome their clansmen who came from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. On several occasions, Yang Kai had inadvertently exposed himself and attracted the territory lords nearby to investigate the situation when he attacked. It was just that he had never bothered to face them in the past. After all, he was helpless against the territory lords who formed battle formations unless he used his soul-rending thorns. His only option currently was to ignore them. However, there had never been so many territory lords before. It was almost as though they had predicted that he would be here. Knowing that he would attack this place, they had laid an ambush nearby and waited for him to reveal his whereabouts before they swarmed him from all sides. However, the Black Ink clan couldn't learn his movements in advance. Not to mention, it had not been long since he moved to this location. In that case, there could only be one explanation. While he was waiting for gains without pains, the Black Ink clan had been doing the same. The Black Ink clan had not predicted the location where he would appear. On the contrary, they had simply set up a lot of traps in various locations with the thought that he was bound to turn up sooner or later. Although Yang Kai did not know how long the Black Ink clan had laid in ambush here, he had to admit that this brute force method was effective. At the very least, it had caught him this time. But so what? The territory lords rushing over from all directions would not arrive for some time, which gave him plenty of room to escape. Martial Peak, Chapter 5705, Open Conspiracy. As soon as Yang Kai's whereabouts were revealed, countless territory lords immediately rushed over from all directions to encircle him. He could have escaped immediately, causing the Black Ink clan's plans to fail. Nevertheless, he remained motionless and quietly perceived his surroundings with a slight frown. A short while later, he burst into laughter. Emonai, you've really gone all out this time. According to his perception, a large number of territory lords were rushing towards him. However, while the auras of these territory lords seemed overpowering on the outside, they were unexpectedly weak once he observed them more closely. Clearly, these territory lords were heavily injured. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. The territory lords besieging him were not the territory lords from the no-return pass who were in perfect condition, but the territory lords who came from the primordial heavens source grand restriction. In a confrontation against the veteran territory lords from the no-return pass, Yang Kai had no effective means to defeat them aside from unleashing the soul-rending thorn. That was why all the territory lords who died at his hands so far had come from the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Conversely, none of the territory lords from the no-return pass had been harmed. Even if he occasionally encountered them in the void, Yang Kai would avoid them so as not to waste his energy. Despite that, the Black Ink clan had deliberately arranged for the wounded territory lords from the primordial heavens source grand restriction to besiege him today, which was clearly a trap meant to entice him. With such tempting bait in front of him, Yang Kai seriously debated whether he should accept the challenge or not. If he took the bait, he might risk being besieged. On the other hand, how could he just turn a blind eye to so many vulnerable territory lords in front of him? He had been lying in ambush and slaughtering territory lords from the primordial heavens source grand restriction for years now, and although his efforts had produced some results, the gains were not that significant. The territory lords had split up from their respective groups, making them harder to catch. For these reasons, the fact that so many territory lords were gathered together in one place was a huge temptation to him. This was an open conspiracy. Yi had laid all his cards on the table, so the next move was completely in Yang Kai's hands. It was true that the one who understood a person best was not their best friend, but their worst enemy. After fighting Yang Kai in numerous battles of wit over the years, Yi had gained a thorough understanding of the former's temperament and character. Based on this bold arrangement, Yi must have predicted Yang Kai's choice in advance. He was confident that Yang Kai would not remain indifferent if he threw out such tempting bait. Yang Kai had been single-mindedly hunting down territory lords over the years, so with so many of them just dangling in front of him like carrots, he would not be able to resist taking the bait. In truth, the reality was just as Yi expected. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he came to a decision. Since Yi had dared to throw out such an alluring piece of meat, then he was going to take a gigantic bite without any reservations. I have to kill as many territory lords as possible before they complete their encirclement to reduce the pressure I have to face later. Spreading out his divine sense madly, Yang Kai confirmed that Yi was not in the vicinity. A pseudo-royal lord like Yi was unable to control their power perfectly, so they couldn't conceal their auras completely. Yang Kai was bound to detect Yi's presence if he appeared anywhere within his detection range. Of course, Yang Kai was certain that Yi was monitoring the situation and waiting for the perfect opportunity to appear from somewhere nearby. In the next breath, Yang Kai's figure flickered. Following the fluctuations of space principles, his figure vanished from the spot and instantaneously appeared 1,000,000 kilometers away. There were several innate territory lords nearby, drawing upon their black ink strength to drive a black ink cloud forward at a high speed. All of a sudden, a vicious aura enveloped the black ink cloud. Then, a figure came crashing down on them as a great sun slammed into the black ink cloud. World force flared as black ink strength surged wildly. When the black ink cloud dissipated, four figures emerged extremely disheveled, coughing up black ink blood. Not far away, Yang Kai appeared with his spear in hand. Not pausing for a moment, Yang Kai charged forward and thrust his spear out, sending an overwhelming number of spear shadows towards the 4 territory lords. The 4 territory lords roared ferociously. Drawing upon their black ink strength, they unleashed a series of profound secret techniques to meet Yang Kai's attack. They may have been bait, but they were not planning to just sacrifice their lives without fighting back. These innate territory lords who came from the primordial heaven source grand restriction had not spent much time at the no-return pass, not nearly enough to treat their wounds at least. Needless to say, they had barely recovered any of their strength. Even so, they had already begun practicing the battle formations with the rest of the territory lords under Yi's orders. At this moment, these 4 territory lords had assumed the 4 symbols formation. Unfortunately for them, they hadn't had much time to practice it, so their auras could not combine perfectly. The four symbols formation that they formed was clearly subpar as a result. That was particularly obvious against a master like Yang Kai. The unstable battle formation only lasted for 10 breaths before shattering. The four had barely managed to protect themselves with the four symbols formation, so without it, how could these heavily wounded territory lords be Yang Kai's opponent? When the battle formation fell apart, Yang Kai's spear cleanly sliced through one of the territory lords, causing it to explode into blood mist. Meanwhile, Yang Kai withdrew his spear and swiftly stabbed forward once more. His spear struck another territory lord in the head while he simultaneously spread his large hand and manipulated the local space principles, causing the surrounding space to instantly solidify. Before the other two surviving territory lords could even react, their vision went black and they forever lost consciousness. In less than 2 breaths of time, the aura of 4 innate territory lords withered into nothing. Yang Kai immediately vanished from the spot, charging in another direction without pause. There were 4 territory lords in each approaching group, enough to assume the 4 symbols formation. Unfortunately for them, they differed from the territory lords from the no-return pass. Leaving aside their wounded bodies, they were not familiar enough with the battle formation due to lack of time and practice. Once they were targeted by Yang Kai, they generally suffered the same fate as the first group of territory lords. Their battle formation would be destroyed within a dozen breaths of time, and what awaited them after was a swift death. 1 group, 2 groups, 3 groups. Yang Kai's figure continued to flicker back and forth, smoothly navigating through the void as he engaged in an endless slaughter. At the same time, he did not forget to keep an eye on the movement in his surroundings as he remained vigilant towards the Black Ink clan's reaction. More and more territory lords were slain, and it was not long before 10 groups of territory lords were annihilated. Those 10 groups represented 40 territory lords. Be that as it may, the remaining territory lords did not retreat in the slightest. Emonayi had most likely explained the possible situations they might face before they came here. Hence, they marched forward boldly and without hesitation or looking back despite knowing the disastrous fate awaiting them. It was not that they did not feel fear, rather, they simply had no other choice. They could not retreat due to the orders from their higher-ups. The massacre continued, and as time passed, the encirclement formed by the territory lords gradually tightened around Yang Kai. After slaughtering a few more groups of territory lords, Yang Kai finally found himself besieged by the territory lords on all sides. Yang Kai stood in the void with his spear in hand. Meanwhile, the groups of territory lords in battle formations surrounded him. Nevertheless, it was easy to see the horror and fear in their eyes as they stared at him with shivering terror. Back in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, they had always considered themselves quite powerful. However, their perspective was also limited by their environment. For that reason, they had harbored great ambitions and confidence when they escaped the Grand Restriction. It was not until they encountered the human race master before them that they suffered a rude awakening. In front of this killing star, they were nothing special at all. The scene was deadly silent, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. As long as Yang Kai remained motionless, the territory lords did not dare to act rashly either. They simply gathered and strengthened the siege they formed around him. Their numbers were overwhelming indeed. There were at least 150 territory lords gathered in this place, and if the ones Yang Kai killed earlier were included, the Black Ink clan had clearly dispatched as many as 200 territory lords to execute this trap. How generous! Yang Kai couldn't help feeling secretly impressed. No matter how powerful he was, things would not end well for him if he confronted so many territory lords cooperating with each other. There was only one final outcome of this battle, both sides suffering grave injuries. He would never underestimate these territory lords just because they were heavily wounded. Although he could slaughter a group of these territory lords even if they formed a battle formation with little effort, there were only 4 territory lords per such group. When their numbers accumulated to a certain degree, the situation simply became untenable. What's more, the destructive power behind the secret techniques and divine abilities unleashed by these territory lords was not insignificant despite their weakened condition. In the middle of their stalemate, one of the territory lords cautiously took a step forward and respectfully held out a miniature black ink nest. Seeming terrified that Yang Kai might misunderstand his intentions, he quickly explained himself. Yang Kai, Sir Emo Yi invites you into the black ink nest for a discussion. Yang Kai had slaughtered so many innate territory lords that he was bound to have some black ink nests in his possession. That was something Emo Yi could easily guess. He had been trying to communicate with Yang Kai recently, but the messages sent to the communication bead did not receive any response. If he wanted to connect with Yang Kai directly, then he could only rely on the black ink nests now. However, he could not come forward in person. If he showed up under these circumstances, there was no doubt that Yang Kai would immediately escape. In that case, the several dozen territory lords who lost their lives earlier would have died in vain. Those several dozen territory lords were nothing more than appetizers. The remaining 150 territory lords were the main course. Enter the black ink nest for a discussion? Yang Kai glanced sideways at the territory lord and coldly snorted, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Tell him to fuck off." Leaving aside the fact that his physical body could be attacked from the outside when his mind was immersed in the black ink nest space, even the space within the black ink nest itself had restrictive abilities. In the past, he once immersed his consciousness into the black ink nest space through a captured mid-rank black ink nest outside Great Evolution Pass. As a result, he was trapped inside the black ink nest for several years. If he had not forced the territory lords to open the black ink nest void with the help of the soul-warming lotus and multiple soul-rending thorn, he would not have been able to escape. Does Emo Yi think I have such a rudimentary knowledge of the mysteries of the black ink nest space? How can he make such a naive suggestion? Yang Kai was absolutely certain about one thing. Even if he found a safe place for his physical body, he would be trapped within the black ink nest the moment he immersed his consciousness into the black ink nest space. If that were to happen, it would be effortless to annihilate him without any conflict. I'm sure Emo Yi would laugh his head off with joy. The territory lord's divine sense fluctuated slightly as though communicating with somebody. A short while later, he spoke again. "It's fine if you refuse to enter the black ink nest space, but Sir Emo Yi has a message for you." "Speak." Sir Emo Yi said. He paused for a moment before he relayed the message word for word. "Brother Yang, the Black Ink clan has tolerated many of your antics. We even willingly shared 30% of the resources we've gathered with you. All we asked for was some peace. Brother Yang, why did you attack and slaughter our territory lords?" Yang Kai snorted with laughter. The Black Ink clan and the human race cannot coexist under the heavens in the first place. If the Black Ink clan was honest, I would not have caused trouble either. What was the Black Ink clan doing at the primordial heavens source grand restriction? Sneaking around and gathering your strength. How can I turn a blind eye to your antics? I'm only disappointed that I didn't kill enough. The territory lord relayed Yang Kai's words and received Emo Yi's reply. He continued, "You're right, Brother Yang. The Black Ink clan and the human race are completely incompatible. However, we have interacted with each other for so many years, and I have come to cherish our friendship. Although this Emo Yi would like to be your friend, my wish is nothing more than a faint dream. The both of us, we are only acting for the greater good of our respective sides. We come from different origins, so it is only natural for our circumstances to be different. It is fate. There is nothing that can be done." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5706. Are you willing to leave just like that? Emo Yi's words were sorrowful, sounding extremely emotional. Of course, Yang Kai thought to himself, who would cherish a friendship with you? Nevertheless, looking at the situation from a different perspective, Emo Yi had truly done a good job of dealing with the problems Yang Kai caused over the years. If it had been any other Black Ink clansman who was in charge instead, the results would definitely have been worse. After delivering Emo Yi's message, the territory lords from the primordial heavens source grand restriction were taken aback. The attitude that the pseudo-royal lord displayed towards this human was beyond their expectations. Upon further thought, though, they could somewhat understand his compromising attitude after considering the strength and abilities displayed by this person. There was a moment of silence before the territory lord began to relay Emona Ye's words again. Now that things have come to this point, we should settle this matter. Yang Kai asked, how do you want to settle it? The flaw in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction has been repaired, so there won't be any more territory lords coming out. Besides, many of the territory lords who snuck out of the grand restriction have died at your hands. What I mean is, for this matter, the Black Ink clan will let bygones be bygones. If you agree to stop hunting down the territory lords, the Black Ink clan will not pursue the previous matters. We will also continue delivering 30% of our resources to you as promised. What do you think, Brother Yang? Yang Kai's expression shifted slightly. He had to admit that Emona Yi was being very generous and making a huge concession here. Including the territory lords he slaughtered just now, nearly 400 had died at his hands over the past few years. That was 400 innate territory lords, not feudal lords or high-rank soldiers. If those 400 innate territory lords were sacrificed to create pseudo-royal lords, they could produce between 20 to 30 with such numbers. After all, there was no shortage of high-rank Black Ink nests at the moment. It was such a terrible loss, yet Emona Yi claimed that he could regard the entire matter as though it never happened. That was an impressive show of sincerity indeed. Looking at the situation from another angle, Emona Yi would rather bear such a terrible loss if it made Yang Kai stop. The fact that he had mobilized 200 territory lords to besiege Yang Kai indicated that even more than that were on their way to the no-return pass. If this issue could not be resolved today, then the Black Ink clan would end up suffering even heavier losses. The only method to force one's enemy into voluntarily enduring a bitter situation was to ensure that an even worse situation was waiting for them. In a flash of thought, Yang Kai immediately understood everything. He thus chuckled and responded, sure. Since you are being so sincere, Emona, how can this Yang refuse? So, what happens if I do as you say? The territory lord quickly replied, Brother Yang is righteous indeed. In that case, I would like you to stay put for the next 20 years. Please rest assured, Brother Yang. These territory lords will be accompanying you, and they will not attack you as long as you do not attack them. Also, I can guarantee that neither Sir Royal Lord nor myself will appear within the range of your perception. I knew Emona Yi would definitely have conditions. There was no guarantee when it came to verbal promises. Even if Yang Kai was forced to make a vow, Emona Yi would never trust Yang Kai so easily. If he wanted to prevent Yang Kai from hunting down the territory lords, then the best method was to keep Yang Kai restrained in place. 20 years was enough time for the last batch of territory lords to travel from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and arrive at the no-return pass safely. The reason he told Yang Kai that neither he nor Royal Lord Mo Yu would appear within Yang Kai's range of perception was to give the latter some reassurance and prevent him from worrying about such matters. Yang Kai smiled. Emona Yi, since I have agreed to your proposal, I will not regret my decision. You have too little trust in me. It's not that I don't trust you, Brother Yang. It's just that there is too much at stake, so I have to be more careful. Please understand. Yang Kai nodded in understanding and glanced around his surroundings. The expressions of the innate territory lords turned solemn when they felt his gaze on them, and a sense of fear coursed through their bodies. If I insist on leaving, these territory lords cannot stop me. The territory lord holding the small Black Ink nest heaved a long sigh, perfectly and vividly expressing Emona Yi's frustration. Why must you do this, Brother Yang? I have made enough concessions. Even though so many territory lords had been killed, the Black Ink clan was willing to overlook the matter. The Black Ink clan had relented, compromising again and again. Naturally, their decision was a forced result of the situation. Even if Emona Yi wanted to take revenge, he was powerless to do so. Thus, the only thing he could do was choose the second best option. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said indifferently, there are things that can be negotiated, and there are things that cannot. Emona Yi fell silent. After a long time, the territory lord finally relayed his words. Brother Yang, are you really willing to leave just like that? Yang Kai burst out laughing. You really know me well. When I advance to the ninth order open heaven realm, I will cut your head off to celebrate my achievement. He was definitely not willing to leave just like that. There were 150 innate territory lords here, so how could he possibly leave without massacring them to his heart's content? Rather than wasting his time and energy waiting in ambush for the scattered territory lords to arrive, he might as well go all out and call all the territory lords here. That was the true ingenuity of Emonaye's trap. It wasn't that he could not mobilize the veteran territory lords of the No Return Pass, but that he was not willing to do so. He only mobilized the territory lords from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to give Yang Kai an opportunity to exploit and mislead the latter into believing it was possible to massacre all these injured territory lords. The best outcome was for Yang Kai to accept the initial terms. Then, the 150 territory lords here would only need to accompany him for the next 20 years. The territory lords on their way would also have enough time to arrive at the No Return Pass. In this way, the strength of the Black Ink clan was guaranteed to increase in the future. Even if Yang Kai did not agree to the conditions though, Emonaye knew the former would not escape easily when there was such a tempting target dangling in front of him. A great battle was bound to break out. No matter how many innate territory lords would succumb in battle, it would be impossible for Yang Kai to escape unscathed. Where would he find the time and energy to hunt down the traveling territory lords? Therefore, it did not matter whether Yang Kai agreed to the initial conditions. Both scenarios had been included in Emonaye's calculations. The only difference was the price that the Black Ink clan would have to pay. Before Yang Kai even finished speaking, his figure had already appeared in front of the territory lord holding the Black Ink nest. The territory lord had been focused on the Black Ink nest in his hands to relay Emonaye's words, and as a result, he could not spare any attention to support the four symbols formation that was maintained between him and his three companions, especially since he was unfamiliar with the battle formation in the first place. It was the perfect breakthrough point. The territory lord clearly did not expect Yang Kai to suddenly attack, so before he could react, he saw Yang Kai flashing by him. A long spear pierced into his body at the speed of lightning, and a violent force exploded from his body. He barely had time to grunt in pain before his entire body exploded and filled the void with a cloud of blood mist. In the next moment, Yang Kai turned his spear to the other three territory lords. An intense battle broke out without any warning. Fortunately, the territory lords who came here had been prepared in advance. As soon as Yang Kai made his move, they immediately counterattacked with all their might. Black Ink's strength surged uncontrollably as black ink clouds swirled wildly. Likewise, a few territory lords who received different orders beforehand shifted and scattered around the void to prepare their next strategy. Yang Kai had just finished off the three territory lords without the protection of the battle formation when countless secret techniques and divine abilities slammed into him from all directions. His body trembled from the impact, bearing the brunt of unimaginable pressure. Nevertheless, he did not stop his massacre. With enemies in all directions, Yang Kai swept his spear back and forth without pause. From time to time, a great sun would leap into the sky, accompanied by the golden crow's cry. As the auras of numerous territory lords withered and disappeared, Yang Kai suffered numerous wounds. Fighting 150 innate territory lords with the strength of one man alone was an unprecedented feat that had never been seen since ancient times. If these 150 innate territory lords had been at full strength, even a ninth order open heaven realm master would not have lasted long against them, much less an eighth order master like Yang Kai. It was a case where even an elephant would die from enough ant bites. Fortunately, these territory lords were all heavily injured, so their strength had been reduced considerably. In addition, it was difficult for them to move around and coordinate properly with so many of them trying to attack just one highly mobile target. Yang Kai's figure flickered about, having no trouble bearing the attacks for the time being. Emonaye had set the stage, and Yang Kai had to pay a certain price if he wanted to participate. It was inevitable. Territory lords continually lost their lives, but the encirclement still grew tighter and tighter. Overwhelming auras closed in from all directions like an invisible barrier, pressing down on Yang Kai. The space in which he could move around grew smaller and smaller. At a certain point, the encirclement reached its limits and it no longer mattered how ferociously Yang Kai fought back. In this situation, two fists simply could not block four strikes. Even though he could forcibly slaughter the territory lord in front of him, at least a dozen different attacks would land on him at the same time. These attacks caused his body to tremble violently as he coughed up golden blood. A dragon roar suddenly burst out, and an enormous golden dragon head emerged behind Yang Kai before plunging into his figure. Golden light erupted in all directions as Yang Kai's small humanoid figure abruptly transformed into an enormous golden dragon. Covered in dragon scales, the golden dragon had dragon horns on his head and a thick, fluttering dragon beard below his jaw. The violent assault slammed into Yang Kai's dragon form and broke many of his dragon scales. However, he remained indifferent. Unleashing a divine dragon tail sweep, Yang Kai sent numerous territory lords around him flying backwards. Then, his enormous dragon head abruptly turned to look in a certain direction where four territory lords were gathered in secret. His dragon maw opened, and a dragon roar reverberated through the void. "What do you think you're doing?" Emonaye's plan was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. He seemed to want to take Yang Kai's life in exchange for the lives of these territory lords, but that would not be worth the effort and sacrifice. In reality, he had a larger ambition. He wanted to trap Yang Kai here so that he could eliminate Yang Kai himself. Faced with an elusive opponent like Yang Kai, it was extremely difficult to trap him in one place. The only method that the Black Ink clan could use to accomplish this was to set up the Four Gates, Eight Palaces Great Pagoda Array. Once the Grand Array was activated, it would have a heaven-sealing earth-locking effect, rendering Yang Kai powerless to flee. These territory lords from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had not spent much time at the no-return pass, but aside from practicing the four symbols formation, they had diligently familiarized themselves with this spirit array. Some of these territory lords had brought along the necessary array plates and banners and were secretly preparing the Grand Array while their companions were keeping Yang Kai busy. The moment the Grand Array was completed would be the moment of Emonaye's dazzling debut. The reason he had not appeared earlier was to not alert Yang Kai to his presence. Once his aura appeared in Yang Kai's perception, the latter was bound to escape immediately. However, how could Yang Kai fail to notice Emonaye's plans? Even if the territory lords setting up the Grand Array were extremely secretive, he had been on guard against such tricks from the beginning. Dragon scales flew everywhere, bearing the attacks that came from all directions. A series of hideous and terrifying scars appeared on the huge dragon form, but the dragon's head soon stretched across the distance and loomed over the four territory lords without paying the attackers any mind. Following the fluctuations of space principles, the void froze instantly. At the same time, the dragon's mouth opened wide. Then, with a loud cracking noise, Yang Kai actually bit off a piece out of the void. Martial Peak, Chapter 5707. One was willing to fight while the other was willing to endure. As the dragon maw closed, a huge piece of the void seemed to go missing. Even the four territory lords who were there previously had disappeared. Then, the sound of chewing came from the mouth of the giant dragon. Every crunching sound made the hair on the backs of the territory lords stand on end. In addition, a large amount of black ink strength and thick black blood leaked out of the corners of his mouth. The gruesome sight terrified all the territory lords who witnessed this scene. Nevertheless, a storm of attacks continued to rain down on the ancient dragon from all directions. All of a sudden, the ancient dragon turned to look back, his two enormous dragon eyes overflowing with unspeakable murderous intent. He opened his large dragon maw, releasing a high-pitched dragon roar that resounded across the entire universe. Accompanied by the sound of the dragon roar, a golden round bead spewed out of his dragon mouth. Because of Yang Kai's current cultivation and mastery over the grand Daos of time and space, the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was undoubtedly his strongest trump card, but it was closely followed by his dragon bead. The significance of a dragon bead to a dragon clansman was similar to the significance of a monster core to a monster beast. It was the crystallization of their lifetime of cultivation. The dragon clan was known for their thick skin and strong flesh, which gave them incredible resiliency and physical strength. Be that as it may, they rarely summoned their dragon bead in a battle against their enemies. The reason was that this method could be very harmful to them. If the dragon bead was destroyed by the enemy, then they would lose a large part of their cultivation. In the worst case, their bloodline might even decline as a result. Yang Kai himself had only summoned his dragon bead a handful of times in his life, and each time he did so, he had achieved remarkable results. At the same time, his actions came with significant risks to himself. A scorching sun emerged in the void. The golden dragon bead resembled the great sun that instantly pierced through the surrounding darkness. The force contained infinite power, which blasted apart the defensive layer formed through the joint efforts of the territory lords and demolished their battle formations. It would have been amazing in itself if that were all, but the invisible fluctuations of the dragon bead also channeled the rich power of the grand Tao of time, which washed over the minds of the territory lords and blurred their perceptions. The Tao of time was the bloodline talent of the dragon clan, and since a dragon bead was the crystallization of a dragon clansman's cultivation, it was only natural for it to contain the mysteries of the grand Tao. With their perceptions warped and their minds disturbed, the territory lords were suddenly at a loss for what to do. Everywhere the dragon bead passed, powerful innate territory lords suffered death or critical injury, collapsing like flies. 7 auras vanished from existence in an instant. As Yang Kai unleashed this attack, he was also enduring constant bombardment from his enemies. As the dense barrage of secret techniques and divine abilities rained down on him, his huge and lumbering dragon form abruptly transformed into a golden light and vanished from the spot. Most of the attacks landed in nothing but empty space as a result. The golden light suddenly appeared a certain distance away, revealing Yang Kai's figure once more. He was no longer in his dragon form, but his human form. Having swallowed his dragon bead earlier, he immediately summoned the Azure Dragon Spear again. At this moment, various Tao strengths began interweaving at the tip of the spear before Yang Kai sliced through the nearby enemies with monstrous strength. Frequently changing between his human form and his dragon form, Yang Kai exhibited all of his skills, interweaving numerous Tao strengths to their fullest. A feeling of comprehension filled his heart. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to enjoy the revelation in his heart. The battle had been extremely intense from the beginning, so there was no saying who would win and who would lose. The number of territory lords reduced steadily, but Yang Kai was also beginning to feel tired. His small universe had always been much bigger than others in the same order. Combined with his cultivation that was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai generally had no trouble responding calmly to any situation, regardless of the intensity or ferocity of a battle. However, he was confronting too many enemies today, a testament to Ye's determination. Yang Kai had summoned his dragon bead 3 times in a row, slaughtering innumerable territory lords in the process, but at this point, he could no longer afford to summon it, otherwise, he would risk breaking it into pieces. Inside his small universe, the consumption of world force was also bordering on excessive. Although he had the world tree clone to stabilize it, draining too much world force from his small universe might cause some problems for him. Nothing might happen to Yang Kai himself, but it would be a catastrophe for the living beings in his small universe if it was completely drained. The Black Ink clan had been repeatedly trying to set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array, but the array always failed to take shape due to Yang Kai's interference. At this point, they seemed to have completely given up on their plan to restrain Yang Kai with it. It was not because they were willing to give up on this plan. On the contrary, it was because most of the territory lords who brought the array boards and banners with them had been killed by now. As the saying went, even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. At a certain point, the intense battle suddenly ceased. Yang Kai stood in the void with his spear in hand. The murderous intent radiating from him was practically tangible, and there was not a single intact spot on his body. Moreover, he was dyed in a mixture of golden and black blood. His tightly bound hair was disheveled and draped around his shoulders. Although his appearance was bedraggled, he gave off a heroic spirit in his own right. Even now, over 100 territory lords surrounded him and stared at him. In addition, countless overpowering auras wound around him like invisible chains in an attempt to hold him in place. Yang Kai had slain more than 100 territory lords in this battle. The main reason another 100 or so territory lords were surrounding him was that more had gradually arrived over time and joined the fight. At this moment, the gazes watching Yang Kai were filled with absolute horror and fear. They had witnessed how this human had slain their companions like he was slaughtering chickens and butchering dogs. The only reason they were still alive was not that they were stronger than their dead companions. Rather, they were simply lucky enough not to be targeted. None of the territory lords targeted by this human race master survived. All of them died. The battlefield was absolutely silent as severed limbs and broken pieces of bone floated around the void. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The territory lords silently questioned themselves whether the astounding price they paid so far was worth the effort. Be that as it may, the person presiding over this matter was Emortal. Not only were they simply acting on orders, but they could not disobey their orders either. Lightly taking a breath and spitting out the blood in his mouth, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of the no-return pass. He knew that Emortal was rushing over from that direction. There was also a possibility that Emortal was hiding somewhere in the vicinity just beyond the range of his perception. The only reason Emortal did not reveal himself was that the time was not yet right. Yang Kai had enough strength in him to continue fighting with no trouble, not to mention he was proficient at escaping. Emortal did not have the confidence to stop Yang Kai from fleeing if he showed himself at this moment. Hence, his only option was to wait until Yang Kai was completely exhausted. Only then would he come forward and finish things in one blow. In any case, Emortal was certain that Yang Kai would not be willing to leave just like that. That was because the innate territory lords standing in front of him were nothing but meek lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As long as he cared about the future of the human race, Yang Kai would not stop fighting until the very last moment. Yang Kai broke into a grin, and his bloodied appearance made the grin on his face seem even more gruesome. He had to admit that he had fallen completely into Emortal's trap. More importantly, he had willingly done so. Emortal is truly the genius of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai gave a flick of the spear in his hands, and his murderous intent began to surge turbulently as he shouted, "Again!" Then, his figure transformed into a stream of light and charged towards 4 territory lords in formation. After fighting for so long, there was no need for flowery moves at this point. Yang Kai just had to kill as many of the powerful enemies in front of him as he could before he made his escape. On the other hand, the territory lords who came here on orders had to put constant pressure on Yang Kai so that he continued to accumulate injuries. The battle at this point played out differently from the initial flexible context at the beginning. Yang Kai no longer had the strength nor the mood to avoid the incoming attacks. Most of the time, he just took those attacks directly in exchange for reaping the lives of the territory lords. His dragon form, which was only one step away from advancing to the divine dragon realm, gave him the capital to withstand such abuse. When the 4 symbols formation was destroyed, Yang Kai wielded his spear and covered the 4 territory lords in his spear aura. Although the 4 territory lords struggled desperately, how could they escape? A spear light came down, and each territory lord stiffened abruptly. At the same time, a barrage of assaults rained down on Yang Kai. These attacks left him coughing up blood as his figure shuddered violently. Nevertheless, he simply turned around sharply and charged towards the nearest group of 4 territory lords. The battle was not as intense as earlier. After all, both the territory lords and Yang Kai had exhausted themselves. Nonetheless, the brutality was considerably higher than before. The territory lords were gutted and beheaded at a constant rate. Likewise, Yang Kai's aura weakened steadily. About an hour later, Yang Kai's figure faltered involuntarily when he killed another territory lord. His vision also blurred for a moment. He was almost at his limit. He had not counted how many territory lords he slaughtered in this battle, but the Black Ink clan had invested at least 250 innate territory lords altogether. In contrast, there were only about 70 or 80 surviving territory lords at the moment. In this battle alone, Yang Kai had slain some 170 territory lords. That was a terrifying battle record, but it was not something Yang Kai could have achieved on his own strength. If these territory lords had not been wounded from the start and Emonayi had ordered them never to retreat, he would not have achieved such a feat so easily. The outcome of this battle was only possible because one party was willing to fight while the other party was willing to endure. Emonayi was desperate to succeed and Yang Kai was willing to cooperate. All of a sudden, a powerful aura invaded Yang Kai's perception from the direction of the no-return pass and approached at lightning speed. He turned to look in that direction, coldly snorting in his heart. Emonayi's arrival sure is timely. Out of all the times he could choose to come, he had to come just when I was planning to retreat. If he was in perfect condition, he would not be scared to encounter Emonayi in the vast, empty void. He had been chased by more than one royal lord in the past and had even killed one of them, so what was a mere pseudo-royal lord in comparison? However, he was heavily wounded at the moment. Yang Kai's strength was no longer at its peak as both his world force and spiritual energy were basically depleted. If he was targeted by Emonayi in this condition, he was not confident that he could successfully escape. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not regret his actions today. Emonayi had taken the initiative to dangle such tempting carrots in front of him. Even if he knew that it was the Black Ink clan's trap, Yang Kai could not resist biting. Now was the best time to reduce the strength of the Black Ink clan. If he did not take this opportunity to kill as many innate territory lords as he could, then many more humans would die in the future. Space principles lingered around his figure as Yang Kai immediately prepared to escape after having sensed Emonayi's aura approaching. However, how could the territory lords surrounding him allow him to escape so easily? These territory lords had been terrified of him earlier, so nobody had dared to confront him recklessly, but at this moment, they seemed bolstered by a newfound sense of courage. Every one of them became as mighty as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. Their auras locked onto his body, surging violently as they channeled their power. To disrupt his escape, some blasted secret techniques at him while others went all out to shake the surrounding void with their power. Martial Peak, Chapter 5708, Fight Alone. Activating instantaneous movement under these circumstances was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Even Yang Kai could not achieve such a feat. Fortunately, he was not unprepared for such situations. While surging his power to block the storm of attacks, he tried to connect with a space beacon. Over the years, he had placed countless space beacons across the Black Ink battlefield. There was no doubt that performing space secret techniques was much easier and less energy-consuming with the help of these space beacons. It did not take long for Yang Kai to detect the nearest space beacon to his current location. Space principles fluctuated, and his figure began to turn hazy as though he was about to melt into the void. Before he could vanish completely though, another storm of attacks rained down on him once more. His entire figure shuddered from the force and the space around him became warped, causing his blurry image to solidify again. Sure enough, it was not feasible for him to escape even with the help of a space beacon when so many powerful opponents were surrounding him. Yang Kai did not hesitate. With a flick of the Azure Dragon Spear, he brazenly charged towards the spot where the defense was the weakest in the Black Ink clan siege. Since he could not escape, he had to break out of the encirclement. That was something he had considered beforehand. His figure moved with his spear, and thanks to the supreme limitless spear art, he practically became one with it. He boldly rushed towards the territory lords, braving the countless attacks blasting towards him. The territory lords facing him were shocked and frightened, so they instinctively moved to avoid him. However, Emonayi's furious roar came from the distance at that exact moment. Stop him! After a brief moment of hesitation, the territory lords surged their powers in unison and challenged Yang Kai directly. At the same time that a battle formation of 4 territory lords was destroyed, Yang Kai staggered back from the attacks that came from the side. Nevertheless, he threw his head back and roared with laughter, "Who can stop me if I want to leave?" There was no time for him to exterminate the 4 territory lords whose battle formation was broken, but he still rushed out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, A sense of crisis threatened to overcome him before he could activate his space principles. From a distance, Emmonai slammed his palm towards Yang Kai's direction with a cold snort. "You're too arrogant, Yang Kai." In the brief moment that Yang Kai was delayed just now, Emmonai had arrived in the vicinity. The long-distance attack made Yang Kai stagger, and his instantaneous movement technique that he was about to activate was interrupted halfway. The sound of broken bones also came from his body, causing him to cough up a mouthful of golden blood. A pseudo-royal lord had strength almost equal to a true royal lord. The only difference was the amount of power they could display. A pseudo-royal lord could only bring out some 70% to 80% of their full strength, making them far inferior to a true royal lord. There was no doubt that Emmonai was stronger than Diwu though. If Diwu could exert 70% of a true royal lord's strength, then Emmonai could exert 80%. Although it was only a difference of 10%, it was still a massive gap in power. That was especially true when Yang Kai was so heavily injured and mentally exhausted. Just a long-distance attack had nearly knocked him unconscious. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue hard, then he took the initiative to trigger the power of the soul-warming lotus. Only then did he manage to maintain his consciousness. Not daring to delay any longer, he quickly moved to leave. However, an aura locked onto him from behind and stuck to him firmly. "Yang Kai, I will spare your life if you surrender without a fight." Emmonai's roar reverberated in Yang Kai's ears as his figure gradually approached. Without even turning to look back, Yang Kai coughed up blood while making his escape. "Emmonai, you've gotten arrogant. Are you not even going to call me Brother Yang anymore?" Emmonai chuckled softly. "You need to be qualified for me to call you that." His confidence in his ability to defeat Yang Kai was reflected in his expression, which was so smug it was irritating. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had to admit that it would be difficult for him to escape Emmonai's pursuit in his current condition. He couldn't help feeling relieved that his pursuer was a pseudo-royal lord like Emmonai. If it had been Mou, a true royal lord instead, things would have been much worse for him. Activating the great sun and moon marks, blue and yellow lights merged and transformed into pure white light. When the pure white light covered Yang Kai, the aura that Emmonai locked onto him was severed in an instant. Then, Yang Kai hurriedly activated space principles to leave. Emmonai coldly snorted. The aura that was severed earlier exploded, like an invisible punch, disrupting the void around Yang Kai. After fighting Yang Kai for so many years, he had already prepared plans for how to deal with such situations. If Yang Kai had been at full strength, Emmonai's approach would not have been effective. It was just that Yang Kai had already fought so many territory lords earlier, so he was both physically and mentally exhausted. Although he was not at the point where he was a dry oil lamp, he was practically an arrow at the end of its flight. Hence, he was a little powerless in the face of Emmonai's interference. Yang Kai's figure turned hazy and vanished from the spot. Then, he left with the instantaneous movement space technique. Be that as it may, he did not manage to flee far. Emmonai found Yang Kai's location with a sweep of his divine sense, and his powerful aura stretched out again in that direction, clinging to Yang Kai like leeches. Having sacrificed so many innate territory lords, how could Emmonai's plan have no effect on Yang Kai? He had already calculated and anticipated all the possible scenarios that could occur when he came up with this trap. Everything was within his expectations. The next step was for him to hunt down Yang Kai with all his might. He was not going to rest until Yang Kai was dead. As long as he could annihilate Yang Kai, the deaths of all the innate territory lords earlier would be worth it. If he allowed Yang Kai to carry on hunting down the territory lords who escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the losses suffered by the Black Ink clan would be even greater. When Yang Kai reappeared, he staggered. He felt lightheaded and dizzy, a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. That was when he knew that he had been too greedy. In order to slaughter as many innate territory lords as possible, he had spent too long in the battle, which resulted in heavy injuries and extreme fatigue. Be that as it may, under those circumstances, how could he bring himself to retreat before the last possible moment? Nobody would be willing to leave when faced with so many innate territory lords who could be killed almost effortlessly. Even now, he could only sigh in appreciation. In this confrontation, he had to admit that Emonaye's trap was truly superior. It was not an easy feat to acknowledge the strength of one's enemy. In this battle, he had known that it was a trap Emonaye had prepared for him. Despite that, he had willingly walked into the trap and allowed himself to fall into such a miserable state. Nevertheless, it was unknown who would have the last laugh in this confrontation. It would all depend entirely on their respective skills. If he could escape Emonaye's pursuit, then all the scheming and plotting that Emonaye did would turn into something extremely laughable instead. In fact, Emonaye would become thoroughly humiliated. For that reason alone, Yang Kai had to escape the pursuit of a pseudo-royal lord like Emonaye and survive. He had to fight alone with no help from external forces. There was a significant difference in their strengths, and his life was on the line. All of these factors were disadvantageous to Yang Kai. Fortunately, he was accustomed to such situations. How many times had he been chased by unimaginably powerful enemies? In the end, he always managed to turn the situation around. How could the ship capsize on calm seas now? Purifying light appeared once more, severing the aura wrapped around Yang Kai for a second time. Yang Kai then activated space principles to escape. Without any delay, he was struck by Emonaye's interference just as he was about to escape. The severity of his injuries increased. When he reappeared once more, Emonaye swiftly gave chase. The same situation kept repeating over and over. The current situation felt familiar to Yang Kai. He couldn't help but recall the first time he was hunted down by a royal lord during his previous escape from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The current situation was similar to the situation at the time. He had used the purifying light to sever the aura that the enemy had locked on him. Then he activated space principles to escape. It was just a pity that his enemies would catch up to him soon after. He had only been in the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm at the time, so his strength was a far cry from that of a royal lord. Although Yang Kai was now at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he was severely injured, so his situation was not much better than it had been last time. Back then, he had been hunted by the royal lord for many years. It was only with the help of the numerous mysterious celestial phenomena scattered in the void that he managed to escape danger on many occasions. In the end, Yang Kai had dived deep into the Great Sea celestial phenomenon and cultivated hard for thousands of years inside numerous temporal rivers. When he advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and came out of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, he managed to slaughter the royal lord through a series of coincidences and pure luck. But what about now? Could Yang Kai borrow the power of the celestial phenomenon like before? Regrettably, that was not an option. Leaving aside the various dangers hidden within the mysterious celestial phenomena, there was too much distance between him and that part of the black ink battlefield. In his current condition, he did not have the confidence to last until he could reach the nearest celestial phenomenon. Escaping to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was another option. The suppressing Black Ink army and divine dragon Fu Guang were there, so if he could lure Emonaye that far, he would not only guarantee his own safety, but Fu Guang could also take the opportunity to rip Emonaye in two. Unfortunately, the distance to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was even further than the celestial phenomena, so Yang Kai quickly dismissed the idea. The only ones in the vicinity who could help him were the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters secretly watching over the human cultivators mining resources nearby. However, Yang Kai would only bring disaster to them if he sought their help. Those 8th Order Masters might be able to resist Emonaye for some time if they joined forces, but the cultivators who were responsible for mining or harvesting resources did not have high strength. Many would die just from the fallout of such a battle. Moreover, they would inevitably be besieged by the Black Ink clan once their whereabouts were revealed. These tens of thousands of cultivators were heroes who had gone behind enemy lines for over 1,000 years, risking their lives to collect resources from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. It would not be appropriate for Yang Kai to drag them into danger for his own self-interests, therefore his only option was to face this battle alone. He couldn't help feeling secretly resentful. It could be seen that Emo Na Yi was determined to remove him from the equation altogether. He did not have the slightest breathing space in their pursuit. Otherwise, he could have connected with the World Tree and asked the old tree to guide him to the grand ancient ruins boundary so that he could hide there for some time. It was too bad that he needed a few breaths for the World Tree to receive him, long enough for Emo Na Yi to butcher him. Now that there were no external forces that Yang Kai could rely on, he could only rely on himself. He silently perceived his condition. His physical wounds were slowly healing thanks to his potent dragon vein, and the world force in his small universe was gradually recovering with each passing moment. Likewise, the soul-warming lotus was soothing the headache in his mind. As long as nobody interfered with his healing process, he would be fully recovered in 10 to 15 days. His recovery abilities had always been very strong. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was currently being hunted by Emo Na Yi, and every time he activated space principles to escape, he would suffer additional injuries. Hence, his strength and spiritual energy were constantly being depleted. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai would probably need to escape Emo Na Yi for 3 to 5 years before he could recover sufficiently to throw off his pursuer. Yang Kai did not know whether he could persist for 3 to 5 years, but he knew that a disastrous fate awaited him if he made a careless mistake and gave Emo Na Yi an opportunity to capture him. Unfortunately, the current situation left him with no other choice. If he wanted to survive, then his only option was to endure and persist. After considering all his options, Yang Kai calmed down considerably. Since that was the only path ahead, he just had to walk it. Once 3 to 5 years had passed and he had the confidence to escape alive from Emo Na Yi's pursuit, he would thoroughly mock and ridicule him for his failure. He was certain that Emo Na Yi's expression would be extremely exciting to watch at that point. Martial Peak, Chapter 5709, Turmoil in the Universe. Traveling through the void, Yang Kai felt an immense aura rapidly approaching him. The aura of death also loomed from behind him. Emo Na Yi's deep voice echoed in his ears once more, "Yang Kai, you will never escape." He did not respond. In truth, he could not spare the strength to give a response. He was focusing all his attention on fleeing. Purifying light fluctuated and severed Emo Na Yi's aura once more. Both Yang Kai and Emo Na Yi were extremely familiar with this routine by now. In the next moment, Yang Kai activated space principles and prepared to escape. Meanwhile, Emo Na Yi's aura surged and shook the void around Yang Kai's figure to interrupt his instantaneous movement. Their actions were extremely in sync, almost as though their minds were connected. Just when Yang Kai activated space principles and prepared to leave via instantaneous movement this time though, he suddenly felt a wave of turbulence in his small universe. He vaguely felt as though there was an invisible hand flicking his small universe, causing ripples to spread throughout it. As a result, his world force abruptly became disordered and chaotic. Under normal circumstances, such occurrences would not have had much of an impact on him. He would only need to restore his chaotic world force to reverse the effects. However, he was currently fleeing for his life, so the effects of this sudden turn of events were horrifying. His hazy figure that was about to vanish suddenly turned solid again because of the chaotic disruption. His expression immediately became solemn as a result. Emo Na Yi, who was pursuing closely from behind, was also stunned by the unexpected change. It was the first time such a situation had happened throughout their chase. In previous cases, Yang Kai would already have escaped by the time he made his move. The situation left him feeling helpless despite his immense strength and ability. Aside from forcibly interfering with Yang Kai's instantaneous movement, he had not been able to make a single move up until now. The situation had been weighing heavily on Emo Na Yi as a result. At this moment, he immediately saw an opportunity to make his move. He took action almost instinctively, raising his fist and punching in the direction of Yang Kai. Dense black ink strength spewed out and formed a pitch-black light that broke through the barriers of space in an instant and slammed heavily into Yang Kai. Emo Na Yi was overjoyed. Increasing his speed, he rushed forward and roared, "Yang Kai, suffer death." He raised his fist once more and blasted out another punch. However, this turned out to be useless. When the pitch-black light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was no longer anywhere to be seen. Emonaye's divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, and he immediately perceived Yang Kai's whereabouts. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura had obviously declined considerably. It was clearly the work of his attack earlier. Is he running out of strength? Emonaye recalled the strange incident just now and made a speculation. He did not know what happened for Yang Kai to make a mistake at such a critical moment. In any case, Yang Kai's mistake, which caused his figure to stop for a moment, had allowed Emonaye to exploit. The incident greatly increased Emonaye's chances of success in capturing or annihilating Yang Kai. Not far away, Yang Kai looked as pale as a sheet. He opened his mouth and instantly coughed up a considerable amount of golden blood. His heart was filled with fear and fury. After bearing the brunt of Emonaye's long-distance attack, his poor condition worsened even more. He originally only needed to escape from Emonaye for 3 to 5 years to make a comeback, but now, he had the feeling that he would not be able to endure much longer. The power behind the attack of a pseudo-royal lord was extremely heavy, so it was not easy to bear, especially when he was in such poor condition at the moment. However, what truly horrified and enraged him was that something seemed to be wrong with his small universe. For a moment just now, his small universe had been inexplicably afflicted by extreme turbulence. It had caused the world force in his body to become disordered. If not for that, how could he have made such a mistake? But why did his small universe experience turmoil? His small universe had always been protected and stabilized by the World Tree clone, so it was essentially flawless and impenetrable to external forces. Even in a difficult battle against Emonaye, he should only suffer a terrible beating due to his inferior strength. There should not have been any effects on his small universe. Unless he was completely out of strength. If his world force had been fully depleted, that would shake the very foundation of his small universe. However, that was also impossible. It was true that his strength had been significantly depleted after such an intense battle, but there were countless living beings in his small universe. His world force was constantly being replenished at all times, so his world force couldn't be depleted. Just what went wrong? As Yang Kai fled with his severely injured body, he separated out a thread of consciousness to investigate the situation inside his small universe. His entire small universe was filled with an uneasy atmosphere. The turmoil earlier had caused great panic throughout the void world. Earthquakes had shaken the ground, rivers had flowed backwards, mountains had collapsed, and tidal waves swept across the seas. These disasters had resulted in countless casualties. Fortunately, the disaster passed just as quickly as it came. There was no further serious damage to his small universe at this point. Nevertheless, the masters of the major sects and the Void Dao Temple were investigating the situation for the cause, without any success of course. Yang Kai scowled deeply. His small universe was safe and sound. In that case, what was the cause of the disaster earlier? What puzzled him even more was that something seemed to be drawing his attention, almost as if it was calling out to him from somewhere. He inadvertently raised his head and looked in a certain direction. It was none other than the direction where he had fought hundreds of innate territory lords earlier. Something seemed to be waiting for him there. Is it a trap by the Black Ink clan? Is it another one of Emonaye's ploys? No, it doesn't seem like a trap. At his cultivation realm, Yang Kai's mind and will were strongly fortified. It should be impossible for him to be affected by external influences. The force that was guiding him was most likely a form of guidance from something on a much higher level. Yang Kai quietly observed Emonaye's expression as the latter rapidly closed the distance between them. Emonaye was not hiding the murderous intent radiating from his entire being, but more importantly, he seemed oblivious to Yang Kai's current abnormal state. Unbeknownst to Yang Kai, when the wave of turbulence struck his small universe, the same phenomenon had occurred throughout the entire 3,000 worlds. As long as it was a place occupied by the human race, be it High Heaven territory, the New Great Territory, the battlefields across the various Great Territories, or the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, all the human race masters at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and above had experienced the same turbulence in their small universe and subsequently felt the same subtle pull. Fortunately, most of these veterans at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm were not engaged in battle at the time, otherwise they might have been severely wounded or killed as a result. In one of the peaceful universes located in the new Great Territory, although the world's grand Tao had been perfected and the vitality was flourishing, the universe world had yet to produce any living creatures with high sentience. There was a simple thatched hut on one of the tall mountains inside the universe world, but there was no telling how long the thatched hut had been there as it was surrounded by various arrays to protect it from the erosion of time. After the human race masters at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm experienced the turbulence in their small universe, a figure suddenly flew out of the thatched hut. He came to stand in the middle of the sky and looked up at the heavens solemnly. Then, his expression seemed to change slightly. If any of the Black Ink clan higher-ups were here, they would most likely have recognized him. He was the human race master, Xiang Shan. Aside from Yang Kai, he was one of the few human race masters who were a major concern to the Black Ink clan. Mo Na Yi had always suspected that a new 9th Order Open Heaven realm master had already appeared. Among the possible candidates, Xiang Shan and several other veteran 8th Order masters had the highest possibility of breaking through. That was because they had not appeared on any of the Great Territory battlefields for many centuries. Nobody knew where these veteran 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters were hiding. Although the Black Ink clan had many Black Ink disciples acting as spies, such top-secret information could not be obtained no matter what methods were used by these low-level personnel. Even Yang Kai did not know where Xiang Shan was in seclusion, not that he had ever bothered to ask. Unfortunately, the reality of the matter was that Xiang Shan, whose cultivation had regressed after he sacrificed a large portion of his small universe in the past, had not been able to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm even though he had been cultivating in retreat for so long. Even now, he was only at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, there were very few among the veteran 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters with the qualification to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in the first place. It could be said that Xiang Shan was one of the few cultivators closest to the 9th Order. When the turbulence swept throughout the universe, Xiang Shan had also been disturbed. The phenomenon had interrupted him in the middle of his retreat, causing nearly 1,000 of hard work to come to naught. If it were anybody else, they would inevitably have lost their composure. In the worst case, they might even suffer a trace of cultivation dissonance. Luckily, Xiang Shan's mind was strong and stable thanks to the many ups and downs he suffered in life. Although he was disappointed, he was not too bothered by the loss. He simply pondered for a moment before he vaguely understood what had happened. Xiang Shan was different from Yang Kai after all. Yang Kai might be famous throughout the known universe, but he had lived a much shorter life than the true veteran 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters. It was only natural that he had experienced much less in life compared to these old monsters. What Yang Kai did not know, Xiang Shan understood almost instantly. With a vertical movement, his figure transformed into a stream of light and charged out of the universe world, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, various messages began to spread among the human race as the Open Heaven realm masters who had lived long enough had a vague understanding of what was about to take place. On the Black Ink battlefield where Yang Kai had fought hundreds of innate territory lords earlier, after Yang Kai escaped and Mo Na Yi pursued, the surviving innate territory lords seemed to be in no hurry to leave. It was not that they did not want to leave, but rather that they were heavily wounded and their energy reserves had been depleted, so they were having trouble moving about freely. They might have survived the battle, but too many of them had lost their lives to Yang Kai. Nearly 200 innate territory lords had been slaughtered by Yang Kai in that fight, an outcome that would surely be recorded in the annals of history. In any case, they were not worried that Yang Kai might return here. Mo Na Yi was personally hunting him down after all. He would be having enough trouble just escaping with his life, so where would he find the energy to wheel around to attack them again? While they were resting though, none of the territory lords noticed that an extremely mysterious force was slowly permeating the nearby void. There were no words to describe the force accurately, but it was no threat to the territory lords. On the contrary, it seemed to seamlessly seep into everything without a sound. As the force began to condense, numerous illusory lines emerged and slowly connected with each other to form a strange image. The illusory phantom covered a huge swath of the void and enveloped the territory lords. Strangely enough, none of the territory lords noticed anything at all. It was not until a certain territory lord suddenly opened his eyes and looked around that he realized something was wrong. He shouted a warning, startling the other territory lords from their rest. Not knowing exactly what was happening, let alone what the illusory phantom that inexplicably appeared was, the territory lords did not dare to remain. They quickly summoned their strength to leave this place. However, they soon discovered something strange. The void within the range of the illusory phantom had twisted and folded upon itself. No matter how they tried to escape, they could not leave the range of the illusory phantom. It was as if they were trapped inside an inexplicable array, a reality that shocked and horrified them. Martial Peak, Chapter 5710, It has appeared. These territory lords had snuck out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After traveling for 10 years and avoiding being hunted by Jianghu along the way, they finally arrived at the no-return pass. Before they could heal from their wounds and recover their strength though, they were used as pawns to besiege Jianghu under Ye's order. Many of their clansmen had died in the previous battle, and those who survived initially thought that they would finally be rewarded for all their hardships. Who could have known that such a strange phenomenon would occur? For some reason, they were trapped in the void now with no means of escape. For a time, many were filled with an inexplicable sense of grief and indignation. How could the outside world be so dangerous? Although life in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been boring and monotonous, it had at least been safe. Hence, they were starting to miss the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The region where the territory lords were located was not the only place where the peculiar illusory phantom appeared. Many illusory phantoms also emerged out of thin air on the battlefields across the various great territories where both the human race and the Black Ink clan were fighting. The phenomenon even occurred in the deserted barren territory and at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The illusory phantoms might be scattered across the universe, but they had the same shape. It was as though a mysterious existence had projected its image at all these different locations. The illusory phantoms loomed over the vast void. However, only the unlucky innate territory lords on the Black Ink battlefield were trapped within its range. No other living being had been trapped within the illusory phantom. After all, the illusory phantom had emerged very slowly, and those with the slightest sense of vigilance had fled at the first sign of its appearance. The Black Ink clan was completely bewildered by the phenomenon, but some of the veteran human race masters rejoiced. Some even cheered and praised the heavens for blessing the human race, acting as though the appearance of the illusory phantom was a great blessing to them. The news quickly spread to the supreme headquarters as soon as the illusory phantom manifested in the void, where Mi Jingluan quickly realized what was happening and also cheered. What opportune timing! For this phenomenon to appear at this point in time. The delicate balance between the human race and the Black Ink clan that had been carefully maintained for the past few thousand years was surely about to be broken. The tidal wave, which was destined to sweep across the universe after accumulating for so many years, was about to come. Numerous orders were quickly issued and relayed to various parties. Like a sophisticated grand array, the entire human race began to operate with the supreme headquarters as the core. At the same time, Mi Jingluan also ordered many different types of ancient books that had been collected by the cave heavens and paradises over the years to be brought to the supreme headquarters. A stream of light soon arrived from the outside and landed in front of the supreme headquarters. When the soldiers on duty saw the appearance of the visitor, they immediately allowed him to enter without hindrance. Mi Jingluan, who was reviewing the information at the time, looked up with a slight glint of sadness in his eyes. Although he knew that it was unlikely for Xiang Shan to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he couldn't help feeling disappointed when the outcome was blatantly displayed in front of him. Xiang Shan walked straight to the table and glanced at the information in front of Mi Jinglun. Then, he raised his brow and asked, "Is it really the universe furnace?" Mi Jinglun nodded. "I'm sure you've sensed it too." Xiang Shan agreed. "I was in retreat when my mind became restless and the turbulence struck my small universe. It was rumored that those at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm would experience a resonance when the universe furnace appeared. I guess the rumors were true." After a pause, he added, "Where is it located?" Mi Jinglun massaged his temples with a troubled look. "There seems to be more than one location." "What do you mean?" Xiang Shan was stunned. "Take a look for yourself." Mi Jinglun pushed a jade slip towards Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan took the jade slip and checked the contents. Then he exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this be?" According to the intelligence received by the Supreme Headquarters, the illusory phantom of the universe furnace had appeared on a number of the great territory battlefields. Moreover, these were only the ones detected by the human race. There was no saying whether anything had slipped through their investigations. Mi Jinglun elaborated. "According to the records in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises, it is possible for there to be more than one location when the universe furnace emerges. At most there were 3 locations in the past. There has never been a precedent where there were more than 10 locations at once." Xiang Shan reminisced with a fond look on his face. "A long time ago, I heard my honored master talking about the universe furnace. The ancestors speculated that the universe furnace always remained hidden beyond our universe. Nobody has ever seen the true universe furnace before. On the contrary, what we see is nothing more than its projection. Although the projection is illusory, it is closely related to the body of the universe furnace. More than that, the projection is the entrance to the universe furnace." Mi Jinglun nodded. "I've heard the seniors discussing this idea in the past. Moreover, the number of projections seems to be related to the number of deaths and the strength of the deceased in a particular area. According to the records, more projections will appear when more strong beings lose their lives." Xiang Shan immediately understood. "Is that why there are projections on every great territory battlefield?" "That's probably the reason. Both the human race and the Black Ink clans suffered countless casualties on the great territory battlefields, and many of these casualties were Open Heaven realm masters. Therefore, it is not surprising for the projection of the universe furnace to appear on these great territory battlefields. By that logic, projections should also appear in the barren territory and at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Countless beings had died in the wars at both the barren territory and the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. In particular, the 9th Order old ancestors and royal lords had practically annihilated each other in these 2 locations. There was a high possibility that the projections of the universe furnace had appeared at those 2 locations. The location of the projection was the location of the entrance to the universe furnace. In other words, there were more options for a person if they wanted to seize the opportunity to enter the universe furnace. However, this was not good news for the human race. If there were only 1 or 2 entrances, then the human race would definitely go all out to seize control of these locations and prevent the Black Ink clan from entering. Unfortunately, it was a fool's dream to hope that they could control all the entrances under these circumstances. The Black Ink clan would also have the opportunity to enter the universe furnace, which would be extremely disadvantageous to the human race. The current situation would inevitably lead to a bloody battle that would in turn destroy the current balance. "When was the last time the universe furnace appeared?" Xiang Shan asked. Mi Jinglun replied, "Around 200,000 years ago." Xiang Shan frowned. Too much time had passed since the last appearance. Even if the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises contained any records, they would likely not be complete or comprehensive. Mi Jinglun was currently reading through the ancient books to find some useful information, so the human race masters were not completely blind when they entered the universe furnace. Every time the universe furnace appeared in the past, the projections mostly only appeared on the Black Ink battlefield. The projections would occasionally appear in the 3,000 worlds, but those occurrences were rare. Therefore, the records left behind in the 3,000 worlds do not contain much useful information. The number and location of projected entrances to the universe furnace was closely linked to the number of powerful living beings who died nearby, that much was certain. There had always been various conflicts in the 3,000 worlds, but large-scale wars were basically non-existent, so the projections rarely appeared in the 3,000 worlds. The projections generally only appeared on the black ink battlefield. Among the old ancestors, a number had advanced to the ninth order open heaven realm thanks to the opportunities they obtained in the universe furnace. For that reason, the ninth order old ancestors should have some knowledge regarding the universe furnace. Unfortunately, most of the ninth order old ancestors lost their lives during the battles at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction and the Barren Territory. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were the only two ninth order old ancestors who survived. The problem was that these two were considered rising stars among the ninth order old ancestors. Only a few thousand years had passed since Wu Qing advanced to the ninth order open heaven realm, and though old ancestor Xiao Xiao advanced earlier, it was still just 20,000 years ago. There was a high possibility that she had not experienced the last appearance of the universe furnace. At present, it was an extravagant hope to acquire information regarding the universe furnace from the masters of the previous generation. Even so, Mi Jingluan immediately sent men to Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing to inquire about the universe furnace. After all, these two were still older than the rest, and they might have some useful information. What about the divine spirits? Xiang Shan asked. Some of them have probably lived long enough. Shouldn't they know something about the universe furnace? Mi Jingluan replied, I have sent messengers to the elders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, but we shouldn't expect too much. The divine spirits generally remained at the no-return pass without leaving their position. Although they have lived long enough, they did not participate even when the universe furnace appeared in the past. Hence, they probably do not know much about the universe furnace either. He continued after a pause, I also sent messages to some of the elders from the cave heavens and paradises. We'll see what information we can obtain. The elders from the cave heavens and paradises might not be very strong, but they had lived for a long time. Even if they did not experience the universe furnace in person, they might have heard something from their seniors. It was quite a sad situation. Although the universe furnace was undoubtedly the biggest opportunity for the human race, the interval between each appearance was so long that the human race did not know much about it. At this moment, their most urgent task was to collect as much information as possible. Will there be enough time? Xiang Shan asked slightly anxiously. There is nothing to worry about on that front, Mi Jingluan reassured. According to the records in these ancient books, the appearance of the universe furnace's projections is just the beginning. The entrance will only open once the projections have solidified completely. This process can take a long time, ranging from a few months to 5 years. Xiang Shan nodded lightly, then he suddenly looked at Mi Jingluan with an apologetic expression. I want to enter the universe furnace. Although he had the qualifications to advance to the ninth order open heaven realm, he had determined that he could not do so with his own strength alone after cultivating in retreat for the past 1,000 or so years. The damage he suffered when his cultivation regressed might have seemed harmless at the time, but apparently there had been a profound impact on his foundation after all. Mi Jingluan smiled and said, Brother Xiang, of course, you should be able to enter the universe furnace. There's no need to feel awkward. After all, your advancement to the ninth order open heaven realm will bring greater pressure to the Black Ink clan. Aside from Xiang Shan, the only other person in the human race who qualified to coordinate the overall situation and strategize the logistics was Mi Jingluan. During the years that Xiang Shan had been cultivating in retreat, Mi Jingluan had basically taken charge of the entire supreme headquarters and managed the whole human race in an orderly manner. The universe furnace was a great opportunity for both of them, but unfortunately, both of them couldn't enter it together. One of them had to stay behind to lead the human race. Otherwise, chaos would surely erupt. In other words, if Xiang Shan were to enter the universe furnace, then Mi Jingluan had to stay behind. That was one of the reasons why Xiang Shan felt slightly guilty. However, Xiang Shan was not acting solely out of personal interests. It was just as Mi Jingluan said. Although they were both at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, Xiang Shan was superior in terms of combat power, hence, it would be better for him to enter the universe furnace in search of an opportunity to break through. In this regard, Mi Jingluan was very understanding. Even if Xiang Shan had not said anything, he would have made the same arrangements. Martial Peak, Chapter 5711, Blood Crow of the Profound Nether Army. Xiang Shan said nothing more and changed the topic. Where is Yang Kai? Mi Jingluan answered solemnly, we had some problems at the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Mi Jingluan then gave Xiang Shan a rundown regarding the news that Yang Lai brought back and Yang Kai's warning. Upon hearing the situation, Xiang Shan frowned deeply and instantly understood the gravity of the problem. A flaw had appeared in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, and an unknown number of innate territory lords had escaped from inside. The strength of the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass was bound to have increased significantly as a result. With an increase in the number of innate territory lords, the Black Ink clan would have more flexibility and maneuverability in making future decisions and arrangements. Leaving aside everything else, just the creation of more pseudo-royal lords alone was a huge concern to the human race. In the past, the Black Ink clan was extremely reluctant to produce pseudo-royal lords because the price was simply too high. More importantly, the birth of a single pseudo-royal lord had little impact on the overall situation between the Black Ink clan and the human race compared to the immense sacrifice required. However, there were many more innate territory lords now. Those innate territory lords also brought many high-rank Black Ink nests with them when they escaped from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. At this rate, the Black Ink clan no longer had any reason to hold back when it came to creating more pseudo-royal lords. Coupled with the fact that the universe furnace was about to appear, the Black Ink clan was bound to obstruct the human race in every possible way to prevent them from obtaining new opportunities. A storm was coming. A catastrophe would soon loom over the world with the emergence of the universe furnace as its herald. It was both an opportunity and a crisis for the human race. In any case, such a huge event would not escape Yang Kai's perception. Regardless of where he was now, he was bound to enter the universe furnace when the entrances were fully formed. The situation might not turn out too badly if he joined forces with Xiang Shan inside the universe furnace. Profound Nether Army's Blood Crow requests to meet Supreme Commander Mi. A roar suddenly came from outside the Grand Hall. Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan exchanged a glance of astonishment. Xiang Shan had a vague impression of the name Blood Crow. Not only was Blood Crow's background somewhat special, but he also used to be a member of Yang Kai's Dawn Squad. Xiang Shan had paid much attention to Yang Kai's Dawn Squad back in the Great Evolution Army, so it was only natural for him to know about Blood Crow. On the other hand, Mi Jingluan seemed stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up in excitement. I can't believe I forgot about him. While saying so, he jumped to his feet and went to meet Blood Crow without any delay. A short while later, Mi Jingluan and Blood Crow entered the Grand Hall together. One person had a peaceful air around them while the other had an extremely flamboyant aura. The blood chi around Blood Crow was so thick that it was practically solid, lingering around him to form a layer of crimson blood mist that was visible to the naked eye. Xiang Shan frowned upon seeing this. Blood Crow's cultivation gave Xiang Shan a strange feeling. He seemed to be in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but also the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Regardless of whether he was in the 7th Order or the 8th Order though, he should be able to properly control his cultivation realm aura. However, his appearance seemed to indicate that he could not control his own strength. He was not deliberately being flamboyant with his aura. Rather, it was because his power was slightly out of his control. If Xiang Shan remembered correctly, Blood Crow cultivated a secret art known as Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture, which was an evil technique. Blood Crow had caused great chaos in the shattered heaven some millennia ago, and many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises had died tragically in his hands during that period. In the end, though, he was captured alive by a master from Bright King Heaven and thrown into the Black Ink battlefield to redeem himself. All kinds of information about Blood Crow quickly flashed through Xiang Shan's mind, and he eventually labeled Blood Crow as a heretic. He did not have a favorable opinion of this person, and if not for the ongoing struggle between the Black Ink clan and the human race, he would have taken matters into his own hands to deal with this problem individual. At this moment though, Mi Jingluan was enthusiastically welcoming Blood Crow inside. Seeing Xiang Shan, Blood Crow generously cupped his fists in greeting. "Greetings, Brother Xiang." Blood Crow did not address Xiang Shan as senior brother or by any other respectful title. Fortunately, Xiang Shan was not bothered by such formalities and simply nodded his head lightly to return the greeting. After all, he could not be called senior brother by Blood Crow if they went strictly by seniority. After asking Blood Crow to take a seat, Mi Jinglun finally asked the important question, "Why did you come looking for me today?" Although he had some speculations in his heart, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed to hear the actual sentence coming from Blood Crow himself. Then he heard Blood Crow's indifferent voice, "I've been to the universe furnace before." In the suppressing Black Ink fortress outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, the suppressing Black Ink army of 6,000 had finally gained the absolute upper hand in their 1,000-year confrontation against the Black Ink clan. Moreover, they suffered very few casualties. In the end, the only purpose of the Black Ink clan in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction in attacking the suppressing Black Ink army was to keep the humans and Wu Kuang distracted while they searched for another way to escape, a venture they eventually succeeded in, at least temporarily. At this moment, the void was deathly quiet. The gap in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction remained, but the Black Ink clan was no longer rushing out to their deaths. The flaw in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction that the Black Ink clan opened with great difficulty had been exposed and patched by Wu Kuang. Now that there was no means for the Black Ink clan to sneak out of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction and the enemy was on guard against such attempts, they no longer had a reason to waste their resources by confronting the humans outside. Wu Kuang did not bother to close the gap either. Since it had already been opened, he would most likely cause further impact to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction if he tried to close it again. It was better to simply maintain the current state without making any changes. As a result, the suppressing Black Ink army couldn't help feeling bored now that they had nothing to do. It was fortunate that they could still focus on their own cultivation. Just as Xiang Shan and Mi Jinglun guessed, when the projections of the universe furnace appeared everywhere in the universe, one also appeared outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. All the cultivators whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm were startled by a sense of resonance that welled up at the sight of the phenomenon. Looking at the projection gave them a sense of desire and yearning. There were several veteran 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters in the suppressing Black Ink army, so they immediately guessed the situation when they saw the projection. As news that the universe furnace would be emerging soon spread throughout the entire suppressing Black Ink army, many 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters were shaken by the news. There were a total of 400 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters in the suppressing Black Ink army to begin with, and several others had broken through to that realm over the last 1,000 years. However, less than 10% of them had the qualifications to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. Even Yu Rumeng, Su Yen, and the others had only advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so their limit was the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. On the contrary, rising stars like Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi had ascended to the 7th Order directly and were expected to reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in the future. As cultivators, it did not matter whether they were men or women, they all desired to seek greater heights in the martial Tao. It was their greatest wish to climb beyond the peak in hopes of seeing an even broader and exciting scenery. For that reason, the 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters of the suppressing Black Ink army were riled up when news of the upcoming emergence of the universe furnace spread. Be that as it may, neither the veteran 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters nor the rising stars in the same realm knew much about the universe furnace. All they knew was that it produced innate open heaven pills that could help cultivators break through their natural limits. As for what these innate open heaven pills looked like or how to obtain them, everything was a complete mystery. Fortunately, there was a divine dragon amongst them. In terms of age and seniority, Fu Guang was undoubtedly leagues above everyone else here. He was well-informed and knowledgeable, so he might know something about the universe furnace. Yang Xiao immediately turned to Fu Guang, who was standing nearby and staring at the projection of the universe furnace with a solemn expression. "Senior, is that how the universe furnace looks?" Fu Guang smiled faintly. "How else should it look if not this?" Yang Xiao laughed dryly. "I don't know. In any case, it is different from what I imagined." After a brief pause, he added another question. "Senior, since the universe furnace appeared before us, does that mean we have the advantage of being the closest?" Fu Guang glanced sideways at Yang Xiao. "You think too much. This is nothing more than a projection of the universe furnace. Its true body has always been hidden somewhere beyond the known universe. Nobody has ever seen it before in history." "A projection?" Yang Xiao was stunned. He was not the only one. Many of the rising star 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him were also stunned. One of the veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters explained, "It is rumored that the universe furnace will reveal a projection of itself in the vast expanse of the universe before it appears. Once it completely solidifies, it will transform into an entrance for us to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities." Yang Xiao was even more confused by the explanation. "Enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities? Does that mean there is a sealed world inside the universe furnace?" The veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master shook his head. "I don't know the exact details either. These are just what I heard from my elders when I was younger." Another person stepped up. "There's a possibility that the projection appeared at more than one location. The appearance of the projection is apparently related to the number of powerful masters who died in a specific place. Too many living beings have lost their lives in the wars here, so it's not surprising for a projection to appear here." "Are you saying there are projections elsewhere?" somebody asked curiously. "Yes, I believe so. There are so many great territory battlefields nowadays, and countless living creatures lost their lives in battle on every one of them. I believe there are projections on most, if not all, the various great territory battlefields too." "Doesn't that mean we're not the only ones with access to the universe furnace?" "Of course, anywhere with a projection would be connected to the universe furnace once they solidify into entrances." The veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters reported all the information they knew. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao listened curiously from the side. Scratching his ears thoughtfully, he leaned over to Yang Shui and murmured, "It's different from what I imagined." Yang Shui nodded in agreement, "It's different from what I imagined too." They had always heard that the universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills that could allow a person to break through their shackles. Now that the universe furnace was in front of them, they wrongly assumed that they would only need to wait quietly for the mysterious innate open heaven pills to fly out when the time was right. When that moment came, they would then compete for the open heaven pills. It was not until this moment that they learned that the universe furnace in front of them was nothing more than a projection. Even when the time was right, no open heaven pills would fly out of the universe furnace. On the contrary, they would need to enter the universe furnace to seek these treasures out. They held a whispered conversation between themselves for a short time. Then, Yang Xiao turned to look at Fu Guang again. "Senior, do you know a lot about the universe furnace?" All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters abruptly stopped talking and looked at Fu Guang with expectant expressions. They clearly hoped to gain more information from him. Contrary to expectations, however, Fu Guang just shook his head. "The divine spirits do not participate when the universe furnace manifests in the world, so all I know is hearsay. However, the universe furnace does indeed contain a sealed world of its own. If you enter the universe furnace, you can search for opportunities. If you can obtain one of the legendary innate open heaven pills, it would not be impossible for you to break through your shackles." With just a few words, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were beside themselves with excitement. On the other hand, Yang Xiao could barely stop himself from rushing forward at this very moment. "I might not require one of these innate open heaven pills since I'm part of the Dragon Clan, but adoptive father definitely needs them. He is already so strong. He shouldn't be stuck in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm." That's right. Adoptive father will definitely enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. I'm no longer the little white dragon who could only take shelter under his wings. It's only right that I enter the universe furnace to help him. Seeing Yang Zhao's eagerness, Zhao Yibai immediately stopped him. Senior brother, please don't be rash. The projection might look ordinary, but the space around it is actually highly distorted. I can't tell how many folds there are. You will definitely be trapped within if you rush in recklessly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5712, backed into a corner with no escape. Although there were many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, not many of them had cultivated the Tao of Space. In terms of attainment in the Tao of Space, Zhao Yibai was undoubtedly the best. Not even Su Yan and Lu Yan, both of whom had Phoenix clan sources, could compete with Zhao Yibai in this regard. Neither of them was of orthodox Phoenix clan origin after all. Although they had Phoenix clan sources and even cultivated in the Phoenix nest for some time, their compatibility with the Grand Tao of Space could not compare to Zhao Yibai, who was blessed with natural talent and trained from young. Others might not be able to detect the distortion in the universe furnace's illusory phantom with careful observation, but Zhao Yibai could perceive the truth at a glance. More importantly, he had made his point clear. There was no reason for Yang Xiao to distrust those words, so he immediately nodded in understanding and adopted a prudent demeanor. This senior brother understands. Afterwards, he suddenly heard Fu Guang speaking to the crowd. The universe furnace will soon manifest. It will represent a great opportunity for all of you. Seeing as the suppressing Black Ink army is not involved in any fighting at the moment, I will allow 50 of you to enter the universe furnace to explore. Once the entrance to the universe furnace is fully formed, you may enter immediately. As for how the quota should be distributed, you may discuss and decide among yourselves. 50 spots out of 400 plus 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not seem like much, but it was actually the absolute limit. The suppressing Black Ink army might be at peace for now, but nobody could guarantee when the Black Ink clan might suddenly launch an attack. The overall strength of the suppressing Black Ink army would be affected if too many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left for the universe furnace, which would place them at a disadvantage against the Black Ink clan's assault. Therefore, after taking everything into consideration, only 58th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be allowed to leave. As for the exact candidates to be sent into the universe furnace, it was not Fu Guang's place to decide. In the end, the decision could only be left to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to discuss and negotiate among themselves. Such an opportunity was something anybody would want to obtain after all. He could only hope that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not ruin their camaraderie with each other over the competition to obtain this opportunity. In the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, due to the sudden turmoil all around the universe, a momentary lapse in strength caused Yang Kai to be struck by Imo Ye's assault. His condition had gotten significantly worse as a result. He did not understand the phenomenon earlier. After all, he had a world tree clone sealing and stabilizing his small universe. How could he be affected by some inexplicable phenomenon which ultimately resulted in his difficult situation right now? Despite coughing up blood, Yang Kai swiftly flew through the void. He was tracing the vague feeling in his heart, which steered him back along his original path. Even now, he did not know the cause of that mysterious calling. He had initially suspected that it was part of the Black Ink clan's trap, but he quickly realized upon careful consideration. If the Black Ink clan had such ability, they would have drawn him out with this method in the first place. They would never have allowed him to intercept and hunt down so many innate territory lords, much less be forced to set an ambush and wait for him to fall into their encirclement. Therefore, this phenomenon was clearly not part of the Black Ink clan's machinations. If it was not part of the Black Ink clan's schemes though, what did he feel earlier? At a time when his life was hanging by a thread, Yang Kai normally would not have paid any attention to such an inexplicable phenomenon. However, he had a hunch that he might have found the opportunity he needed to overcome his current crisis. That was why he only hesitated for a moment before he unswervingly headed in the direction he was seemingly being summoned. During this period he was struck by Imo Ye's long-distance attacks on several occasions. The impact caused stars to appear in his vision and his figure to stagger unsteadily. He felt as though he was at the end of his rope. Seeming to realize Yang Kai's current condition, Yi doggedly gave chase. His attacks did not ease up in the slightest and instead became fiercer and fiercer. After all, he was well aware of the principle that a long night brings many dreams. Against an opponent like Yang Kai, he could not afford to slip up or provide any opportunities for the former to exploit. Otherwise, his previous efforts might all be for naught. Having gradually driven Yang Kai to a desperate situation, it was only a matter of time before Yi caught up with and slaughtered his foe. Nevertheless, he became more and more cautious as the climax slowly approached. His heart was filled with a sense of anticipation. After confronting each other for so many years, Yi had always been forced to bear various humiliations. He had yielded to Yang Kai on countless occasions, which made his reputation plummet among the Black Ink clan. The territory lords constantly criticized and ridiculed him, but he simply ignored them. That was because he knew that the Black Ink clan would be the one to suffer if he did not surrender to Yang Kai on occasion. All his efforts had been aimed at gaining more advantages for the Black Ink clan. Compared to that, what was always being at a disadvantage in a confrontation against Yang Kai? So what if his reputation was terrible? So what if the territory lords constantly looked down on him? If he could return to the no-return pass with the glory of slaughtering Yang Kai, then all the humiliation he suffered before would be washed away immediately. In any case, he was extremely relieved that Yang Kai was the only irregularity among the human race. He never wanted to encounter such a difficult opponent in his life again. What delighted him even more was that the royal lord had always trusted in him and never interfered with his decision-making. Having such a generous leader was the biggest reason he could force Yang Kai into such a desperate situation today. The deaths of all those innate territory lords would be honored soon. Although his heart pounded with excitement, Yi did not reduce the intensity of his onslaught against Yang Kai. Purifying light covered Yang Kai and severed Yi's aura. Then, space principles began to fluctuate. Can you even escape? Yi sneered coldly. It's just the final and useless struggle of a cornered beast. The severed aura immediately exploded and shook the surrounding void. Although Yang Kai successfully left via instantaneous movement, he did not manage to flee very far. Yi could instantly perceive Yang Kai's position with a sweep of his divine sense, but just as he was about to give chase, he sensed something that made him scowl deeply. In addition to Yang Kai's aura, he also sensed many auras belonging to the innate territory lords up ahead. Why are they here? It was only at this moment that he abruptly realized Yang Kai had been leading him around in a wide circle. They had returned to the battlefield from before. Why are those territory lords still here? The pursuit had lasted for more than half a month, so it stood to reason that the territory lords should have returned to the no-return pass by now. These guys are heavily wounded. Why are they just loitering around? Yi couldn't help feeling extremely annoyed. On the other side, Yang Kai reappeared from the void and stared at the innate territory lords in confusion. Not many innate territory lords remained alive after the previous battle, less than 100 in total, all of whom were heavily injured, so he couldn't help having the same doubts and questions as Yi. Why are these guys still here? However, Yang Kai soon figured out the reason. There was an enormous illusory phantom looming over a vast swath of the void. At first glance, the illusory phantom looked like an alchemy furnace. Be that as it may, the alchemy furnace seemed slightly different from the ordinary alchemy furnaces. Not only was the alchemy furnace gigantic, but the illusory surface was covered in various complicated runes and patterns. It felt as though the deepest and most profound truth of the universe was contained within these markings. A sense of insight and enlightenment subconsciously welled up inside Yang Kai when he glanced at the alchemy furnace. The patterns on its surface were also not static, but instead in a constant state of flow and flux. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the alchemy furnace was becoming increasingly solidified at an extremely slow speed. What is that? Yang Kai frowned in puzzlement. There had been no illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace in this place when he initially made his escape, so how did such a strange thing manage to appear here while he was wandering the void for half a month? Nevertheless, he was certain about one thing. The mysterious feeling in his heart was coming from this alchemy furnace. The inexplicable turmoil that shook his small universe was also caused by this alchemy furnace. What kind of alchemy furnace would have such a mysterious force? Staring at the illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace in front of him, a flash of understanding swept through his mind as an existence that only appeared in rumors and legends instantly sprang to mind. The universe furnace. During the late ancient era, 10 martial ancestors, including Tsang, had used the power of the world tree to gain enlightenment about the open heaven realm method. It was only after their success that the human race began to prosper. At the same time, they finally had the means to confront the Black Ink clan. Thanks to the capital that allowed them to compete for supremacy in the world, the human race gradually became dominant in the vast universe. Unfortunately, the open heaven realm method was innately flawed. All cultivators who cultivated this method were limited by their inherent shackles, the peak of their martial Tao set in stone the moment they reached this realm. Nevertheless, nothing was absolute. There was bound to be a loophole somewhere, and the mysterious universe furnace was one of those loopholes. The universe furnace bred innate open heaven pills. If a cultivator could obtain these innate open heaven pills, then they could break through their shackles and overcome the disadvantages brought about by the limitations of the open heaven realm method. Be that as it may, the universe furnace was a thing of legend and myth, its whereabouts rarely revealed throughout history. Yang Kai's understanding of the universe furnace was limited to some rumors he heard in the past. According to the rumors, the universe furnace was extremely elusive and impossible to locate. Furthermore, the innate open heaven pills had miraculous effects that could help a cultivator break through their inherent shackles. All the information he knew was limited to the information accessible by the general public. The universe furnace seemed to be even more mysterious than the grand ancient ruins boundary. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling stunned when he realized that the illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace belonged to the legendary universe furnace. I can't believe the universe furnace appeared at this time and location. The first thought that sprang to mind was similar to the concerns that Mi Jingluan had considered previously. This phenomenon might not be a good thing for the human race. The emergence of the universe furnace would surely attract the attention of many human race masters. Accordingly, the Black Ink clan would resort to any means possible just to prevent the humans from seizing this opportunity. Up until now, the power accumulated by the human race was far from adequate. In stark contrast, the Black Ink clan just experienced a huge leap in strength thanks to the influx of innate territory lords and high-rank Black Ink nests. If the delicate balance that had been maintained for the past several thousand years was broken, the human race might not benefit from the outcome. The second thought that sprang to mind was that the universe furnace seemed a little different from what he had initially imagined. He had always thought the universe furnace as something similar to a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. It would appear out of nowhere one day and exude a mysterious aura into the surroundings. When the time was right, the innate open heaven pills would fly out of the universe furnace and enter the possession of those who were lucky enough to seize them. The universe furnace in front of him not only had the shape of an alchemy furnace, but it also exuded a mysterious aura. However, it was much too large. The universe furnace loomed over a massive region. Not to mention, it was obviously just an illusory image that was slowly solidifying over time. Could it be that the universe furnace will only appear once the illusory phantom completely turns solid? I wonder how long that will take. There was no time for Yang Kai to ponder the mysteries of the universe furnace, though as he soon noticed the distortion of the void around it. Even Zhao Yibai had seen through the strangeness of this phenomenon at a glance, so how could Yang Kai fail to notice it? The space around the alchemy furnace's illusory phantom might seem normal on the surface, but the inside was extremely twisted and warped, constantly shifting and folding onto itself. Yang Kai immediately became overjoyed. Even though he had been backed into a corner with no escape, a path had appeared before him in the end. His intuition proved correct. The opportunity to escape Emona Ye's pursuit was right in front of him. His misery was caused by the universe furnace, but his salvation also came from the universe furnace. It was truly an object of both misfortune and joy. The appearance of this mysterious object had shaken the very foundation of his small universe. As a result of the turmoil, he suffered a heavy blow from Emona Ye. Now, he was going to use this very object to escape his current crisis. The good and bad were even now. With a single flash of thought, Yang Kai desperately drew upon his world force. His divine sense surged wildly at the same time. The burst of his full force caused the entire surrounding void to become distorted. Like an ominous beast that was backed into a corner, he gritted his teeth and howled, "Emona Ye, if you want me dead, then I will slaughter those territory lords first." While saying so, he boldly rushed in the direction of the innate territory lords and plunged directly into the illusory phantom space without the slightest hesitation. Martial Peak, Chapter 57:13, Every cloud has a silver lining. Many innate territory lords were trapped inside the universe furnace's illusory phantom. When they suddenly saw Yang Kai approaching them with such fierce momentum, they couldn't help turning pale with horror and fright. Yang Kai was in absolutely dire condition, and his aura also seemed exceedingly weak. Nevertheless, their experience during the fierce battle from before had traumatized them deeply, so they were naturally horrified by his arrival. It had to be said that these territory lords were not in good condition either. They had been severely wounded when they snuck out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and had almost no chance to heal and recuperate from their wounds at all. After that, they were sent here under Emona Ye's orders to besiege Yang Kai. Although they were lucky enough to survive the previous battle, their injuries had only gotten more severe. If Yang Kai were to attack them now, they would not have much power to fight back at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai plunged into the illusory phantom of the universe furnace. He instantly felt the distortion of space around him. Just as he had noticed earlier, the space inside the universe furnace's illusory phantom was twisted and folded upon itself. It was impossible to make sense of this space with common sense. Even if something seemed close at hand, there might be countless layers of space overlapping and folding over each other between them, so that the actual distance was unfathomably large. The slightest movement inside this chaotic region would cause a person to land in a different layer of space. That was why the territory lords could not escape once they were surrounded by the illusory phantom. They were forced to remain here not because they did not want to leave, but because they simply could not. The mysteries of the universe furnace were perfectly illustrated in this scenario. For the territory lords, everything seemed so close yet so far inside the space shrouded within the illusory phantom, and the same was true for Yang Kai. The difference was that Yang Kai manipulated space principles as soon as he stepped into the universe furnace's range. As a result, the layers of folded space instantly became comprehensible and traceable to him. Yang Kai lightly took a few steps forward. A layer of ripples spread out all over his body. Then he abruptly materialized in front of a territory lord. Raising his hand, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and thrust it directly into the heart of the territory lord. On the other hand, the territory lord simply had a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes were also filled with complete incomprehension, as though he never imagined that Yang Kai would appear in front of him and stab him with such ease. One thing had to be said about their current situation. Although these territory lords seemed to be gathered together in one spot, they were actually scattered across different layers of space. After being trapped inside the universe furnace, they could neither escape nor rally together at the same spot. No matter how much they struggled, they could only spin around in circles. It was also for that reason that the territory lords were not too worried about their safety, even though they had been terrified to hear Yang Kai's ruthless threat just now. That was because they knew the strangeness of this space better than anybody else, but their confidence only lasted until this moment. When one of their companions was run through by Yang Kai's spear, the territory lords finally turned pale with fright. Yang Kai had easily and effortlessly achieved what they had not been able to do despite their best efforts. At that moment, They promptly recalled the information given to them by Mo Na Yi regarding Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space. This place might be able to trap the territory lords, but Yang Kai could traverse it as though he were walking on flat ground. With a shake of the spear, the territory lord who was stabbed in the chest immediately exploded into pieces. Yang Kai subsequently retrieved his spear and charged towards the nearest territory lord. Having seen what happened to his companion just now, the territory lord was filled with absolute horror and shouted at the top of his voice, "Save me, Sir Mo Na Yi." Yang Kai smiled wickedly with a sinister expression on his face. "No one can save you now." Yang Kai, you dare? Mo Na Yi's furious roar came from behind. While he was chasing Yang Kai, he had naturally seen the territory lords and the alchemy furnace's illusory phantoms surrounding them from a distance. Yang Kai might have figured out that the phenomenon was caused by the emergence of the universe furnace, but Mo Na Yi was completely clueless about the situation. It was only natural though, as Mo Na Yi was from the Black Ink clan. Why would he know about the universe furnace? Not to mention, the Black Ink disciples would not mention such things without reason either. Mo Na Yi was initially vigilant towards the unknown object, but his vigilance was soon overcome by his rage when he saw Yang Kai casually slaughtering the first innate territory lord and aiming for a second. His figure swayed, and he plunged into the illusory phantom after Yang Kai. In the next moment, his expression became blank with shock. Yang Kai threw his head back as he laughed wildly. Meanwhile, the expressions of the territory lords changed drastically. While laughing, Yang Kai suddenly coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. The power that he had forcibly gathered withered like a deflated balloon, and he rapidly collapsed. His entire appearance made him seem like he was about to die on the spot. He was a dry oil lamp at this point. When he pushed himself just now to butcher a territory lord in one blow, his actions had only been to distract and provoke Mo Na Yi, as he was worried that the latter would be too vigilant to follow him into the universe furnace. In truth, Yang Kai would have been powerless to kill the second territory lord even if Mo Na Yi had not stepped forward to stop him. Fortunately, things had taken a turn for the better. Mo Na Yi had followed him into the universe furnace, which swung the situation in Yang Kai's favor. He could sleep with peace of mind now. Emoni, even a scheming and treacherous bastard like you can fall into a simple trap. Just wait for me to recover, then I will deal with you. While saying that, Yang Kai took out a handful of spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth as all the innate territory lords watched. He subsequently took out a set of cultivation materials to refine while completely ignoring all the territory lords around him. The recent period had been too difficult on him. After all, he didn't even have the time to swallow any spirit pills when he was being pursued by Mo Na Yi. On the other hand, Mo Na Yi was livid. Unable to hold back, he threw a punch in Yang Kai's direction. The power behind the punch could be said to contain his full strength. Be that as it may, the blow failed to cause the slightest disturbance to Yang Kai, as all of the force was absorbed and dissipated by the layers of folded space between them. Mo Na Yi's expression immediately became gloomy. He had sensed that something was wrong as soon as he plunged into this place. The space inside the illusory phantom was evidently different from the outside world. Combined with Yang Kai's previous attitude and current reaction, how could Mo Na Yi not know that he had fallen for this rascal's trick? He could not believe that he was tricked into entering this strange place. Looking around, he could clearly see the figures of the territory lords. The distance between them did not seem very far. Visually, the territory lord nearest to him seemed to be only a few steps away. However, the actual distance between them did not reduce whatsoever when he tried to walk over. Mo Na Yi clearly had the perception of moving forward quite a long distance, but he seemed to be walking on the spot without moving forward in the slightest. What is this thing? Mo Na Yi wondered as he quickly realized that the root of the problem was the alchemy furnace's illusory phantom. Upon hearing Mo Na Yi's question, the territory lords felt a chill running through their hearts. They had been hoping that he could resolve their doubts and bring them out of this place, but it would seem that he was just as clueless as they were. Staring at the silent territory lords around him, Mo Na Yi lost his temper and roared, "Why didn't any of you warn me about this place?" If any of the territory lords had warned him in advance, he would not have rashly plunged into this space and caused himself to be stuck in this trap. None of the territory lords made a sound, but Yi knew that his question was unreasonable. In this case, it was his fault for being too impatient. Yang Kai's murderous attitude had also given him no time to consider his options. On the other hand, the territory lords had been so intimidated by Yang Kai that they were subconsciously expecting Yi to protect them. That was how he ended up falling into this trap. Sure enough, he could not afford to underestimate Yang Kai under any circumstances. Even in such a desperate situation, Yang Kai had actually managed to lure him into a trap. He had to admit that he made the wrong move this time. Yi did not know anything about the alchemy furnace's illusory phantom, much less why the space shrouded by the illusory phantom was so treacherous. The only thing he knew was that he could not give Yang Kai any time to recover. The Black Ink clan had paid such a large price and sacrificed so many innate territory lords in battle just to push Yang Kai into a corner. He could not give up halfway. As the saying went, beat the snake to death in order to avoid future calamity. If he allowed Yang Kai to walk away alive, then he would be faced with countless troubles in the future. Yi had always maintained a certain attitude towards Yang Kai, whereby he tried not to offend the other party as much as possible. Now that their friendly relations were thoroughly destroyed, he needed to ensure that Yang Kai died cleanly. It was difficult to judge the distance within this strange space, but communicating with each other did not seem to be affected. Yi pondered in silence for a moment before he sent a divine sense transmission to the territory lords around him and prepared a plan. A short while later, Yi and the territory lords sprang into action. Every one of them pushed their bodies and tried to move in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai seemed to perceive their movements and opened his eyes to glance at them. However, he quickly ignored them and continued to focus on his recovery. The space inside the universe furnace's illusory phantom was extremely chaotic and distorted. Unless the territory lords had cultivated the Tao of space and could figure out some of the rules of this place, it was simply a fool's dream for them to approach Yang Kai by randomly struggling. It was not to say that they had no chance whatsoever, as there were always some coincidences, but the chances were infinitesimal. More importantly, Yang Kai could sense that the space shrouded by the universe furnace's illusory phantom was becoming increasingly complicated as time passed. The territory lords could try their hardest to approach him, but even if they were lucky enough to enter his space by some great coincidence, he would only need to take a step in any direction and all their previous efforts would go to waste. Leaving a thread of consciousness to keep an eye on the situation around him, Yang Kai completely immersed himself in recovering. On the other side, Yi finally realized that this method was futile after trying for some time. Several dozen territory lords and himself included had been trying to approach Yang Kai, but their efforts were to no avail. It was difficult for them to achieve any results even if they persisted in their efforts. Besides, judging by the current condition of the territory lords, even if a territory lord managed to reach Yang Kai's location, the only fate waiting for them was death. Yi sent out divine sense transmissions again, telling the territory lords to cease their useless efforts. Then, he took out a miniature black ink nest and attempted to contact the no-return pass. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to inform the no-return pass about his current situation. He also wanted to inquire about the illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace, as well as if there was some method to escape this place after getting stuck inside. It was fortunate that the connection between the black ink nests was not cut off, so Yi soon received a response from Meng Ke, one filled with cynicism and mockery. It was no secret that he had been locked in a power struggle with Yi for a long time now. Now that Yi's plans had not only been thwarted, but also resulted in heavy losses for the Black Ink clan, with even Yi himself being trapped in this strange space, Meng Ke probably believed that he was the top dog now. However, there was still a key piece of information that allowed Yi to understand the illusory phantom of the alchemy furnace. It was the universe furnace. Although there were many Black Ink disciples under the Black Ink clan, most of them had neither high cultivation nor extensive knowledge and experience. That was why they did not know much about the universe furnace. Their level of understanding regarding the universe furnace was about the same or less than Yang Kai's, so it was difficult for them to provide any valuable information. However, that was enough to make some guesses. Martial Peak, Chapter 5714, Whose Victory? According to the information from the Black Ink disciples, the universe furnace was the most mysterious treasure in existence. It was generally elusive and impossible to locate, so there was no way to discover its whereabouts unless it appeared on its own. More importantly, the universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills. These innate open heaven pills had the miraculous effect of helping cultivators break through their innate shackles. Mo Na Yi was shocked by the information. If these innate open heaven pills could help cultivators break through their innate shackles, then the human race masters at the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm would be able to advance to the 9th order. It would be bad enough if an ordinary 8th order open heaven realm master advanced to the 9th order open heaven realm, but the strength of 1 or 2 additional 9th order masters would not render the Black Ink clan helpless. However, what if Yang Kai was the one who obtained one of these innate open heaven pills instead? Over the past several thousand years, most of the obstruction and pressure faced by the Black Ink clan came from Yang Kai. Whether it was the peace treaty between the human race and the Black Ink clan or the matter regarding the surrendering of 30% of their cultivation resources, the Black Ink clan had been forced to accept those terms due to the existence of the human race's killing star. That was especially true for the peace discussions between the human race and the Black Ink clan. At the time, the Black Ink clan had considered that they might be able to produce more royal lords in the future by accepting the peace deal. That would have greatly reduced the deterrent effect that Yang Kai, an 8th order open heaven realm master, had on the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, the universe furnace had appeared before the territory lords could even become royal lords. If Yang Kai could get his hands on an innate open heaven pill and advance to the 9th order, then all the Black Ink clan's efforts and compromises over the millennia would be nothing more than a complete farce. With his tyrannical strength and ruthless means, the Black Ink clan would be no match for Yang Kai once he advanced to the 9th order open heaven realm. After considering all these factors, Mo Na Yi felt alarm bells blaring in his heart. Yang Kai must never be allowed to obtain the innate open heaven pills no matter the cost. He cannot be allowed to advance to the 9th order open heaven realm. If he does, the Black Ink clan will be in mortal danger. Why did the universe furnace appear at this point in time? Is the human race really blessed by the heavens? Mo Na Yi's main concern was stopping Yang Kai from obtaining the innate open heaven pills, but how was he supposed to achieve that? They were currently trapped inside the illusory phantom of the universe furnace with no means of escape. The distance might not seem far visually, but the space was actually extremely distorted and chaotic in reality. The information from Meng Ke indicated that there was more than one illusory phantom of the universe furnace as it had appeared on various battlefields across the Great Territories as well as the Barren Territory. After compiling all the information, the Black Ink disciples from the human race speculated that the illusory phantoms were not the real body of the universe furnace but a mysterious projection. The universe furnace itself was hidden somewhere. Nevertheless, the appearance of the projections meant that the universe furnace was about to emerge. It might be that the universe furnace would finally be revealed when the projections became completely solidified. These speculations were reasonable. Mo Na Yi pondered in silence for a while before he sent a message to Meng Quebec. He wanted the Black Ink clan to search for more information. At the same time, he urgently summoned all the innate territory lords wandering outside to return in preparation for the future. Not only was Meng Ke generally difficult to deal with, but he was also always attempting to take over control from Mo Na Yi. Be that as it may, he had one good point about him. He was self-aware of his shortcomings. He did not object to Mo Na Yi's requests during such important situations because he knew that he was no match for Mo Na Yi when it came to schemes and tactics. Besides, Mo Na Yi had been appointed by the royal lord himself to take command. That was why he quietly did as Mo Na Yi asked. Putting away the miniature Black Ink nest, Mo Na Yi frowned and pondered for a long time. He calculated all the possible scenarios that might occur in the future and created countermeasures against these scenarios. After great consideration, he decided that his top priority was to obtain as much information regarding the universe furnace as possible. Yang Kai might know something. When the thought crossed his mind, Emona Yi immediately glanced over at Yang Kai and offered a ceasefire. "Brother Yang, given the situation, what do you say we have a truce?" He had called Yang Kai by name during their confrontation, but he was now respectfully calling Yang Kai by the title, Brother Yang again. Yang Kai ignored Emona Yi. "He pursued me so fiercely earlier that I nearly had no escape, not to mention the curses and death threats that were thrown at me. How dare he propose to call for a truce now? What does he think of me? Does he think that I'm so easygoing?" Emona Yi continued, "Now that you and I are both trapped here, why must you hold a grudge for everything that happened earlier? At the end of the day, the Black Ink clans suffered the greatest loss. So many innate territory lords died in battle already. Although you are wounded, Brother Yang, you came out alive in the end." This time around, Yang Kai failed to stop himself from responding and gave a cold sneer. "Serves you right. It's your own fault that so many innate territory lords died in battle. If not because you were trying to trap me, then they would not have died in vain. Besides, you might be trapped here, but do you really think this place can trap me?" Emona Yi's expression suddenly changed with those words. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked a major problem. It was true that both he and the territory lords were trapped in this strange space with no means to escape, but what about Yang Kai? This place would not be able to trap Yang Kai. If he really wanted to leave, it would not be difficult for him. This is bad. Emona Yi quickly suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. Either way, it was a good thing that Yang Kai was willing to speak with him. He thus casually probed, "Brother Yang, do you know what this illusory phantom shrouding this area is?" After asking that question, he chuckled to himself, "Of course, you're aware, Brother Yang. This is the legendary universe furnace after all. I'm sure the human race masters have heard about the universe furnace to a certain extent." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in astonishment. "It seems that the connection between the black ink nests has not been severed. Does that mean you can gather intel from outside of here?" Emona Yi looked proud. "The black ink nest has its own mysterious ways. It seems that you are aware of the universe furnace, Brother Yang. In that case, do you have more information regarding the universe furnace?" Yang Kai remained indifferent. "What does it matter if I do? And what does it matter if I don't?" Separating out a thread of consciousness to chat with Emona Yi did not impede his healing process. Since Emona Yi wanted to discuss the universe furnace, Yang Kai was more than happy to fish for some information. Besides, he was honestly feeling quite troubled due to his lack of knowledge on the universe furnace. It would be great if he could extract some from the Black Ink clan. Emona Yi responded seriously, "The universe furnace has not been seen for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if you have some knowledge regarding the universe furnace, I'm sure your information is not comprehensive. Brother Yang, how about you and I exchange what we know?" Yang Kai immediately snorted coldly. "The universe furnace is a great opportunity for the human race. Don't tell me the Black Ink clan has their eye on it as well?" Emona Yi replied lightly, "It is precisely because the universe furnace is such a great opportunity for the human race that the Black Ink clan will not allow the human race to succeed so easily. As you know, Brother Yang, the Black Ink clan and the human race will soon engage in a battle to the death now that the universe furnace has emerged." Yang Kai fell silent. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, Emona Yi was correct. Over the past several thousand years, the war between the Black Ink clan and the human race had never ceased. However, both sides had been concentrating on accumulating their respective strengths since the peace talks. As a result, both the number of masters among the Black Ink clan and the human race had increased dramatically. The situation was only maintained thanks to the tacit cooperation between the higher-ups of the Black Ink clan and the human race. However, the delicate balance was bound to be broken with the sudden emergence of the universe furnace. The human race was desperate to seize the opportunities inside the universe furnace. Likewise, The Black Ink clan was desperate to stop the human race from doing so. Once the war broke out, the bloodshed was bound to sweep across the entire world like a tidal wave. This battle might be the deciding factor in the entire war. Moreover, it would only end when one party was completely annihilated. The human race was not ready, but the Black Ink clan was not ready either. Although there were more innate territory lords and high-rank Black Ink nests at the no-return pass now, none of these newly emerged innate territory lords would be able to recover from their injuries without spending at least 100 to 200 years healing. It was fortunate that the human race had some newly advanced Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while it seemed the Black Ink clan had not produced any new royal lords so far. While Yang Kai was silent, he heard Emonayi speaking once more. "Brother Yang, did you know that this is not the true universe furnace, but just a projection looming over this piece of the void while there are many others out there?" Yang Kai calmly went along with the flow of the conversation. "Of course, it is just an illusory phantom. Isn't it only natural for it to appear in more than one place?" However, he was actually very confused inside. What does he mean? Could there be many other manifestations in other places? Am I this bastard? Is he trying to trick me? Or is he up to something else? At the same time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling rather annoyed. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have studied more of the ancient records from the cave heavens and paradises where there was bound to be some information on the universe furnace. Now that the universe furnace had appeared, Yang Kai was completely stumped by the situation. In fact, he knew even less than Emonayi, who still could ask the Black Ink clan to gather more intelligence. Emonayi studied Yang Kai's expression carefully but failed to detect any clues. Thus, he bluntly said, "Brother Yang, why don't we exchange information with each other? Although the universe furnace is about to emerge, it has yet to truly appear in the world. Gathering more information would not hurt." Yang Kai couldn't help nodding in agreement. "There is some truth to your words. Why don't you tell me what you know first, then I'll tell you what I know. You should understand my character. Over the years, I've never broken a single promise I've made with the Black Ink clan." Emonayi nodded. "Of course." Speaking of which, this was true. Although they were mutual enemies who shared an absolutely irreconcilable blood feud, Yang Kai had never violated the agreements he made with the Black Ink clan. As such, Emonayi suddenly broke into a smile. "But you don't seem to know much about the universe furnace, Brother Yang. Let's forget about exchanging information with each other." Yang Kai was stunned. "Who says I don't know anything about the universe furnace?" Emonayi smiled lightly. "If you knew anything about the universe furnace, Brother Yang, then why would you agree to exchange information with the Black Ink clan? The fact that you agreed to the information exchange shows that you don't know much either. Otherwise, you would not have mentioned your excellent character." Yang Kai was startled before snarling, "You tricked me." Emonayi sighed. "As I suspected." Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened at those words. It was only at this moment that he realized the truth. Emonayi had not been sure about how much he knew regarding the universe furnace before, but the truth had been confirmed now. This bastard. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling secretly annoyed at his carelessness. Regardless, it did not matter much. This was just a small loss that did not affect the big picture anyway. After confirming that Yang Kai did not know much about the universe furnace, Emonayi lost interest in talking to him and instead took out the small Black Ink nest again to maintain constant communication with the outside world. Yang Kai secretly watched Emonayi's actions and coldly snorted to himself in his heart. "Once I've spent some time healing, I will find a way to make you cough up everything you know. So what if I lost in this verbal confrontation? This strange space shrouded by the universe furnace's illusory phantom is practically my home ground. It will be my victory in the end." Martial Peak, Chapter 5715, Information. The emergence of the universe furnace's projection triggered various changes among the human race and the Black Ink clan. The biggest change was that both the human race and the Black Ink clan recalled all their forces. Although there were no large-scale battles in any of the great territory battlefields, there were many small skirmishes throughout the lands. After all, the newly advanced rising stars of the human race and the Black Ink clan were constantly seeking out strong enemies to challenge and improve themselves. Be that as it may, more than a dozen great territory battlefields instantly became calm and peaceful soon after the universe furnace's projection appeared in the world. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan withdrew all their outside forces. Nobody dared to make any rash moves before they figured out the mysteries and details of the universe furnace. At the end of the day, the human race had a slightly better understanding of the universe furnace. They had various sources such as the records written in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises, the stories narrated by the elders who lived long enough to hear about the previous opening, the teachings from the elders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, and the information obtained from Blood Crow's personal experience. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan did not have such rich sources of information. Throughout history, the projections of the universe furnace would almost always appear on the Black Ink battlefield whenever it manifested. There were occasional appearances in the 3000 worlds, but those incidents were very rare. In the past, the Black Ink clan had some understanding of the universe furnace too, but the Black Ink clansmen who were active on the Black Ink battlefield previously had been annihilated during the human race army's crusade. Even the royal lords had been slaughtered to the last, so how could the information be handed down to the current Black Ink clan? The current Black Ink clan consisted only of members who recently emerged from the primordial heavens source grand restriction, so they had never experienced the emergence of the universe furnace before. All they could do was respond according to the small amount of information provided by the Black Ink disciples and the reactions of the human race. Under Mo Na Ye's orders, countless innate territory lords across the great territory battlefields were transferred back to the no-return pass to await further orders, news that was quickly relayed to the human race. The mobilization of so many innate territory lords was bound to result in a disparity in the balance of power between the human race and the Black Ink clan. In the past, this would have been a good chance for the human race to make an aggressive counterattack. However, the human race did not make any moves against the Black Ink clan and simply focused on preparing for the upcoming emergence of the universe furnace. Compared to the gains and losses that could be obtained on the great territory battlefields, the universe furnace, which represented the greatest opportunity in the world, was undoubtedly what the human race valued more at the moment. As time passed, numerous armies led by many masters traveled to the periphery of the void where the universe furnace's projections were located under the orders of the higher-ups of both the human race and the Black Ink clan. Both parties faced off against each other across the void shrouded by the illusory phantoms. The Black Ink clan was acting as though they were determined to prevent the human race from seizing the opportunities in the universe furnace at all costs. Naturally, the human race would never back down. Nevertheless, it was foreseeable that a massive war between the Black Ink clan and the human race would break out once the universe furnace fully emerged. There were more than a dozen projections scattered across the great territory battlefields. Therefore, the deployment of personnel and the organization of the armies were the greatest considerations of the leaders of the Black Ink clan and the human race. Both Mi Jingluan of the human race and Mo Na Yi of the Black Ink clan had each deployed their troops to counter the other. A storm was coming. As the days went by, the atmosphere on the great territory battlefields became increasingly oppressive. Nevertheless, the armies of both the Black Ink clan and the human race did not dare to make any moves without explicit orders from above, lest they trigger a war in advance. At this time, there were many high-rank Black Ink nests and innate territory lords missing from the no-return pass. Somewhere in the void shrouded by the projection of the universe furnace, located in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai finally exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. It had been several months since he first entered this place. Now, filled with energy, he slowly stood up and even brazenly gave a lazy stretch. Several months of recuperation allowed him to recover all of his strength. The last battle with the innate territory lords followed by the intense pursuit by Amonai had left him severely wounded and exhausted. It was fortunate that his physique was extremely tough, and thanks to his potent dragon vein, it was not difficult for him to recover as long as nobody was disturbing him. As soon as Yang Kai showed movement, the innate territory lords trapped in this place instantly tensed up in response. In stark contrast to the ruddy complexion on Yang Kai's face, their auras were weak and unstable. There was no helping this, as they could not heal as Yang Kai could in this space, so their wounds had not gotten any better even after being trapped in this space for so long. Watching Yang Kai get to his feet with a lazy stretch, the complexions of the territory lords turned ashen. Looking panicked, many of them cast pleading looks at Emo-Na-Yi in a silent prayer for help. Although Emo-Na-Yi had known that this day would come sooner or later, Yang Kai's recovery speed still shocked him. He did not wait for Yang Kai to make any moves and quickly opened his mouth to speak. "Brother Yang, the Black Ink clan promises to provide 30% of our cultivation resources as agreed in the past. We will not withhold any resources or delay any of the deliveries." Yang Kai turned around, but said nothing as he simply gave Emo-Na-Yi a silent grin. Emo-Na-Yi gritted his teeth and snarled, 50%. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back with a leisurely expression on his face. "The war is about to begin. Do you really think we have the time to be bargaining about such trivial matters? 30%? 50%? What does any of that matter? It wouldn't make a difference even if you offered 100%. I don't have time to hang around outside the no-return pass anymore." It was enough that he had been extorting resources from the Black Ink clan for the past 1,000 years or so, and similar opportunities would not come again in the future. That was why it was impossible for Emo-Na-Yi to offer those cultivation resources in exchange for the lives of these innate territory lords. "What do you want then, Brother Yang?" Emo-Na-Yi asked solemnly. There were dozens of innate territory lords trapped in this space. However, he was helpless to protect them. The situation left him feeling extremely heartbroken and powerless. Yang Kai casually summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and gave it a little twirl. At the same time, he pushed his space principles and walked towards the territory lord closest to him. Space rippled in his wake, making it seem as though he was walking on the surface of a calm lake. The mysterious space that left Emo-Na-Yi and the innate territory lords completely vulnerable and helpless seemed no different from the flat ground under his feet. Watching Yang Kai gradually approach him, the territory lord tried to flee in terror. Unfortunately, his speed was slower than a turtle's crawl despite his best efforts. By the time Yang Kai reached him, he had only managed to cover a distance of less than a meter. It was not that he had only moved by 1 meter. On the contrary, he had actually traveled quite far, but with the folded nature of the surrounding space, that distance was equal to 1 meter. Yang Kai pointed his spear at the territory lord and turned to look at Emo-Na-Yi. One piece of information in exchange for the life of a territory lord. Information? Emo-Na-Yi raised an eyebrow at those words. Yes. Information regarding the universe furnace that is valuable and unknown to me, Yang Kai smiled. A few months ago, he had been tricked by Emo-Na-Yi on this matter, but so what if he had fallen for that ruse? Now that the lives of these innate territory lords were at risk, how could Emo-Na-Yi continue to keep the information he possessed a secret? Emo-Na-Yi was certainly decisive and immediately inquired, "Does the information I told you earlier count, Brother Yang?" Naturally, he was referring to the information he disclosed to Yang Kai a few months ago, about how the universe furnace's illusory phantom had appeared in more than one place. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, then he removed his spear. "Fine, I won't take advantage of you. That one counts." Having escaped from death, the territory lord had a look of lingering fear on his face, his entire body drenched in a layer of cold sweat. Meanwhile, Yang Kai strolled over to the next territory lord nearby and turned to look at Emo-Na-Yi again. Emo-Na-Yi did not even bother to wait for Yang Kai to speak and promptly offered an answer. According to the information obtained by the Black Ink clan, Profound Nether Territory also has a projection of the universe furnace. Is there really more than one projection? What does that mean? Yang Kai frowned deeply. How can the universe furnace's illusory phantom be in 2 places at once? In that case, where will the universe furnace emerge? He did not suspect that Emo-Na-Yi was deceiving him. After all, Emo-Na-Yi would not dare to do something that reckless in this situation. Nodding lightly, he sidestepped the territory lord with the spear pointed at him and came to the third territory lord. Yi sounded a little guilty as he muttered, Azure Sun territory also has an illusory phantom of the universe furnace. Yang Kai raised a brow at those words and glared at Yi. Nevertheless, he moved on and came to stand in front of the next territory lord. Before Yi could speak, Yang Kai interjected, Don't tell me. Did the universe furnace's illusory phantoms appear on another great territory battlefield? Yi smiled awkwardly, Well, there's one in Twin Poles territory too. Yang Kai laughed angrily but grudgingly nodded in respect. Good, count it as my loss. Judging by what you've said so far, do all of the great territory battlefields have projections? Yi kept his mouth shut and considered his answer carefully. Before he could respond, Yang Kai raised a hand to stop him. I was just talking to myself. You don't need to answer the question. More importantly, I do not want to hear any more about the other locations of the illusory phantoms. Yi sighed heavily, but, Brother Yang, what I've told you so far is indeed information that you didn't know. You've always been an honest man. Are you going back on your word now? Yang Kai raised his chin with a rebellious expression on his face. What? Haven't you heard the phrase, people under the eaves have to bow their heads? Yi was absolutely annoyed. Yang Kai muttered under his breath. Judging by the information so far, does the universe furnace's illusory phantom appear in places where a large number of living beings lost their lives? What about the barren territory? What about the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? While speaking, Yang Kai studied Yi's reaction carefully. Unfortunately, Yi was a cunning man, so how could he slip up at such a moment? Yang Kai snapped angrily, Enough. Is there an illusory phantom of the universe furnace in the barren territory? Tell me honestly. This will count as a piece of information. Upon hearing those words, Yi finally nodded, Yes. Then he added a casual compliment, You're very quick-witted, Brother Yang. The truth is I've also speculated that there is an illusory phantom of the universe furnace at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Unfortunately, we have no means of confirming the situation. Yang Kai couldn't help teasing, Have you lost contact with the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Yi was expressionless, but he neither confirmed nor denied the statement. Yang Kai frowned again. The locations where the universe furnace's illusory phantoms appear are all places where a large number of powerful masters have lost their lives in battle, including this place. A lot of innate territory lords died here. Does the Black Ink clan know anything about the relationship between these two factors? He shook his head. No. The Black Ink clan doesn't know much about the universe furnace. The human race might know something. As he spoke, Yi secretly thought to himself in his heart, It looks like Yang Kai is completely clueless about the universe furnace. Otherwise, he would not have asked so many superficial questions. Yang Kai did not bother wasting his time and energy on threatening another innate territory lord. Instead, he stood in place and declared, What other information do you have? Tell me everything. I am a man who means what he says. A piece of valuable information in exchange for the life of one territory lord. That makes 5 pieces of information from earlier. Yi confirmed. I know, Yang Kai agreed irritably. Yi seemed greatly reassured by those words. After considering his answer for some time, he began talking, The illusory phantoms of the universe furnace are most likely some kind of projection. It's impossible to tell where the universe furnace itself is hiding, but its projection is displayed at various places thanks to its mysterious powers. Martial Peak, Chapter 57:16, Tracing Back to the Roots. A projection. Yang Kai frowned. This was not something he had considered. He only thought that the situation was rather strange. If the universe furnace was about to emerge, then why did more than a dozen or so illusory phantoms appear across the various great territory battlefields? There was even one here. On the other hand, if these illusory phantoms were just projections of the universe furnace, then the situation would make much more sense. Was this information obtained by the Black Ink clan? Yang Kai inquired. Emonayi shook his head as he replied, "It's my guess." Yang Kai nodded lightly. There was no need to doubt Emonayi's intentions too much. Based on the information he possessed at the moment, he would probably come to the same conclusion if he had the time to calm down and analyze the situation. What else? Yang Kai probed further. Emonayi pondered in silence for a moment. Based on my observations, the projections are slowly solidifying. I'm sure you've noticed as well, Brother Yang. It has been several months since the projections first appeared. By my estimation, it will take another 2 years for the projection to completely materialize. I speculate that the universe furnace will only appear in the world once the projections have fully solidified. Looking around, Yang Kai examined the degree of projection solidification compared to a few months ago and did some estimation, arriving at the same conclusion as Emonayi. At the current rate, it would indeed take 2 years for the projection to solidify completely. Although the time of the universe furnace's emergence can roughly be determined, the location of its emergence remains a mystery. There are more than 10 projections at different locations, so it is difficult to determine the exact location of the universe furnace's emergence. Nevertheless, I believe there are 2 possibilities. What are the 2 possibilities? Yang Kai questioned. Emonayi glanced at Yang Kai in resentment. After being enemies for so many years, they were very familiar with each other by now. Yang Kai's actions might seem rash and impulsive, but he only took them after much consideration. With his intelligence and the information he just received, it would not be difficult for him to reach his own conclusions if he bothered to put his mind to work on the matter. However, he was either too lazy to think for himself or he was trying to figure out just how much information the Black Ink clan had gathered. That was why he was holding the lives of these territory lords hostage in exchange for information. Unfortunately, there was nothing Emonayi could do in retaliation. The first possibility is that the universe furnace's true body will randomly appear at one of the locations of the projections, and the rest of the projections are mere illusions. Emonayi expressed his conjectures, not daring to conceal anything. In any case, he was simply guessing as well, so there was no harm in sharing. The second possibility is, all the projections are closely connected to the true body, hence, the universe furnace will appear wherever the projections are located. Yang Kai listened seriously and nodded lightly. That's a reasonable hypothesis. Indeed, these are the only 2 possibilities. It was not difficult to form these conjectures based on the existing information. Be that as it may, neither Emonayi nor Yang Kai was aware of something crucial. The true body of the universe furnace would not be revealed even when these projections solidified. In fact, this supreme treasure had never been seen before throughout the long course of history. On the contrary, these projections would simply transform into entrances leading into the universe furnace once they were fully solidified. The so-called opportunities were hidden inside the universe furnace. It was not that Emonayi and Yang Kai were dull-witted, just that the information they possessed was too little for them to form an accurate conjecture. Besides, they both had preconceived notions about the universe furnace. Since it was called the universe furnace, they naturally assumed that it was something akin to a mysterious alchemy furnace. How could they have known that this alchemy furnace would contain a sealed world of its own? Emonayi did not continue speaking. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he had no other valuable information to share. Hence, he immediately started racking his brains for anything he could think of. Yang Kai did not pester Emonayi either. Sinking deep into thought, he suddenly recalled something. He honestly did not know much about the universe furnace. The only knowledge he had was that the universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills that could help a cultivator break through their inherent shackles. However, he only heard that the world would be thrown into a storm of bloodshed whenever the universe furnace emerged. At the time, Yang Kai had not known much about the 3,000 worlds. His cultivation was also quite low, which resulted in a shallow understanding of that statement. He had simply assumed that a supreme treasure was something everybody would want to obtain, so the so-called storm of bloodshed would be caused by the infighting between the masters from the cave heavens and paradises. It would now seem that his assumption had been incorrect. For countless years since the late ancient era, the cave heavens and paradises had committed their elites to the Black Ink battlefield to wage a never-ending war against the Black Ink clan. All Ninth Order old ancestors also resided on the Black Ink battlefield to guard the Great Passes. There might be many cave heavens and paradises, but they had always been united against their common enemy. With an external enemy threatening them, how could the masters of the cave heavens and paradises create a storm of bloodshed over the opportunities that could be found in the universe furnace? The old ancestors would never allow such foolishness to occur. If the universe furnace were to appear, they would step forward to manage the situation themselves. If that were the case, then where would the storm of bloodshed come from? Yang Kai soon realized something important. According to the information he received from Mo Na Yi, the projections of the universe furnace seemed to appear in places where a large number of living beings had died in battle. When the universe furnace appeared in the world recently, the projections had appeared on the various Great Territory battlefields, the Barren Territory, the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, and even this place. This was the best evidence to support that statement. If this was the case now, then what about the past? Although there had been conflicts in the 3,000 worlds in the past, there were also some minor conflicts between various sects. Even if there were any casualties during these conflicts, the cultivation of these deceased cultivators would not be high. Unlike the tranquility in the 3,000 worlds, the war had never ceased on the Black Ink battlefield. Every time the Black Ink clan attacked any of the Great Passes, massive numbers of living beings would lose their lives. If the number of deaths and the strength of the fall cultivators were related to the criteria for the projections of the universe furnace to appear, then the Black Ink battlefield undoubtedly met these requirements. By that logic, had the projections of the universe furnace always appeared on the Black Ink battlefield whenever the universe furnace manifested in the world in the past? In that case, the so-called storm of bloodshed could be explained. It was not caused by the internal struggles among the human race, but the confrontation between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that he had obtained a few innate open heaven pills from the Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After he left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Lan Yu Rua had gone into retreat and attempted to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai had given her an innate open heaven pill to help boost her chances of success, but she ultimately did not need it. He later took the time to examine those innate open heaven pills carefully and discovered that the medicinal efficacies were indeed more potent and profound compared to ordinary open heaven pills. However, they did not contain any miraculous effects. He then proceeded to toss them somewhere and forgot about them. At the time, Yang Kai speculated that those open heaven pills were too old and had not been preserved properly, which caused their medicinal efficacies to deteriorate over the millennia. He had felt a slight sense of regret, thinking that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had wasted such precious resources. Looking back now, he realized that the medicinal efficacies of the innate open heaven pills should not have deteriorated even if they were improperly preserved. The only explanation was that those open heaven pills themselves were not as miraculous as the rumors proclaimed. In that case, where did the rumors about the universe furnace that were passed down from ancient times come from? Also, the Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Since he managed to obtain innate open heaven pills, did that mean he had the opportunity to compete for the universe furnace? Be that as it may, he had clearly never gone to the Black Ink battlefield before. Where did he get the opportunity to compete for the universe furnace? He was not from the cave heavens or paradises after all. How did he obtain the qualifications for the opportunity? Looks like it's time for me to have a chat with Blood Crow. Yang Kai silently made up his mind. He was certain he could gain a lot from speaking with Blood Crow, but he had to escape from this place first. Yang Kai was getting excited when Mo Na Yi finally thought of a topic worth mentioning. "Brother Yang, don't you think this place is a little strange?" Yang Kai replied indifferently, "A supreme treasure is present. It's only natural for something strange to happen." Mo Na Yi nodded. "That's true. The space here is extremely twisted and distorted. Since it comes from the projection of the universe furnace's true body, then there must be a close connection between them. You are proficient in the Tao of space, Brother Yang. Why don't you try to trace it back to its source and locate the universe furnace's true body? You might find something if you can do that. Yang Kai glanced at Emo Na Yi in surprise. To be honest, he had not considered such a possibility. It was more accurate to say that he had not even considered things from this angle in the first place. Emo Na Yi must have been forced into a desperate situation for him to come up with such a great idea. Thus, Yang Kai nodded at Emo Na Yi in respect. Although I know you don't have the best intentions, just this idea alone is worth 3 lives. Emo Na Yi did not know what expression to make, so he simply squeezed out a forced smile. This thought had indeed been an impromptu idea, but he had to admit he had another purpose. If Yang Kai could use the Tao of space to determine the location of the universe furnace's true body, then the Black Ink clan could prepare specific countermeasures in a targeted manner. Therefore, Emo Na Yi immediately concentrated on the movements around Yang Kai. He watched intently as Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and surged his space principles in an attempt to trace the mysterious roots of this place. Yang Kai initially had little gain from his efforts. The space in this place was extremely warped and distorted. Even if he could use his understanding of the Tao of space to eliminate the influence of this warped space on his movements, he had little success in tracing the roots of the strange phenomenon occurring here. Nevertheless, he suddenly recalled his cow punch secret technique. The principle of cow punch was to track the enemy's aura back to its source. It was a secret technique specifically made to target the small universe of his enemies. He even managed to slaughter a 9th-order Black Ink disciple with this secret technique. If something as ethereal as a small universe can be traced back to the roots, what more the true body of the universe furnace? Yang Kai acted as soon as the thought occurred to him. The space principles around his body became more and more ethereal, almost as though he was about to melt into the void. He slowly moved his hands as though plucking at invisible strings, trying to trace everything back to its origin. While Yang Kai was working hard, the Black Ink clansmen were secretly communicating with each other through a constant stream of divine sense transmissions. Although Emo Na Yi had made an agreement with Yang Kai that the lives of each territory lord would be spared in exchange for a piece of information, the information provided was clearly far from enough. There were several dozen territory lords trapped in this place. How much information could Emo Na Yi realistically provide? At best, it would be amazing if Yang Kai could spare the lives of a dozen or so territory lords. As for the rest, they would not be able to escape his murderous reach. Hence, they had to come up with a self-protection strategy before Yang Kai started taking action. Otherwise, there was no guarantee whose life would be spared by Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 5717, Chaotic Space. At this time, the best option was to attack Yang Kai while he was distracted. Unfortunately, the territory lords were under the effects of the folded space, so how could they attack him when they couldn't even approach him? It was even more impossible for them to escape from this space. Trapped in this place and affected by the layers of overlapping space, they were no different from flies caught in a spider web. It was truly a pathetic situation. Despite much deliberation, the Black Ink clan could not figure out a solution to their miserable situation. The realization filled them with an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Without warning, the void suddenly trembled like the surface of a beaten drum. The vibration was so strong that all the trapped territory lords could feel the movement clearly. Startled, they looked around in bewilderment and discovered that the source of the trembling seemed to be coming from Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai's eyes were tightly closed. In the space around him, space principles fluctuated and various Tao strengths danced. When he pointed a finger forward, countless ripples spread out from his position. The ripples continued on endlessly, extending into the inexplicable depths of the void. As time passed, the number of ripples grew. Even the trembling in the local space became increasingly violent. Emo Na Yi suddenly had a bad feeling that his suggestion for Yang Kai to track the traces of the universe furnace back to their source had been an extremely terrible decision. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he abruptly felt a sense of crisis flooding his heart. He hastily surged his Black Ink strength and condensed a layer of defense around himself. In the next moment, he felt an invisible and intangible force slicing across his body, cutting through the black ink strength condensed around his figure, and carving into his flesh. In spite of his immense strength, Emonai felt a stabbing pain burst through his body. He quickly shifted his position and looked back. At the spot where he had been standing earlier, a portion of the space slid sideways like a piece of broken mirror before quickly returning to normal. The force that had sliced across his body earlier was a tiny void crack. His expression changed drastically at the sight and he hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yang, please stop." The territory lords did not know why Emonai was panicking all of a sudden, so they all turned to look in his direction. At that moment, one of the territory lords abruptly felt an inexplicable sense of pain in his body. His vision seemed to tilt to the side, then turned upside down. What entered his sight was a body that had been cleanly sliced into two at a diagonal angle. The incision at the wound was as smooth as the edges of a mirror, and black blood gushed out from the opening. This severed body looks so familiar. A strange thought entered his mind, but he quickly came to a realization, isn't that my body? He lowered his head to look and sure enough, his lower half had been severed. Everything was so sudden that he failed to notice any abnormality before. Terrified, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Sir Emonai, save me!" But what could Emonai do? At this moment, Emonai looked so gloomy that he was practically oozing depression. He could only watch helplessly as the two parts of the territory lord's body separated. Although the territory lord's blood poured out continuously, his vitality was very strong, so it would take some time before he died. The space has become chaotic. Defend yourselves with all your might. Emonai called out loudly. After hearing Emonai's warning, the territory lord finally came back to their senses and hastily summoned their strength to guard themselves. Although Emonai did not know what Yang Kai was doing, his perception was not wrong. The whole space had gotten extremely chaotic due to Yang Kai's actions. This was a strange place formed by the distortion of countless layers of space folded over each other in the first place. These layers of folded space resembled pieces of a broken mirror that fit well together in the beginning. In short, there were no issues with the original arrangement as things were relatively static, or at least changing at a slow pace. However, the space where these mirrors used to be pieced together had now become mobile and disordered due to Yang Kai's actions. The upper body of the dead territory lord had been located in one of the layers of the folded space, while his lower body had been located in a different one. When the two layers of folded space abruptly separated due to the distortion, his body had also been sliced apart as a result. Territory lords were very strong, and if they had been at their peak strength, it would have been impossible for them to be sliced apart so easily. Unfortunately, the territory lords here were all arrows at the end of their flight, on top of being heavily wounded. In this situation, they were completely defenseless against such a strange attack. Nobody knew whether their position was safe because the layers of folded space shifted around at random. Screams of agony periodically rang out from among the territory lords. It was a pity, but black ink strength condensed around their bodies could hardly stop the sharp space principles from slicing them apart. Within a short span of time, more territory lords lost their lives as their bodies were severed into pieces. This situation left Emonai feeling both horrified and furious. "Brother Yang, please stop quickly." At this moment he deeply regretted his earlier words. Why did I suggest Yang Kai trace the location of the universe furnace's true body with his mastery over the Tao of space? Space was an extremely mysterious Tao in the first place, and the space here was already so peculiar. Nothing good would happen to Black Ink clan masters like themselves after Yang Kai began fiddling with it. Suddenly, there was another scream. Emonai glanced over only and saw the body of another territory lord separating into two parts. The territory lord's eyes were filled with pure terror and resentment. He did not expect to lose his life in such an inexplicable manner after managing to survive so many crises until now. "Brother Yang!" Emonai roared angrily. "Shut up!" Yang Kai did not even bother to open his eyes. Although he was concentrating fully on tracing the location of the universe furnace's true body, he retained some awareness of the surrounding situation. He had not expected the current situation to occur, but it was quite a stroke of good fortune for him. How could he give up just because Yi asked him to stop? In any case, their previous agreement indicated that he only needed to spare the lives of a dozen or so territory lords. As for the others, it would be even better for him if all of them died. It would even save him the trouble of killing them himself. Yi gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. They were enemies in the first place, not to mention they were engaged in a life-and-death clash just a few months ago. What was the point of begging Yang Kai now? All Yi could do was record his loss for today. If he had a chance in the future, he would return the debt 100-fold. The territory lords were tense and nervous. Although they constantly changed positions while simultaneously activating their power to protect themselves, the attacks caused by the distortion of space came with no warning whatsoever. It was very difficult to defend against these attacks. In the end, those destined for death would lose their lives no matter how hard they tried. Even Yi was inadvertently wounded. Fortunately for him, he was strong and in good condition, so there was no threat to his life for the time being, but it was hard to say what would happen if the situation dragged on. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. More than a dozen territory lords had lost their lives by now, and the space within the projection of the universe furnace was scattered with severed limbs. The wounds on these severed limbs were extremely smooth, and a large amount of black blood now floated around in the void. Yang Kai suddenly paused with a slight frown on his face. It was not that he could no longer continue his search or that he had not gained anything from his efforts. The truth was that he had indeed been able to trace the universe furnace's aura, but it was difficult for him to determine its exact location. More importantly, Yang Kai had a feeling that something beyond his control would happen if he persisted in his attempt. It was difficult to deduce whether the phenomenon would be good or bad, but he had the feeling that it was not very dangerous since he did not detect any warning signals. To be on the safe side though, he decided to stop while he was ahead. Yang Kai looked up at the disheveled Yi with an almost imperceptible light flashing through his eyes. A group of territory lords had tragically lost their lives during the events earlier, while even a pseudo-royal lord like Yi had been wounded, although the latter's injuries did not seem serious. There was no denying that Yang Kai was no match for a pseudo-royal lord like Yi in a one-on-one battle, but his proficiency in the Tao of space meant that Yi could not hurt him either when he was at his peak. Now, however, Yang Kai might just have a chance to kill Yi in this space within the projection of the universe furnace. If he carried on with his previous exploration, he could cause constant damage to Yi. Then, he would make his move when Yi's injuries had accumulated to a critical degree. Let's see if he can survive that. Yi regarded Yang Kai as an enormous threat to the Black Ink clan. How could Yang Kai not be wary of Yi? Yi could be considered an anomaly in the Black Ink clan. If Yang Kai could remove Yi from the equation, Royal Lord Yu would lose an exceptionally dependable helper. In the future, the human race would also have one less threat to worry about in the final war. I have to thank Yi for suggesting such a convenient and effective method to me. Seeming to sense the malice in Yang Kai's gaze, Yi's expression changed slightly. They had been enemies for so many years now, so how could he fail to realize what Yang Kai was thinking? He suddenly felt bitter and resentful. His suggestion not only caused heavy casualties to the territory lords, but he might also have doomed himself to a miserable death. The entire situation left a bitter taste in his mouth. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling as though he had lifted a rock only to smash it onto his foot. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly climbed to his feet when their gazes met. Under the watchful gaze of Yi and the many territory lords, he leisurely walked towards the outside. The distorted and folded space did not hinder his movement. It did not take long before he arrived at the edge of the projection. "Are you leaving, Brother Yang?" In the end, Yi could not stop himself and blurted out the question. It would be wondrous news if Yang Kai were to leave this place, but how could Yang Kai possibly depart so easily? He had clearly seen the malice in Yang Kai's eyes earlier. "What? Do you expect me to stay behind and chat with you instead?" Yang Kai replied without much thought. Thanks to his mastery of the Tao of space, he easily stepped out of the folded space. Seeing that scene, Emonayi felt a strange feeling wash over him. This guy? It turns out that he could have really left at any time. Trapped inside this space within the projection, even a pseudo-royal lord like Emonayi was powerless. He couldn't find a way out, but it was no trouble for Yang Kai at all. While he did not know the meaning behind Yang Kai's actions, Yang Kai's departure was good news for him. At the very least, he would no longer be in danger once Yang Kai was gone. Besides, he had secretly made arrangements in advance. As long as Yang Kai dared to stray far enough, then those arrangements would come in handy. Emonayi stared after Yang Kai's back expectantly, hoping that Yang Kai would venture further into the distance. However, Yang Kai only took 2 steps before he abruptly turned to look in a certain direction and shouted, "Mou, I spared the lives of your territory lords, yet you dare try to ambush me." As soon as those words rang out, Emonayi's expression changed drastically. Were we discovered? That's impossible. I even specially warned them not to expose their whereabouts when I asked the royal lord to set up an ambush nearby with the territory lords. Not to mention, he had secretly observed his surroundings and confirmed that the Black Ink clansmen had hidden themselves very well. It was impossible for them to be discovered so quickly, so how did Yang Kai discover them? There were indeed reinforcements that Emonayi had arranged beforehand outside the projection. The greatest difficulty in dealing with an enemy like Yang Kai was his space secret techniques. Even if they were stronger than him, it was meaningless if they could neither capture him nor restrain him. For example, the Black Ink clan once had an opportunity to annihilate Yang Kai in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. Unfortunately, Di Wu had wasted the opportunity back then. When Emonayi chased Yang Kai into this strange place several months ago, he quickly realized that he had been tricked. At the same time, he was keenly aware that this was a rare opportunity to remove Yang Kai once and for all. Martial Peak, Chapter 5718, Checkmate. Yang Kai had been severely wounded at the time. Eager to treat his injuries, he had trapped himself inside the projection to recuperate from his wounds. Nevertheless, there was no denying that he could not move around freely for some time. For that reason, Emonayi had used the miniature Black Ink nest to contact the No Return Pass and asked the royal lord to set up an ambush nearby with some Black Ink clan masters. Since the royal lord took charge of defending the No Return Pass, he had not left it again. The only exception was when Yang Kai caused a ruckus in the No Return Pass and the royal lord chased after him, resulting in only greater disaster. After that debacle, the royal lord never left the No Return Pass again, especially when Yang Kai began loitering around nearby as the latter posed a massive threat. Mou subsequently became the most important force which ensured the safety and stability of the No Return Pass. Nobody knew when Yang Kai might suddenly cause another ruckus. Under these circumstances, how could Mou dare to leave the No Return Pass at will? He was practically a hostage to Yang Kai's whims, unable to move around freely whatsoever. Be that as it may, Emoni had mobilized the one and only royal lord in the Black Ink clan in this endeavor to ensure the success of his plans. It could be seen that his determination and courage were unordinary. In addition, there were many innate territory lords who had been transferred here from the front lines. They were hiding in the shadows and waiting for the signal to attack. Everything had been prepared in advance. As long as Yang Kai escaped from this prison, they would unleash an unrestrained assault on him. There was only one inconvenient factor in these plans, and that was this strange space within the projection. According to Emonayi's speculations, there was a high probability that Yang Kai could come and go freely from this space, and was essentially invulnerable once inside of it. If Yang Kai was to detect any danger when he left the confines of this prison, he could simply seek shelter inside again to protect himself. After all, this strange and eerie space within the projection was practically a natural fortress to him. Therefore, Emonayi and Mou had secretly discussed their plans in advance. They decided to wait until Yang Kai was some distance away from the projection before the royal lord made his move to keep Yang Kai as busy as possible for some time. Doing so, The territory lords who were carrying the necessary array boards and banners would have enough time to establish the heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array. Once the Grand Array was activated, Yang Kai would be trapped in place with no hope to escape. At that time, MOU could freely annihilate Yang Kai. The plan could be said to be foolproof in all aspects. Although there was no guarantee for a 100% success rate, the estimated success rate was in the 70% range. It was enough for the Black Ink clan to take a gamble and risk the possible dangers. The crux of this entire plan rested on how long MOU could keep Yang Kai distracted. As long as he could delay Yang Kai for long enough, their plans would work perfectly. Therefore, MOU was excited to see Yang Kai leaving the projection even though he did not understand the reason for Yang Kai's sudden departure. Never did he imagine that his plans would be exposed before the trap could even be implemented, much less that the reason would be MOU's failure to conceal his aura completely. Wait, that can't be right. It's impossible for the Royal Lord to be unable to conceal his aura. I've warned all of them so many times, not to mention, the Black Ink clan has repeatedly suffered defeat at Yang Kai's hands. There is no way the Royal Lord would relax his guard towards Yang Kai. Damn it, Yang Kai tricked us again. At that instant, MOU realized the truth and opened his mouth to issue a warning. However, he was too late. A majestic aura erupted from somewhere in the void. The emergence of the aura was quickly followed by a black light that flew towards Yang Kai at the speed of lightning. MOU closed his eyes in sorrow. The sounds of battle between masters rang out from outside the projection, mixed with Yang Kai's grunts. When MOU opened his eyes again, he saw that Yang Kai had retreated back into the space within the projection. Meanwhile, Royal Lord MOU stood quietly outside the projection with a pair of fleshy wings spread out behind his back. Countless bone spurs that resembled fangs protruded from his wings, making him seem absolutely terrifying. Yang Kai's arms were trembling uncontrollably, blood dripping profusely from them. He had suffered a direct blow from a true royal lord and nearly broke both his arms as a result, but instead of frowning, he was laughing. Furthermore, his laughter sounded extremely mocking. Royal Lord MOU stood outside the projection with a grim expression and scowled at Yang Kai for a while. Glancing at MOU's dull look, MOU seemed to understand something and snorted coldly. It was not that he was easily deceived. The truth was the exact opposite. The Black Ink clan simply had too much vigilance towards Yang Kai. When Yang Kai spoke just now, MOU's first instinct was that he had been discovered. Everything would be for naught once Yang Kai activated space principles and escaped. Hence, he believed that he would miss the opportunity to make his move if he did not attack now. It was the reason why he had acted so decisively. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was only a short distance away from the projection. Although he was struck by the unexpected blow, he had quickly retreated back into the projection. Numerous figures appeared from their hiding spots and slowly gathered around MOU. These figures were all innate territory lords. They were originally supposed to set up the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array while the Royal Lord was keeping Yang Kai busy. However, they no longer knew what to do in this situation and could only wait quietly for further orders from the Royal Lord. Staring at MOU through the projection, Yang Kai swung his arms lightly. Then, he chuckled and turned to look back at MOU. The Black Ink clan sure is hospitable. MOU responded calmly, "There was no need for you to test the waters if you already expected an ambush, Brother Yang. You could have just asked me, and I would have given you an honest answer." At this moment, MOU was certain about one thing. Yang Kai had predicted that he would make various secret arrangements in advance. That was why he had taken the initiative to step out of the projection as an experiment, and the results revealed that his predictions were indeed extremely accurate. Just as how MOU had a deep understanding of Yang Kai's character, Yang Kai also had a good grasp of MOU's thought process after so many years of rivalry. In fact, it would be strange for the Black Ink clan to ignore such a great opportunity. Who could have known whether you were speaking the truth? There are some things one can only learn after seeing it with their own eyes. You have deeply disappointed me. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. I was going to spare the lives of these territory lords, but it looks like I cannot afford to be merciful towards the Black Ink clan. Mo smiled indifferently. The Black Ink clan has already sacrificed so many innate territory lords just to annihilate you, Brother Yang. Losing a few more wouldn't make a difference. His statement made the trapped territory lords turn pale with fright. Meanwhile, he continued talking, but, Brother Yang, what difference does it make even if you slaughtered all the territory lords trapped inside this space? Will that help you escape? Indeed, there is nothing the Black Ink clan can do to you at the moment. However, this space will eventually return to normal once the projection completely solidifies in 2 years. At that time, the Black Ink clan will only need to prepare a grand array in advance. With the Royal Lord personally leading the attack, you will be nothing more than a turtle hiding in its shell. Brother Yang, this place is where you will meet your doom. Mou, who had been standing quietly outside the projection, decisively issued the order when he heard those words, set up the formation. The territory lords standing idly behind him immediately scattered in all directions and surrounded the local region where the projection was located with the grand array banners in their hands. It did not take long before the 4 gates 8 palaces great pagoda array was formed, sealing this section of the void. Mou stared at the projection in front of him, eager to charge forward. Although he had heard about the strangeness of this space from Mo, he was tempted to enter the space anyway. Nevertheless, he decided to give up on the idea after further consideration. Mo was not very different from him in terms of raw strength, the only difference being that the latter could only exert about 80% of his maximum power. Seeing as the trapped Mo was absolutely incapable of attacking Yang Kai inside the space, Mou realized that he would most likely face the same situation if he were to enter. Hence, he decided not to embarrass himself with futile actions. This strange space was not something that could be overcome with strength alone. While the territory lords were busy preparing the grand array, Yang Kai simply watched quietly without trying to stop them. In any case, there was nothing he could do to stop them even if he wanted to. It was just as Mo had said, the current situation was a death sentence to him. The heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array had sealed the space around him. Once he lost the protection provided by the universe furnace's projection, he would have to face Mou directly. A situation like that would only lead to a disastrous ending for him. The projection was slowly becoming solid over time, and at this rate, it would probably fully manifest after 2 years. When that happened, Yang Kai would become vulnerable to the attacks of the many Black Ink clan masters surrounding him. There had been many opportunities and coincidences inside the divine spirit ancestral land. Not to mention, the ancestral land had been favorable to him. That was how Yang Kai managed to escape the crisis and even kill a master like Di Wu back then, leaving the Black Ink clan with nothing to show for its efforts. Unfortunately, there were no external factors or geographical advantages that he could rely upon here. No matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than a true royal lord? At this moment, many of the Black Ink clansmen were certain of their victory even though they were trapped. On the contrary, Yang Kai's future was bleak even though he seemed as unrestrained as a fish in water. Be it Yang Kai or the Black Ink clan, neither party knew that the projection would transform into an entrance to the universe furnace after the projection solidified completely. They also did not know that the universe furnace contained a sealed world, and the so-called opportunity had to be obtained inside of it. In other words, the Black Ink clan's efforts were futile no matter how well-made their plans were. Nevertheless, for Yang Kai who lacked this information, he was indeed stuck in a desperate situation. He had no means to escape in the face of absolute power. It could even be said that he had fallen right into the Black Ink clan's trap when he decided to plunge into this space within the projection. It was a pity that he had no other choice under the circumstances back then. Not only had he been an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was also being pursued by Mo. He had urgently needed a place where he could properly treat his wounds, so plunging into the projection had been his only choice. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he grinned at Mo. "I'm guessing you have a suggestion for me." Mo. laughed. "You know me well, Brother Yang." "Speak." He bluntly said, "Sit quietly, Don't do anything unnecessary and restrain your aura. You might have a chance of survival in 2 years if you do that, Brother Yang. Yang Kai inquired, and where would that chance of survival come from? Emonayi replied, that would depend entirely on how Sir Royal Lord plans to deal with you. If Sir Royal Lord considers you a threat, you will probably lose your life. But, if Sir Royal Lord intends to spare your life so that you can contribute to the Black Ink clan instead, corrupting you with the Black Ink strength is not a bad idea either. Emonayi was undoubtedly an intelligent man. Standing in front of the Royal Lord, he carefully made sure not to mention anything absolute. He always framed his words so that the final decision was up to Mou. The same was true when they set up the Grand Array earlier. Instead of directly issuing the orders to set up the Grand Array himself, Emonayi simply dropped some hints here and there so that Mou would understand immediately. After all, issuing the orders directly would have put him under suspicion of overstepping his boundaries. It was for this reason that Mou had handed all authority over the Black Ink clan to Emonayi for so many years without any concern. Emonayi knew his place and limits. In that regard, Meng Ke, who was also a pseudo-royal lord, was not nearly as quick-witted. Outside the projection, Mou announced graciously, I know you have a treasure in your small universe that prevents the corruption of Black Ink strength. If you sacrifice this treasure and allow me to personally corrupt you with the Black Ink strength, then I will spare your life. Yang Kai laughed at those words. Lifting his slightly swollen arms, he casually cupped his fists. In that case, allow me to thank you for the great consideration you've shown me, Sir Royal Lord.